with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Woo! All right. Yeah, baby.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Oh my gosh, that was pretty rad. Here we
You
go.
want to get mixed up with a guy like me.
I'm a loner daddy.
A loner daddy. A rebel.
Lies on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn.
Whoa.
Every headline, every story gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new bloom. Good morning, headlines.
Good morning, everybody.
Skyjack Morgan.
I hope you have a cup of coffee with you.
Information for you, darling. Hot coffee in your cup. News to fill you right up. Trends and weather on the go.
Morning show you need to know.
Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. Hot coffee in your cup. News to fill you right up. Trends and weather on the go. Morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily ride. With your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied.
Yes, sir.
On this daily ride. With your morning
Side by side.
catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied.
Good morning, headlines. Yes. This is the vibe. All right. Hey, what a beautiful, beautiful morning. How are you? Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope that you're having a wonderful, wonderful birthday. Happy birthday. By the time I'm no longer playing on the tree. Wow, that's pretty great. Lie or let things lie. Or are we going to hold on to personal beliefs and not see there's differences in all of us? There's differences in all of us. Some of us believe in, some of us think slavery's okay. You know, like that's just the way it is. I mean, I can't change the way people believe. I hope that I might be able to convince people to, I don't know, simply embody the values they espouse. That's all I'm looking to do. I mean, this is the Morning Sky Show. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and coffee addict. I hope that you're having a beautiful Thursday morning. It's getting exciting, you know. I mean, I don't know. Are you excited? I mean, the Senate just told Trump to go, just go, you know, take a walk off the side of a bridge, not the Golden Gate Bridge. I keep telling you, there's a net now. If you fall, you will get caught by a metal net on the Golden Gate Bridge. Don't try to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. I keep trying to tell you that. Don't take a walk off they're telling him to take a walk off a cliff. The Senate? I didn't think they had it in them. All of a sudden, the Senate, after all, the Senate does have 6 years. each one of them has 6 years to find a conscience. Maybe that's what Americans need. They just need 6 years to get their heads out of their asses. Maybe that's what it is. It just takes a while for Americans. We're getting old. We're getting old in America. It takes a while. Once you get your head up your ass, you know how it is when you get older. It's kind of like once you're seated, it starts getting a little bit, I'm just going to stay seated. Can you maybe I never understood it. Like my dad used to be like, hey, get me whatever. Get me a beer. No, my dad didn't really drink. Get me a Diet Coke. And I'd be like, what the fuck, man? How come I got to get the Diet Coke? And as a young man, as a little boy, I didn't understand why I got to go get the Diet Coke. You get your own Diet Coke. But the thing was, like, if I asked him to do something, he'd be like, what, are your legs broken? What, are your legs broken? You got broken legs? Someone break your legs? If I asked anybody to do anything for me ever, that's what my father said. What? Did someone break your legs? Well, I'm telling you, now I get it. And maybe that's the way America is now. Once you get your head up your ass, it's like doing a yoga position when you're old. The older I get, the more it's like, oh, I'm just going to stay in this yoga position a little bit longer. I'm just going to get this good stretch in. I'm just going to get it in. Let me just stretch. And then when you try to get out of the stretch, you're like, ooh, slow. I think that's what happens in the Senate. They get their heads up their asses, and it takes them so long to get their heads out of their asses because they're just old. They're old billionaires, these old fogies over in the Senate. But I think it's exciting to see about the Senate start getting their conscience. Did you think the Senate was going to be the first one, or do you think the Senate is finding is waking up to the truth about Trump? Is that what's happening? I'm going to put that in the poll. That's the first poll of the day. We're going to do lots of polls here. We're a bunch of poll cats these days. We're a bunch of poll cats. I hope that you're having a great day in your polling. We're doing lots of polls. Downward dog kills you now, Nurse Ron. That's all right. Just go back to child's pose. Go back to child's pose. What? Says Donald Trump. What? Child's pose. I love child's pose. It's my favorite pose. We all love the child's pose, don't we, folks? We love child poses. United States, child's poses. Loosens the spine, loosens the hips. It's so nice. Yes. Block me. Perfect way to listen and judge. Who's blocking you? Who's blocking you, Positrack? I don't know who's blocking you, man. I don't know, Positrack. Don't you worry about it, baby doll. I'm not pausing you. I'm not gonna pause you, baby doll. Don't you worry. I ain't gonna pause nobody. I ain't gonna put anyone block. I don't block people. What are your thoughts on drywall? Like the gypsum? You like gypsum? I don't know. I've spent a lot of time with drywall over the years. I had to learn how to use it and like cut it and do all the things. It's a useful building material. Thank you for asking. That's great. Yes. Good times are had by all. All right. Thank you all for being here. It looks like, the nose. Ooh, you guys are going back and forth. Yeah. All right. I appreciate you being here. I think you're wonderful. I don't know if I already told you, but there's a Cash App, Skyjack Morgan, a Venmo, Skyjack Morgan. If you want to support independent media and the channel, if you value anything that I do, you could also leave a super chat right here on YouTube. And I will use it to buy Melania coin and coffee mostly, because I'm broke, and I think that if I just take every penny that I earn and I put it in Melania coin, that's got to work out. After all, it's endorsed by the president and the first lady. They are a pair that won't quit. They are the most loyal people on the planet. Donald Trump would never cheat on her. He wouldn't. He would never cheat on Melania. I mean, that's the thing. Like, with the Stormy Daniels stuff, he's like, but you got a coin. I helped you out with that coin thing. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? I mean, ladies, if you were cheated on, would it help if your husband started a cryptocurrency in your name? Would that help? That'll be the next poll. If your husband cheats on you, would it help soften the blow if your husband started a meme coin in your name? Of course it would. I don't even know. I don't even need to do that poll. Of course it would. You get a meme coin named after you. Sorry, I used campaign finances to pay a prostitute while you were raising our son, Baron. What a boy, what a boy. Such a nice guy. Such a perfect dude. Sorry I cheated on you, but I did give you a meme coin. Meme coins. We all love meme coins. I don't know how they work, don't know what they're there for. But I'm a meme coin entrepreneur.
First instance, when the new Trump administration announced that they were going to take shares in Nippon's purchase of U.S. steel, I was struck by the fact that Senator Elizabeth Warren said, and I quoted in my book, she said, I think Donald Trump has come across an idea that I came up with years ago. But honestly, Steve, the idea of government ownership of private enterprise was not her idea. That Karl Marx actually came up with.
Karl Marx, you fucking god damn it, Mike Pence, Karl Marx, right? It was Karl Marx. Don't forget to like and subscribe for Karl Marx. Karl Marx wants to seize the means of production and give it back to the people. The people control the companies. They vote for their bosses. That's Marxism. Not some bullshit where I think the United States government should take a small percentage of the profits in order to fill the coffers of our state. No, that's not Marxism. I don't think that counts as Marxism. Does that count to Marxism? Does anybody think that counts as Marxism for the United States government to take little pieces of companies? I mean, I think that's still socialism. I'm sure. Taking it still, nationalizing small percentages of companies. It's Hitler did it too. It's all just basic socialism. I mean, just like old-fashioned, hey, the state and the corporations working together in order to serve the people for the better good. It's good for everybody, right? Let's let them take a little piece.
Are you also
why wouldn't the government take a little piece of the action? After all, the way the government traditionally takes a piece of the action is through this thing called taxes. But the problem is the government is not taxing these companies. You see, if you wanted to have the Nippon U.S. steel deal and you wanted a piece of the action and you were the United States government, the federal government, then you would tax companies. That's how you get money in order to provide services to the people of your country. That's the whole that's federalism. Okay, that's not that hard to understand. That's why we don't own a piece of the company, supposedly. That's how it's supposed to work. But we're not taxing them. So now Donald Trump wants to take a piece of every company. We own shares as the federal government. No conflict of interest. Regulate and tax. That's your role. Nope, can't do that. Okay, then if you buy, then you're fundamentally changing the way the country operates, which is fine by me. I say we just tear down the whole damn thing. I fucking burn it.
Concerned about what might be described as political favoritism of companies. The Ellisons, who were close supporters of the president, have received regulatory approval to create a giant media conglomerate. We could go on and on with examples, but that's one. What do you think?
Steve, I think it's.
Can anyone name a Marxist country right now? A country that's Marxist? No, because you see, a Marxism means that it's a stateless society. There is no country. Imagine there's no country, no religion to. Do you understand? Do you know the song? You heard the song, right? Imagine all the people living for today. It's a song about Marxism. That song is about Marxism. The song Imagine by John Lennon. Just listen to the song Imagine by John Lennon. That's Marxism. It's basically just a description of Karl Marx's ideas of a utopia. But hey, you know what? Maybe you never listened to that song. Maybe you never heard one of the most famous songs in the history of the world. But there's no such thing as a Marxist country, really. Marxism. That's why when your boy Mike Pence says something like that, it's bullshit. Karl Marx had that idea. Oh, Karl Marx. I think that Mike Pence is doing his best Clint Eastwood impersonation. It just ain't that bad. Living for yes, it is. Yes, it is. No religion to read the Communist Manifesto. Read it. The song is about the Communist Manifesto. The song Imagine is about Marxism. Like, did you not know that? Am I the first person telling you that? Are you just having your mind blown? Yes, that's what the song's about. I know it's crazy, right? Songs, they have different inspirations, but John Lennon, he wrote that song about Marxism. Imagine all the people. Anyway, I'm sorry. I think it's funny that people don't know that. I think it's funny. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Mike Pence. God, man, he looks like a dried up apple. He looks like one of those old Apple dolls.
One of the lesser reported aspects of the tariff regime that's been imposed by the administration is the granting of waivers to large corporations of certain tariffs. It is means that small business America, small business Indiana, largely gets left out of the equation.
And these are waivers for companies that are close.
I know. I thought that everybody knew that. I thought that everyone knew that the Beatles were a bunch of Marxists, but I guess, maybe some people don't know these things. And I have to be the person I have to be the bearer of good news. It's hard. Sometimes I tell people these things and they just it's the first time they're hearing it. I'm always shocked. I'm always shocked when I'm like, hey, John Lennon. I don't know. It's so funny to me sometimes. I don't know. This is one of those examples. It happens every day. Every time I do this show, I'm always shocked that people are like, what?
To the president. Is that the connection you're making?
That I don't think there's any question. Have access to the White House and are able to get some accommodation or consideration in that. The foundation that I created, Advancing American Freedom, actually came up with a study about 6 months ago that in the first year of this administration, lobbying fees in Washington, D.C. had increased by tenfold.
What? In the first year of this administration, lobbying money increased by tenfold. Is that 1,000%? Sorry, I was an English major. Is that 1,000%? I think that's 1,000%. Tenfold. I'm pretty sure that's 1,000%. That's pretty shocking, Mike Pence.
People that want to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C., there's maybe nothing more swampy than
Donald Trump's diaper. Say Donald Trump's diaper.
Than the battle over getting tariff waivers for big business. And I think you make a great point.
Tariff waivers. You see, the thing is, once you start doing things like tariffs, you're no longer a laissez-faire Republican. There's no such. Republicans have always been very much against things like tariffs because they've always been very much into the free market, supply and demand. Let the market speak. Let the dollar speak for itself. Vote with your dollar. Of course, all of that was bullshit. It was all just lies to keep the money flowing to the oligarchs and the broligarchs. But, now they just completely abandoned it. But why not? After all, it was all bullshit the whole time anyway. Voodoo economics and supply and demand, all of that's been masterfully manipulated. There is no supply and demand anymore. Not really. I mean, they're going to shove it down your throat, whether you like it or not. You're not going to have a choice. Supply and demand. You stand no chance against the 10,000 ads you're seeing every single day coming out of your ears. Everywhere you look, there's an advertisement. You have no fucking chance, man. Not to mention the fact they're making the shit that poisons you cheaper. The insurance company owns the pharmacy, owns the pharmaceutical. They own the pharmaceutical facilitator. They own all of it. You don't have supply and demand. What are you going to do? Go to a different hospital? What are you going to do? Buy a different bag of chips? They own that bag of chips too. You don't have a choice. It looks like you have a choice when you go to the bagel shop and you see 25 different flavors of bagel, but that's the illusion of choice. If you don't like this bagel shop, go to the next bagel shop, they'll tell you. That bagel shop's owned by the same guy. You see? Supply and demand, laissez-faire. And then meanwhile, he's like, oh, then the companies that give money to Donald Trump, they don't have to pay tariffs. Great. So then the cheaper stuff is paid for by the people who, the cheaper stuff is available through the people who bribed Donald Trump. So if you disagree with the bribery, that's too bad, because then you're going to have to pay more. Supply and demand, right? This isn't capitalism, it's cronyism. It's corruption, it's corporatism. It's fascism.
You know why they
Oh my gosh. No one said I could choose to love ballroom. You can choose to love ball. You can choose to love anything you want in life. You can love everything you want. Being racist is a choice, and I can choose it freely. You can choose it. You can choose it. You could choose to be. But the thing is, you have to understand what those choices mean, right? You could choose to be racist. I can't control whether or not you're racist, but then you have to accept the consequences of those choices. This is called personal accountability and responsibility. You have to live with those choices. I keep trying to tell people this. Like, I can't force you to hate slavery. I can't force you to stop doing slavery. All I can say is, hey, by participating in the systems of oppression, exploitation, you are subscribing to an ideology. My ideology is anti-slavery and pro-freedom and liberty. I think of it as profoundly American, as quintessentially American. But it seems to me, the more older I get, the more I notice that most Americans are perfectly okay with misogyny, slavery, racism. They love that shit. I thought we were all on the same page about freedom, liberty, self-expression, autonomy, pursuit of happiness type stuff. I thought that we were all on the same page, but turns out we're not. Now, I can't force you to be subscribed to my ideology, but you have to understand, when you choose certain actions, you are participating in a systemic ideology. That's all. You get to choose. You get to choose. Isn't that rad? This is just being a human. It's not about being American. You get to choose to do whatever you want in life. What kind of person do you want to be? That's all.
Electoral College really works is because it forces both political parties to try to court moderate voters in swing states. Of course, progressive candidates would rather just spend all their time on the campaign trail in California. They would rather not go to Pennsylvania.
Hold on. Where is this? Keep on trying. The majority of sex offenders are gay. I don't know what you mean by sex offender, but the majority of Christians are gay. I mean, I don't know what you want to say. I mean, most of the people who I meet that are gay, I should say most of the people that I meet that are like super into Jesus, they're always gay. What is up with that? Most people that are MAGA, gay. Most people that are super into they hate homophobia are gay. You're probably gay, Bart Sneed. You're probably super gay if you're on here talking about how much you don't like gay people. Probably gay. I don't know you, but it's a safe assumption, because every time I meet someone who's super against the gays, they're always gay. Every time I meet someone super into super really overly into Jesus, always gay, man. It's every time. I'm not sure what that phenomenon's about, but I'm not saying that all gay people are that way, because I meet gay people most of the time that are completely just normal folk, normal as folk, just completely normal normies, sitting on their couches with their TV dinners, watching The Big Bang Theory with all the other Americans. Every time I used to live with a couple of queers, and let me tell you, they acted like every other roommate I ever had. They acted all the same. Every roommate's. They sat around watching TV, eating shit. I mean, I don't know why people think gays are so different. Here's what they do, okay? When you're not looking, they're watching TV and eating garbage like all the other Americans. They're waiting in line at Chick-fil-A and then shoveling garbage into their faces and watching TV. That's what they're doing. The scary gay person. There, I just demystified it for you. They're doing the same shit you're doing. Going to look at Marvel movies, watching Hunger Games, the Hunger Games Part 12. They love the Star Wars. They love all the same shit you do. They go to the same stupid garbage restaurants, fast food, food dispensary, food like product dispensaries, simulated food dispensaries. They go to the same simulated food dispensaries as you, and they go home and they watch the same shitty TV that you do after having already watched the same shitty movies you do. And so if you're if you're really like afraid of the gays, you might be gay. Just go watch some TV. And if you want to know what the gay experience is all about, go watch some TV, watch some movies, eat a bunch of shit. It's the same experience as every other American. Anyway, how do you guys feel about the Electoral College? Is the Electoral College worth saving? Oh my God, you guys. No, you don't think 60% of you think that the Senate has not woken up. That's rad. Okay. Do you think is the Electoral College, should we abolish the Electoral College? I hate the Electoral College. I think the Electoral College is nothing more than a vestige of slavery that should be thrown out with the garbage and join the ash heap of history.
But it forces them to understand
That's also false.
the concerns
So let me get
and
the chance
interests
to get
of
that
other
Get it
states.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that. And it became personal with me.
Well, you need to learn some history.
Other
Well,
interests.
you go back and check on that
All right,
diploma they gave you because that ain't working. So
Hold on, Caroline, are you finished?
I was just going to say that there are so many interests, diverse interests across this country that vary by geographic region, industries as well. And it's a good thing.
the counterpoint to that is that all the energy is put into swing states and none into safe states because of the Electoral College. Because 48 of the 50 states have a winner-take-all Electoral College system, there is no reason to go into a state that you know that you're going to lose or that you know that you already have. So none of those people get campaigned to at all. They only get courted when they can go into get a big rally out of that particular place because all their people are there.
They can vote.
Yeah, or get a check. Like in California, for example, we don't get campaigned to by presidential politicians. We don't get campaigned to because they kind of figure at this point it's probably going to go blue. Maybe not always. California traditionally is very purple. After all, this is still the state of Schwarzenegger, Reagan, Nixon, Pete Wilson. Super strong Republican leaders come from California. We also are the biggest dairy state, the biggest agricultural state. We have a lot of Republicans living in California, but because we have so many people living on the coast and the coastal, the urban coasts, it's pretty blue. This is just the way it goes for now. And so for the last, 15 years or something, it's been pretty safe bet. And the last 20 years, 25 years, it's been pretty safe. Although in my life, I've had 3 Republican governors, I think. So, 2 or 3 Republican governors. And that ain't nothing for California. Anyway, my point is they do come here, though. They don't campaign here, but they all come here because California has all the money. So they come and they say, okay, let's have a party. You can come see the president or the presidential nominee. Donald Trump comes in here licking ass. Donald Trump comes to California with his tongue out, licking all the ass because he wants the money, because he knows you can charge $1,000 for a plate of garbage food and you can sit and you can watch the president or vice president or presidential hopeful on a stage, and you'll pay for it, and they'll to get close to the president and talk and be there, and then they can raise a lot of money. That's why Hillary Clinton came here. They all come to California, but they don't ever think about California needs. They never try to campaign in California. They just want the money. Donald Trump comes to California every a few times a year, just begging like a dog. He's begging like a dog. Begging like a dog.
But here's the problem.
They can leave the state, which is what people do.
Everybody trying to pack up and leave and go to Pennsylvania just so you can.
No one wants to pack up and leave and go to Pennsylvania just to vote.
Hear a campaign ad?
Yes.
What do you sound crazy?
Sound crazy.
If they don't feel represented in their state, they do.
Here's an interesting wrinkle. President Trump, or at the time, just Citizen Trump.
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
That's actually pretty funny. Like, if you don't like, if you're not represented in your state, you should leave your state. This is the United States of America, you dumb fucking. That's what's so funny about the people who love the Electoral College. They love it because they know that's how racism survives. It's how some of these old world. It truly is a vestige of slavery, because they wanted free states and slave states to have the same number. It's the same reason of why we have 2 senators in every state. The fact that there are 2 senators in every state is stupid. If you have 40 million people living in California and 1 million living in, I don't know, Nebraska or some shit. I don't know how many people live in Nebraska, but the point is not as many. They shouldn't have 2 senators. They shouldn't both have 2 senators. That's ludicrous. The Senate should be proportional, and the Electoral College should be gone. That would be I think that's the only way, if you want to keep America as like the constitutional republic that you know and you love. If you want to keep it that way, if you want to keep it the way it is, you have to get rid of the Electoral College, and Senate has to be proportional. And I think California should secede unless they can get those 2 things, because California, New York, Washington, Oregon, these states are getting fucked, just getting robbed. Florida too, actually. Florida as well, getting fucked. Florida just gets raped again and again and again. And people in Florida are just too dumb to realize it. What? Y'all see that skunk ape last week? I saw a skunk ape. Y'all see that skunk ape?
One of the most decorated, combat-tested, and respected members of the U.S. Armed Forces, General Christopher Donahue, is retiring early, forced out by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
What?
At just 56, General Donahue, a former Delta Force commander, had been expected to serve for years to come. Instead, he's now one of more than a dozen senior officers recently shown the door. Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan joins us now with more. Margaret, great to have you here. What's this all about?
Well, Tony, this may be one of the most remarkable purges to date because of how exemplary this particular 4-star general's career has been. According to one U.S. official, Hegseth himself told General Donahue he needs to retire by the end of the summer, and Donahue has, we confirmed, handed
a 4-star general? What the hell?
In his retirement papers, even though there was this behind-the-scenes effort by some on Capitol Hill for more than a month now to try to salvage his career. The Pentagon explains it as a push to shrink the number of generals and admirals, but multiple sources told CBS this appears to be an effort to squeeze out officers in favor of political loyalists, and that is significant because the military is supposed to be apolitical.
It's very
apolitical. Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think the main reason why these types of things, like what Donald Trump is doing, and why French Revolution, lots of revolutions fail because of exactly what's happening here. I think also that's why the Nazis failed, because at some point you stop being efficient because you start firing first they fire them. Later on comes the killings, right? But they fire people who are good at their jobs and would gladly continue doing their jobs. They're just not loyal to the Hitler, the Führer. They're not loyal to the top dog. They're not, or they're not ideologically pure. In the case of like the French Revolution, they didn't really care if you cared. You didn't have to worship Robespierre, but you had to have a very, very clear ideology. And if you weren't pure enough, they fired you or cut off your head. First they fired, then later on they started cutting off people's heads. But the point is, and we'll get to that too, Hitler did the same thing, where the Night of Long Knives, and eventually you start firing generals that know what they're doing. They gladly continue to do their jobs, but you start firing them because they're not loyal to your guru, your cult leader. This is cult shit. This is why people say that Nazism was a cult, and MAGA, America's Nazi Party, is a cult. It's a cult. They are going to fail. But it takes a while, man, and we got to do something now so it doesn't get so bad, because it gets bad if we keep letting it go down this path. Pretty soon, just like how Linda McMahon is the head of the Department of Education. She's really not qualified. Or the guy who's Bill Pulte, who's now head of the Department of National Intelligence, completely underqualified, has no qualifications, zero. Even your boy Lindsey Graham, who's as loyal as they come, hates the idea. But this is how these This is how these types of revolutions go. Donald Trump is the MAGA Nazi revolution. This is how it goes. You have to have people who know what the fuck they're doing and have solidarity, even though your ideologies might not exactly line up. But fire the 4-star generals, I guess.
Significant. Was there any friction between Hegseth and Donahue?
On the face of it, Donahue would appear to be the kind of warrior leader Hegseth says that he wants, and officials deny to us any personal clash or any conflict. They say the two men only ever met once. In fact, here's a photo of it. He was famously the last U.S. soldier to leave Afghanistan and one of the first to help in Ukraine, but Donahue's support role in that...
The last soldier to leave Afghanistan. That's that's something, right? That's oof. This gives me like, oh man, I wouldn't want to be the last soldier out of Afghanistan. Damn. He's like the restaurant manager. Everyone goes home and you're like counting and you're doing all the stuff, and the last guy to turn off the lights at the end of the. All right, time to do it again tomorrow.
Chaotic exit from Afghanistan back in 2021 may have made him a target. Hegseth is conducting his own new review of that withdrawal, and he's expected to take action, perhaps against senior officers who executed that pullout ordered by the last president. It's also happening as the administration reviews the size of America's military footprint in Europe, where Donahue is the top army commander.
They're trying to make it sound like the pullout of Afghanistan was worse than Iran. Like, nothing's worse than what just happened in Iran. I mean, I think they should shut the fuck up about the pullout of Afghanistan at this point after this Iran debacle, this ridiculous embarrassment. Jesus, we have so much. It's like, it's stunningly embarrassing what just happened in Iran. And you want to talk about Afghanistan? Are you sure? You're just going to make us look even more embarrassed. Like, we're all just trying to forget the Afghanistan thing. Shit. You want to bring it back to that? We'll still be embarrassed. But because it's not Donald Trump. Oh, but it's somebody else. They are not embarrassed. You're embarrassed. I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. Hold on. Which one's more embarrassing? Let's do another poll. End poll. Okay, it looks like you guys did 73%. 71% thinks that we should abolish the Electoral College. That's awesome. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. Which is more embarrassing? Iran debacle, Afghan withdrawal. I like the fact that they call it the pull out. Because I'm team pull and pray. I'm team pull and pray. If you know, you know. Benghazi? What about Benghazi? Only 4 died in Benghazi. 13 died in both. Americans. I'm only counting the Americans. Only 4 died in Benghazi, but I figure I'll put that in there for you since people always like to talk about Benghazi because they lock her up, right? Let's lock up Hillary Clinton for Benghazi or something. Okay, here we go. Don't pull out, Daddy. Okay, so at least one person knows. You got to pull out, you got to pray. Shakespeare's hard to read. All right, so I get this a lot about Shakespeare because I was a Shakespearean and I worked at the American Shakespeare Center. I can speak to this. I was the research assistant for the greatest living, well, he's dead now, but the greatest living Shakespearean at the time named Stephen Booth. And I'll tell you, you're not supposed to read Shakespeare. Students read Shakespeare in order to study it, but you're not supposed to read Shakespeare. Would you read Star Wars? Would you read, I don't know, your favorite movie, Pulp Fiction? If you love the movie Pulp Fiction and you wanted to study how it works, you might read it. But most people don't want to read Pulp Fiction. Most people just want to watch Pulp Fiction. That's what you're supposed to be doing with Shakespeare. You're supposed to be watching it. He didn't write these things for people to read them. He wrote them so you watch them. If you ever read a movie script of your favorite movie, it especially if you've never seen it, it's kind of boring, and you kind of have to imagine a lot, because a lot of stuff's not described. A lot of stuff is just like, and they fight, and the spaceship blows up or whatever. Does it actually tell you blow by blow what's happening? Shakespeare's the same way. They don't tell you everything. That's why you need a director and actors and set designers and all these other things, lighting. You need all this other shit, because I was the Shakespearean critic for PlayShakespeare.com in the Bay Area. I was a theater critic when I was just leaving college, and it was great. For a year, I was the film critic of the Bay Area for Shakespeare, exclusively Shakespeare. And you're not supposed to read it unless you want to study it and like really get into the poetry of the language and shit. But you don't like, that's like extra stuff. You wouldn't read anything. Imagine anything made by J.J. Abrams. Like Shakespeare was. Imagine if J.J. Abrams was also a poet, and then you would have Shakespeare. Something like that. I don't know if that really works, but that's the point. You're not supposed to be. Someone called Shakespeare a poet the other day. I always thought he is a poet. He wrote 154 sonnets. He is absolutely. Shakespeare is a poet. He was and he wrote poems within each play. The play was written usually as poetry. When they're talking, they're speaking in poems, partly because it makes it easier for the actors to remember them, partly because it makes it easier for you to get into the rhythm of the show. So even if you don't understand every word, because imagine the theaters were actually quite loud. There was a brothel upstairs sometimes. It was a traveling show sometimes. It had to work in big stages and small stages. So to keep the thing going, people would go to hear the poems, the poetry of Shakespeare. It's not all poetry, but a lot of it is. And he also was a poet. He absolutely was a poet. He wrote 154 sonnets, probably way more, but we have 154 poems, sonnets by him. Yeah. Yes, you scallywag and knave and you scoundrels and you reeking slaves. Yeah, I mean, it was always, they had brothels a lot of times at the old Globe. At the Globe, they had up in the upper level, they thought, well, historians think that there was a brothel upstairs, like Studio 54, where Donald Trump was doing boner bumps, and because there was areas of Studio 54 where there was orgies and brothels and things like that happening in the club. So, I mean, it was a crazy time, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So anyway, but when it comes down to like actually, if you want to read Shakespeare, read the sonnets. They're fucking great. They're amazing. They're unbelievable. In fact, my professor, the reason why he was the leading Shakespearean of his time is because his doctoral dissertation was about the sonnets, and it became like the definitive version. And his criticism of the sonnets was like, I think it still is the definitive version of the sonnets by Stephen Booth. Look it up. Pretty remarkable stuff. And but then he's also, because it's Shakespeare, it's also theater and the rest. But you read the plays if you want, but you're not supposed to read them. Go watch them, then you want to read them. If you go watch, I don't know, Antony and Cleopatra, and you're like, wow, that was crazy. Why did they make those decisions? Was that all in there? And then you read it and you're like, oh, those decisions were all made by the actors and the directors. That's not what I would imagine, right? You'd think that Shakespeare wrote all that, but he didn't write most of that shit. He wrote the words, which is why people call him a poet, because he was. Yeah.
Margaret, thank you for jumping on this breaking.
Like, there's no, like, you have to imagine at that time, playwright, like, it was kind of new. Like, plays were kind of new, at least that form. Like, Elizabethan theater was like kind of a new thing. Of course, you had Aeschylus and all these like ancient Greek theater and that tradition, but the English Renaissance had it's a Renaissance, a rebirth, a Renaissance, and it was totally different than what the Greeks were doing with their like morality plays, and it was totally different than what like medieval passion plays because what passion plays were, all plays before like the English Renaissance, were about Jesus, the passion of the Christ, the fall of Eden. They called them passion plays. You know, that was all that people were allowed to put on stage was Jesus, the God stuff, you know. And so when the Renaissance happened and people started writing like fucking like the Italians were doing crazy stuff, the English were doing crazy stuff. I mean, it was brand new. So people basically took the bard idea of someone telling stories and singing songs and writing poetry and reciting poetry, and they put that into a play where people are interacting. Pretty rad stuff.
Well, let's go, big dog. Let's go, big dog.
What's going on?
What's up? Let's go. Let's go.
Relax.
Line. Yeah, pull me off the plane. All my boys went to the crib. Now what the
Is this Channing Tatum? He looks like Channing Tatum. Why is he so mad?
And this is why he got
UFC champ Dustin Poirier's explosive airport meltdown.
All right, you Dustin Poirier?
Man, you, bro.
Just relax.
Man, you and her. I'll fight you right now.
No, I don't want to fight, bro.
I'll go with you right now.
Bro, I don't want to fight, bro. I don't want to fight.
Go.
I don't want to fight.
Let's go.
I'll fight you right now. I'll fight you. Dude, what is with people, man? You're at the fucking airport. Doesn't anyone have any manners anymore? Is that how everyone grew up now? This is what your parents taught you? How to behave? This is how your parents taught you how to behave? Really? This guy, you're not getting on the plane, ass. You think if you fight this guy, you're going to get on the plane?
Yo, have you
Yeah, tell him, come on. Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just
it's going to be bad.
Bro.
What's up?
Bro, relax.
Wait,
It's all several you.
How you boys not going to fight something?
Dude, I'd tase that motherfucker right there. You want to fight? Nope. Sorry. Is that a yellow taser? I think he's got a taser. Seeing as how that yellow logo in the upper right-hand corner? That's the taser logo. They happen to also make, the company that makes tasers also makes the body cams. So every time I see that logo at the top of the screen, I think, oh, this guy also has a taser. I think they sell them as like a kit, body cam plus taser. You get, with every body cam comes a free taser, or with every taser comes a free body cam. It's the same company. Like, I tase the shit out of this motherfucker. All right, get out of here.
Bro, relax, bro. Relax, bro. Relax.
I'm going to bang you up.
Bro, relax. Just relax.
Give me a good one.
Yo.
Dude's roiding out.
They kicked him off the flag.
Dude, if this guy were a black man, he'd be shot by now. He'd be shot. If this guy were black, he'd be dead.
What's going on, bro? Talk to me in the beach. Line, man. Let's go. Arrest me. Arrest me.
Now he's got the taser out.
Hey, pound it. Hey, now you did a great job, bro. You did a great job. You did what you could.
What the fuck? Pound that. There, yeah. Fist bump me. You did what you could.
A frightening.
The fuck is wrong with people? This whole, you know what's funny? I worked all those UFC fights, and the fighters never act like this. Their friends acted like this, their entourage acted like this, but the fighters never did. I worked at MGM Grand, and there was always, we had big UFC fights it seemed like there was every 2 months, man. There's a big there's so many UFC fights. I don't know how they keep it all going, man. There's too many names and weight classes. There's tons of Joe Rogans. There's just too much of this crap. And they would come and like for example, Conor McGregor, super nice, actually. Like, he seems like a crazy person on TV, but every time I met him, he was super like polite and calm. And I'd see these guys after they fought, and their eyes would all be fucked up, right? They'd have these big glasses on because their faces would all be hamburger. And they'd come into the bars and they'd have a beer and stuff. And but it was always their entourages. They're like, yeah, what, bro, what? But the fighters were always like, chill. I always liked the UFC fighter, but this guy's a UFC fighter. He needs to go away. You think he was shit faced? Yeah, probably alcohol. Yeah, maybe alcohol. You're not allowed to fly drunk either. It's kind of sad. How do they know who he is? He had a ticket, right? Guess they had a ticket.
We've seen at Disneyland over the weekend, a 13-year-old boy.
God, did you hear about this? So I worked at Disneyland when I was 17, 18. I worked there for 2 years. And shit like this sometimes would happen, but no one would know about it because the cops wouldn't be there. No one had phones. But when I was there, shit like this would happen. Not all the time, but shit would happen.
Climbed out of a moving vehicle at Tiana's Bayou Adventure, then fell 50 feet down the attraction's waterfall.
KTLA5's Annie Rose Ramos live from Anaheim with video of the incident. Annie Rose, good morning.
50 feet.
Hey guys, good morning to you both. We're going to show you that video in just a moment. But first, park officials saying that 13-year-old boy was taken to the hospital purely as a precaution. He was not seriously hurt and has since been released from the hospital. But this comes after park officials say that he got off a moving ride and took a tumble down a 50-foot waterfall.
At least they should have some seatbelts, something to hook them on there to stay secure while they're going down that ride, especially for kids who are, sometimes they need to move or they can't sit still.
All right.
I don't know, man. I've been on that ride 100 times and I never thought about jumping out. Maybe you hold the fucking kids, like don't let your kids jump out of the thing. This kid jumped out of this log ride because he was afraid. Honestly, I feel like we're just raising a country of pansies, man. This is what's happening. Like your little boys are too afraid of the log ride at Disneyland, Splash Mountain. And now it's called Tiana's something. I don't know. I never saw that movie with the frogs. I don't know what that movie's about. It's something about frogs. But anyway, I never saw it. And it used to be called Splash Mountain. It used to be called Splash Mountain. You're afraid of Splash Mountain. Your little boy's so afraid of Splash Mountain that you are letting him jump out of the log as it goes down the chute. You are blame the parents. It's the parents' fault. You raised a pansy. Unless this kid has some kind of major disability. And I think if the kid had a disability, someone would have had like a better hold of him. This kid's clearly like, this is Darwin right here. Like if you're going to come on, man. Need to strap everybody in. Why would you need to strap everybody into this log ride?
Here's that video we were talking about showing the terrifying moment a 13-year-old Disneyland guest went over the waterfall on Tiana's Bayou Adventure. This is formerly known as Splash Mountain inside the Southern California theme park. The teen boy appeared to be in the back of the ride car as it approached the iconic 50-foot drop when he suddenly tried to get out, and footage captured Sunday and obtained by TMZ. The video.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Gonna jump out. And he still goes down anyway. What do you think? Oh no! Does he think it's real? Come on. Knott's Berry Farm. I mean, Knott's Berry Farm had the log jammer ride. I think they called it log jammer. It's Knott's Berry. I can't remember. What was it called at Knott's? There's a log ride at Knott's as well. I don't know. I don't go to these places. I worked at one, and I'm okay with never going again.
Then shows the boy plunge down the water track to the bottom base of the ride. We showed this video to some of the park's visitors yesterday.
Wow.
I think it's great. Look, he's laughing. The guy's laughing. I mean, of course, I think any man would laugh at this because it's hilarious.
As a mother, oh my God.
The guy's like, come on. This ragdoll. If our son jumps out of the log ride, it's your fault, lady, or my fault as a father. Like, well, come on. We raised a pussy. That's just.
I'm in shock. That's crazy.
Oh my God, that's insane. I cannot believe that happened. Oh my God, that's so scary.
And Disney employees.
Well, we got to strap in everybody. Yeah, you promise they'll sue. Are you kidding me? When I worked at Disney, we were getting sued all the fucking time. We got sued because I was in outdoor vending. We got sued all the time. I remember the funniest one to me was because I can't even go over it all, how many times we all got sued. But the funniest one, they were sitting on the curb. They bought some balloons and they were sitting on the curb in Main Street, and they decided that they were gonna breathe in the helium and make their voices funny, right? And they did it so much that one of them fell over, tipped over, and because if you breathe too much helium, you run out of oxygen and you tip over. You can't. You get high and you fall. And they hit their head, but they didn't fall very far. They were already seated, and they sued. They sued us for giving the kid helium. Well, if you don't have helium, just have sticks that hold balloons don't have helium. I guess that's one way of doing it. But then someone's going to poke somebody with a stick, and you're like, if you didn't give them sticks, Americans need to be treated like mental patients everywhere they go, because we can't be trusted. We can't be trusted with glass. Make sure that beer's in a plastic cup before you go outside, sir. What? In Germany, everything's glass. It's all glass. If you told a German to drink beer out of a plastic cup, they'd start World War III. If you told a German to put beer in a plastic cup, they'd throw you in an oven. You would not make it out. I'm telling you. So like this whole idea that we got to strap everybody in and just totally nerf the world. What do you mean we got to nerf the world? There's got to be some personal accountability you've got to take in life. If your kid is sitting in the back of the log ride and he jumps out, that's on you. Why is that Disneyland's fault? I hate Disneyland. I hate Disney Corporation. I hope it fails. But come on. You got to have some personal accountability in life. This fucking kid. Raise stronger boys. Jesus. That little kid probably watches Andrew Tate every day. He says, women are bad. Women are scared. I never seen a little girl jump out of a fucking moving car. I never saw a moving roller coaster. I never see little girls jump out of log rides.
Witnessed the incident, and in a statement, Disney said, quote, a 13-year-old guest riding Tiana's Bayou Adventure exited the ride.
13 years old. Come on.
Vehicle prior to the end of the attraction. A cast member immediately stopped the attraction. Now back here live, we're just about a block from Disneyland. You can kind of see one of the rides from California Adventureland behind me. So we're steps away from the theme park. We understand Tiana.
That's not Adventureland. Have you never? That's Disney California Adventure, lady. This is the news. You don't know what? That's not Adventureland. That's Disney California Adventure. That's not even Disneyland behind you. That's the Tower of Terror. Now the Avengers attraction at the Disney California Adventure. I've never even been to the Avengers attraction, and even I know that.
Tiana's Bayou Adventure, that ride has since opened, but we also understand from Disney officials that California's OSHA, they're the group that investigates ride, makes sure rides are safety, issues permits at adventure parks like this one. They have been here, investigated this issue, and said they have found no issues with this ride. Guys.
Of course, because there are no issues. OSHA is in the buttholes of all these places all the time. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, something like that agency. I never know if the A is admin agency, but OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the ride. It's just something wrong with your kids. Disneyland, we can't have Disneyland anymore because the kids are too stupid and too pansies. Too afraid of the world. Got to jump out. Can't go on Splash Mountain without losing their shit.
New at 6.
They're like, what are we gonna do? Like, sorry, Pete Hegseth, you're not gonna have your warrior ethos. Not in America. We literally just had a 13-year-old get too afraid of Tiana's Bayou Adventure. He's just too afraid. We are not gonna be able to have a military pretty soon. Good thing we got Donald Trump's drones, the Trump kids, the Trump boys, they got a drone company. Good thing, because maybe that 13-year-old can fly a drone, but he ain't going to be able to go on those front lines. Good thing we didn't have, God damn it, good thing we didn't have a ground invasion in Iran, because we would have gotten our asses kicked, man. People would have been turning and tailing and running. God damn. Sorry, Pete Hegseth. This is the future of America. Your America and my America are gone. How old is Pete Hegseth? I bet you he's a little older than me. How old is Pete Hegseth? He's my age. I'm the same age as Pete Hegseth. And so how am I? I thought he was like 10 years older than me. Pete Hegseth is the same age as me. In fact, I'm almost a year older than he is. Cool. I'm a year older than Pete Hegseth. Sorry, Pete. That world we grew up in, it's gone, man. It's gone. Game over, man. Game over, man.
Orange County Police Department releasing new video of an officer chasing a teen on an e-bike. CBS LA assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk, and Mike, that officer tried really hard to get this kid to stop.
Really hard, taunted him a little bit, tried to give him some warnings over the PA system. Ultimately, though, the kid didn't stop until this turned into a full pursuit. I'm going to show you kind of an
Thanks. And I don't have any makeup on. Pete Hegseth, always full makeup, has someone doing his hair. I cut my own hair. Pete Hegseth, and I don't put product in my hair. I have zero product in my hair. I cut it myself, and I'm not wearing any makeup. I woke up like this. Imagine what I would look like if I had the whole like Pete Hegseth treatment, like that 50,000. How much money did he spend on his makeup room in the Pentagon? How much did Pete Hegseth's makeup room in the Pentagon cost? $40,000. $40,000. $40,000. Imagine if I had a $40,000. I'm a year older than Pete Hegseth. Imagine if I had a $40,000 makeup room and a team of people trying to make me look pretty all the time. Man.
extended clip of this where you can hear the officer trying to reason with the kid. All that, and the kid's still.
What's your dad gonna say? Oh, the cops chasing the kid on the e-bike.
And stop for a while. The officer eventually turns on a siren, turns into kind of a full-blown chase. You hear at one point say, "Oh, look, I'm still here." And then eventually catches up with the kid, tells him to get off the bike. He keeps going. Then they're on a bike path. And this is all part of those e-bike crackdowns that's happening down there in Orange County. Eventually he catches up with them. An adult is there. Can't tell if that's dad or who exactly is with the kid. But he does ultimately get, and you saw the length of the ticket there, a ticket for riding the bike, a ticket for evading arrest because he ran from the officer. So, Orange County has had their fair share of issues surrounding these e-bikes and kids on them, including a couple of fatalities down there. So they're taking it very seriously. And you saw in this case, that motor officer really not willing to give up on the kid.
I guess he kept his promise to find him.
Absolutely.
Huh?
Good thing we have cops. That's so good. I'm so glad the cops are on the case with these e-bikes. I'm so glad that the e-bikes are the problem in America. That's the only problem we have. Everything else is there were no rapists to catch that day, huh? No rapists, no drunk drivers to catch. Just the e-bike kids. They're the
Mike, thank you.
In New York City tonight, a woman seen at the Knicks championship parade appearing to want to keep a Knicks-painted trash can. They were all over New York, dumping the trash onto a city street and taking the garbage can. Well, tonight that woman identified, and her employer, JP Chase, says she no longer works there. Here's Aaron Petrowski.
You're fired. You're fired. You can't steal trash cans from the Knicks.
It was during the euphoria over the Knicks NBA championship, New York City even painted the trash cans blue and orange. This woman decided she wanted one for a souvenir. On the day of the Knicks parade, the woman unceremoniously dumped an overflowing public waste basket onto the sidewalk, grabbed both ends, and walked off. And tonight, her employer, JP Chase, says she's no longer with the company. The bank did not say what her job was, but added she was not attending the parade in an official capacity. The sanitation department issued her 2 summonses, $75 for littering and $100.
I mean, it's a pretty cool trash can, I guess. I like
$100 for
colors.
impeding operations. The woman returned the trash can, and City Sanitation posted a photo of it with the caption, "Home Sweet Home." David, there are now replicas of this Knicks-themed garbage can for sale online for less than $200 because one man's trash is another's treasure.
I mean, of course there is. It's America. $200 for a trash can. I don't think I've ever paid that much for a dustbin. What do you call it? Do you still call them dustbins? When I lived in England, I called them trash cans. They're like, oh, you're so American. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Every time when I lived in England, man, I call them like trash bags. They're like, oh, you mean bin bags? Fucking hell. I called something aluminum. Like, what do you mean aluminium? I mean, I gotta say this. Like, I talk shit about America a lot, but Americans, I love you, Americans. I really do. Every time someone asks me, when I lived abroad, people would ask me, do I miss America? And there were things that I miss about America, namely Americans. I love Americans. We don't usually do that shit. If a British person came over and was like, have you got a bit of aluminium foil? Americans be like, oh, that's so cute how you say it that way. I love that. Like, Americans would be genuinely stoked to hear it. they'd be like, a bum bag? You call it a bum bag? That's so funny. I love that. But you say it in Britain, if you go call something a fanny pack and they're like, you think that you Americans don't know how to speak English. It's always that like smugness. Like, I guess that's all they have, right? That's all they have. I mean, that's all they have. Like, but Americans love that shit. We love people having a good time, and and I love. Oh shit! I forgot that it's a. By the way, everybody, this is a call-in show. I forgot to mention it. I'll put this in the chat to make sure that you know it's a call-in show. I forgot to put that in the chat. Here you go. It's a call-in show. Okay. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Please like and subscribe. If you're British, I still love you. I love Brits. I love England. But you guys, it's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa. But do you still call them dustbins? Because, like, it's kind of funny if you think about, like, a trash can. It's a can. You put you don't put dust in it. Like, maybe it was England really dusty back in the day. Why do you call them dustbins? Stick it in the bin, then. We'll be like, hey, throw it away. Oh, throw it away. Do you mean stick it in the bin? Stick it in the bin. Am I going to stick it in the bin? Stick it in the bin, mate. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. No, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. In it.
David. Aaron Katursky. Aaron, thanks.
Everyone seems to be waiting for this one. This question of whether President Trump's day one executive order that would restrict birthright citizenship unless that child has at least one parent who is a citizen or has permanent legal status. Without that, they cannot get birthright citizenship. The question before the Supreme Court.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, look, man, that's because you guys have health insurance. We don't have health insurance, man. You have schools, we have shooting ranges. I know it's a problem. Shit, shooting, we're stabbing each other. I mean, I never heard shooting. That's just what makes the news. And most of the shootings don't even make the news. When I was a kid, we had 3 school shootings in my scholastic career, 3 of them. So, I mean, you're absolutely right, but that's because we have no mental health care, and we have no health care at all in America. We spend $3 trillion on health care, and we still don't got it. It's amazing. But you're right. In England, if your kid started acting a bit of a nutter, if your kid were a bit of a nutter, you could send your bit of a nutter kid to like some guy that's like, yes, quite. I've diagnosed your child, and he's a bit of a nutter. And you'd be like, yeah, I know, my kid's a bit of a nutter. And then you would say, let's do something about it, and say, crikey. Right. Well, I've got lots of ideas of what we can do with your nutter son. And that's what we would do. Israel sponsor check. Genocide is bad. Yes, genocide is bad. I don't know, everyone. I don't know. I don't care who knows it. Genocide is bad. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's very sad that in that in America we have shooting ranges and you have schools. It is sad. That is a sad thing. Thank you for hitting me where it hurts. 20 people were shot in Chicago this weekend, 7 fatally. Not a peep to be heard. What do you mean, not a peep to be heard? You just said it. What do you mean? You heard about it, didn't you? Were you in Chicago when it happened? You heard about it, right? People get shot every day in America. What are you talking about? Not a peep to be heard. What? What are you talking about? Okay, it looks like Iran is the biggest. Iran is the biggest embarrassment. 63% of you said Iran was the biggest embarrassment. Would you do you say aluminum or aluminium? Aluminum. Watching Humans is in the house. Aluminum or aluminium? All right, I'm going to bring in Watching Humans in just a second. Hold on one second for me. Aluminium. It's funny. My spell check says aluminium is spelled incorrectly because I'm American. Here we go. We're going right now. Start the poll. All right. Here we go. We have someone watching Humans. He's watching. Somebody's watching me. I always feel like somebody's watching me. How you doing,
Good
Watch Me,
musical
Human?
reference.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
How are you? What's the deal and how you feeling?
Well, I would love to get your opinion on something.
Yeah, let's hear it.
While some Democratic news outlets are celebrating the embarrassment of Trump's failure in Iran, I was thinking this is such an epic failure that I'm starting to be suspicious that it was on purpose because of the implications of how it benefits Russia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of that's happened. Not only does it benefit Russia, they're also allowing Iran to trade in US dollars. Now they can sell their oil in US dollars. I think a lot's happening, but it absolutely helps Russia. And it helps.
Is this
but more than
accidental
that,
or is this master plan?
I don't think it's master plan. I think it's that these guys. Have you heard that thing where like George Carlin says you don't need a conspiracy because these people know the deal. They all went to the same schools. They all go to the same country clubs. They all hang out. They share women. These guys all are part of the same club. Putin and the oil oligarchs and Iran and the sheiks and Benjamin Netanyahu. All of them are the part of the same club. Don't you think that they're going to work in their best interests?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, I think that it's I think first of all that an intentional failure is exactly, because we know what you would have to do to win, right? We'd have to have people on the ground and a protracted long war. Like that's why Donald. What was the part? Like what was the part of the nuclear disarmament deal that JPCOA, sorry, that Barack Obama had with Iran? He said he hated it. What did he hate about it? He can't ever tell you. So I think what he hated about it was that we weren't buying oil from them. We weren't allowing them to buy oil or sell oil in US dollars. I think that's, and now they can.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't you
think
think?
it gives Trump so much credit though. Like he's sitting here taking all of this criticism when in reality he got what he wanted. His buddies, including Putin, are getting what they wanted. As long as his pocketbook isn't hurt, what the fuck does he care?
Well, he does care because he'll never admit defeat, right? He's not admitting anything.
So his ego.
Yeah, he'll never admit that he did this, right? That he failed. But I think that this is when he thinks that he won because he did win. What do you mean? Like he's taking shit from whom? The senators? He doesn't give a shit about them. Us, the American people, he doesn't care about us.
Okay.
And he's successfully taken billions of dollars out of the American taxpayer's pocket and put it in the hands of the oil companies, like in the form of high gas prices. Mm-hmm. Like it was a huge wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. And that's what he's all about. That's his whole shtick. If I don't know, if I'm Donald Trump, I'm thinking I'm winning right now.
Yeah, like that was the sad reality I had. I think it was, and I'm not a fan of hers, but for whatever reason, Rachel Maddow was in the feed, and she was just talking about exactly how bad the Iran deal was. And I was like, okay, this is so bad, you almost have to think it was intentionally bad.
Yeah, seriously. I think that the end game was always clear for them. I think that because they war game this shit, right? They know what the outcome's going to be before it happens, unless something crazy happens. And nothing crazy happened. Nothing unexpected happened through all this. Two Dude Mama comments, he got literally nothing. He got a lot. We got literally nothing. We got stolen from. Like, they stole our money. And they dumped billions of dollars in the Middle East, in the desert. They took money from us at the gas pump needlessly. They are now sending $300 billion of our dollars, and imagine $300 billion to put that in like most people who know a lot about this shit. The experts say that single payer healthcare to ensure every American man, woman, and child would cost $50 billion a year. If you double that, if you think that's too good to be true, if you double it, you say it's $100 billion a year. That's still 3 years of insuring every man, woman, and child in America that we could have gotten. And Trump says there's no money for that.
Mm-hmm.
Trump says there's no money for childcare. There's no money for any of these things that every other country seems to have. So before we say he got literally nothing, like Rachel Maddow will say, no, we got literally nothing. You know, he screwed us. Yes, he screwed us. I think that's the big.
Yeah. If we would look at it as he lost, well, what did he personally lose? Nothing.
Nothing.
Right?
He made money. He said it out loud. He said, "Oh, I love high gas prices. It means I'm making money. We're making money." He says, he didn't say I. He says, "We make more money when the gas prices are high." He says that out loud, and people are like, "Duh. Well, it'll come tumbling down when the war's over." I mean, and now that it's over, they come tumbling down? They're down, but not like he promised 50% reduction in gas prices after the first 12 months of his second term, and it hasn't happened. The gas is more expensive.
Next question. Had you ever looked at the 24/7 camera that points at the reflecting pool before?
Like maybe when I was like those back in the old days when we used to look at webcams and stuff. I don't know. Not this year.
Okay.
Why?
I really wanted to know what it looked like right before the painting project.
I mean, I've seen clips of it. I've got a couple of clips of it in the queue today of the 24/7 reflecting pool. What do you mean? What it looked like before? Like what it looked like before the renovation?
Yeah, because apparently that there was an ongoing battle against algae, but I want to know how bad it looked and how it got prioritized.
Oh, well, I've been there dozens of times. I've been there in person dozens of times. And
yeah, how's it look in person?
It had algae. I mean, I'll tell you, like when it was happening, dude, I said, as soon as they paint this thing, they're going to paint it a lighter color and you're going to see the algae more. And so when you looked into the reflecting pool, it looked kind of black because the bottom was black and there was algae in it. And it's a giant pool of mostly still water. Like the water's kind of moving, but it's mostly still. It's river water too from the Potomac, and it's poisoned from agriculture. Like there's E. coli in it and stuff from manure. There's manure in it, and because of the runoff from the farms of Maryland, I think Maryland, maybe from Virginia. I'm not sure how the river goes, but it's you know where the Potomac is between Maryland and Virginia. And those are big agriculture states with lots of cows, and the cows shit, and it all runs downhill. So there's glyphosate and manure and all the other type of runoff waste that ends up in the reflecting pool. It's not like it's gross; it doesn't stink, but there's algae in it for sure. And so when he said he was going to paint it blue, I'm like, it doesn't matter what color you paint it; it's going to be the same color. It's going to be dark green because it's fucking like it's algae. There's algae in it. It sits in the sun all day. And lo and behold, that's what happened. And I can't believe no one else was saying that. And now everyone's surprised that algae's growing in the fucking reflection pool.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's sort of artistically cool, but now this is the first time I've ever thought about it. It's like, oh, this was a problem waiting to happen from the very beginning. I'm not sure it's the it. I mean, do we really need to see Washington Monument reflected at the impossible maintenance of a shallow pool of water sitting in the sun?
Well, it could be. I think there's solutions to this, but they're never going to want to do it right. And they have and the corruption and the graft that's always going on. But dude, I don't think the reflecting pool is there as some. I think the reason why they built it is so that people don't protest in front of the Abraham Lincoln Memorial and it's a big area, and it's to put a pool there. People aren't going. You saw like in Forrest Gump where Forrest Gump and Jenny run across the pool together and they meet in the middle. You know. Mm-hmm. It's funny because like you would never be in that pool. It's kind of gross, but when you gather at the mall, you can't really gather there because there's a pool in the middle of it. You know what I mean? There's like, you can't really put as many people there. I think that's why the pool is there, honestly. I know it sounds crazy, a crazy conspiracy theory, but I don't think it's there as some beautiful memorial to anybody. It's America's mirror bullshit.
Someone in your chat mentioned the motorcade going through the pool. What was the reason for driving the motorcade through the pool?
So their excuse for that was going into the pool with a motorcade is that first of all, I think it probably a cool photo op to put the motorcade down there, but they said because to take Donald Trump outside and have him walk that far, he probably couldn't do it because he's old and decrepit, but also he'd be a target. Like it's too open.
Oh,
you know, it's like they couldn't really like secure it well enough, like to put him in the middle. Like if you put Donald Trump in the middle of a football field in the middle of a city that doesn't have like you can't control who's coming and going, it would be dangerous. So if you have a motorcade with like the full on military like support and everything that you can, because he wanted to go look at it. I think like he wanted to go look at the project.
Boy, that's a good reason.
Well, I guess like if I had a lot of shit writing on something like this, I was spending $14 million and I was going to be embarrassed, I probably would want to go look at it in person too, to be honest. But he's a shitty manager. What he should do is hire somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing. That's why you don't do no bid contracts, right? He gave somebody $14 million who was a campaign finance. He was a campaign contributor.
Right.
So you gave my campaign, you gave me money, so I'm going to give you tax dollars to the tune of, now they're saying it's $16.5 million. He says it's 10 million, but let's call it somewhere in between. Let's call it $13 million and split the difference. Like
I swear I heard him quote 1 million at one point.
In the beginning, it's cost $1 million. Yeah. Now he says he only spent 10. He's bragging about it only being 10.
We don't have any touch with actual dollar amounts anymore. 1 million becomes 30 million. 3 billion becomes 30 billion. And it's just like, I'm sitting here thinking, what? No one even blinks an eye anymore.
Yeah, so Two-Door Mama scientists said the dark blue as opposed to lighter gray. Absolutely, that's exactly what I said when they were doing it. Two-Door Mama, if you make it a lighter color, the algae will be, because the sun is reflecting. It's getting more photosynthesis. Basically, the algae is getting more green because of the lighter color, right? Also, it's new. It's a new bloom. So if you've been near the ocean and you've ever seen like an algae bloom, it's crazy when it's brand new, and then it starts to die off and calm down. Someone said, oh yeah, he said Obama spent $50 million. So during Obama's term, the Department of Interior, don't forget Barack Obama was in office for 8 years, and the Department of Interior for many years was trying to fix the drainage. And so they drained it, they tore a lot of shit up, they fixed the drainage, they fixed the intake from the Potomac, and they put a new filtration system in. And Donald Trump is saying the filtration system was broken and that's why it sucks today. But that doesn't make any sense because it's been like 12 years and all of a sudden when you touch it, it becomes a problem. Bullshit. I call bullshit. But I mean, I honestly, the other thing is it was leaking like, I think 1 million gallons, some ridiculous number of gallons of water it was leaking. And Barack Obama fixed that shit. I shouldn't even say it's not really Barack Obama, because Barack Obama wasn't out there like, well, we're fixing the reflecting pool and I'm going to make that all about me. I'll make it all about myself.
Right.
Barack Obama didn't do that shit, right? The Department of Interior hired people to fix the fucking reflecting pool. It really had nothing to do with Barack Obama. He was in charge, but he wasn't like, I'm going to try my motorcade and bring my kids down. We're going to look at the reflecting pool. Like, he didn't do that shit. You know, part of this is also like Donald Trump making everything about him. You know, if he didn't try to take credit for the reflecting pool,
right,
then we wouldn't be talking about it like this, you know?
Yeah, because it's the same quotes that he uses for the ballroom. They've been wanting this for all these years, and no one would do it except for me. Like, who the fuck is they? He's always referencing these non-existent people. And he did, you're right, he did it again with the reflecting pool. This makes me great because no one else would do this. And you
nobody would do it. I did it. Right.
And then the
I'm not
maggots
impressed.
repeat him.
They
get on the TV. No other president would have ever done this. It's like,
they're so impressed. Really? They're so impressed that he's surfacing a pool. Motherfucker, my neighbors resurfaced their pool.
I know. I thought the far right would be upset about wasting time on something as stupid as a reflecting pool, not celebrated.
Dude, making it about him is crazy. Do you remember? Okay, you might not remember this. Maybe someone in the chat remembers this. Does anybody remember the World War II memorial and when it went up? Does anybody remember the World War II memorial? Does anybody remember? Do you remember it, Skylar?
I don't remember when it went up. Like
Okay,
the event, like the unveiling or something of that sort.
Yeah. Does anybody remember it? It was a big deal. It was a big deal. And here's what happened. They wanted to do a World War II memorial, and it had been in the works for a while, and it was George W. Bush's term. And he's like, and so then he decided he wanted to make it. So George W. Bush went around the mall, and he looked at what was all the other ones, because we had the Vietnam memorial. It's pretty sad. The Korean memorial. It's also kind of sad because it's about fallen soldiers. The memorial's about dead people, about people who died in these wars. And George W. Bush decided what he wanted was, like they have in England, a war memorial was about, like Trafalgar Square, the Lions, we returned victorious. He wanted to have a memorial that was like about the victory of America over Europe in World War II. And that's what they did. And if you go there, it's like these big wreaths and one column for every state, and this big thing with a pool with a massive fountain shooting in the air. And it doesn't really fit in with any of the others, but it is very beautiful. It is like, and it does. I've been there several times, and it feels like, damn, it does kind of makes you feel like, damn, we kicked some fucking ass in World War II. We did. America. Yeah. Fuck yeah, we did. It does kind of make you feel that way when you're there. But George W. Bush, even he was like, this isn't about me. It's about honoring the soldiers. It's about this. It's about these other things. It's not about me. Even George fucking W. Bush. And it was a scandal at the time, because people were like, we're not honoring the dead. We're like rejoicing about how many people we killed or something. And like, and it's weird. And so the way they temper that is like, they have these bas relief copper or brass things where you can see like Americans working in factories to build up to the war, and then the fighting of the war and the liberation of the camps and things like that. And it shows like in pictures, like what happened in World War II, sort of. It's pretty cool. It's a cool, I don't know. It's still controversial, but when you go there, it's like, well, fuck it. I mean, they kind of pulled it off. It's a little weird to see here. It feels a little bit like Trafalgar Square, or like the Arc of Triumph.
That is it's amazing to ever look back at George W. and think better.
How quaint. I look back at him and I'm like, do you remember there was this famous bumper sticker when Barack Obama became president, and there were these bumper stickers of George W. Bush going like, "You miss me yet?" And it had him like this, "Miss me yet?"
They did the same thing with Trump. Miss me yet?
Miss me yet? And it's like, I do miss George W. Bush now. I hate to say it, but I kind of miss the old fucker. Like, he was much better
in
than
contrast.
this guy.
In contrast to him, I'm waiting for Trump to order his face to be put on the Iwo Jima statue, raising the flag.
Well, yeah, no. So what he's doing, he's building a Arc of Trump and they wanted to
right.
put the
That's right.
they wanted to put his fist on the top of the ark, and it's going to be built in Arlington. It's desecrating the graves of our soldiers, dude. It's built
Again,
like
far right conservatives. How are you not upset about someone continuously building monuments to himself?
It's insane.
Jesus.
Let me ask you
How is it that the left has to get upset about that? I thought the right would be upset about things like that.
Well, how do they claim patriotism when they do stuff like that? How do they claim that they're when Donald Trump repeatedly desecrates the graves of the fallen and just calls them losers? He called John
It's a
McCain a
cult.
loser.
I mean, I know that's sort of a cop-out answer, but it's cult behavior. They're worshiping him, not the country.
Yeah. So let me ask you, so you're in San Francisco, and I don't know what part of San Francisco you live in, but do they still have that giant pride flag flying over the Castro?
Oh, I haven't been down there in a while.
I just got a
Huh.
question. I just got a comment. Is this channel just for gays? Because I had the pride flag. Because I stand in solidarity with the oppressed. I stand in solidarity with the oppressed. Feel like just they get so triggered. They get so triggered by rainbows now.
I know. I almost said, yeah, I live in the gay part, just because that's all that the conservatives will think. I got to tell you, this is going to be the second year in a row that Pride came and went without me seeing a single sign of it.
Oh, really?
Like, it's not in your face the way that the far right would make you think.
No, not there, especially. I was in, so, I went to Berkeley, and so I was there. I lived there for 3 years, and I really love the Bay Area. But what I found interesting, my first year there, like I had gay I was in the arts and stuff, so I had gay friends, and not that gays are only in the arts, but there are a lot of gay people in the arts and in the humanities. And they were like, no one was in gay clubs or anything, and they told me that they had 2 gay collegiate clubs, and no, they had really low attendance, but the Republican club at Berkeley was the biggest Republican club in America. And I thought, that's crazy. This is Berkeley.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, the city is more liberal than the college. First of all, the college is quite conservative. It's the oldest California college. So it's pretty conservative. The regents are conservative. It's not really that fucking liberal. But they said, well, the Republicans, when they come to the Bay Area, they feel marginalized. So when you're conservative and you're living in the Bay, you join clubs so that you could be around people like yourself. And if you're gay and you live in the Bay Area, you just go to the bar. You don't need to join a club because you're accepted. There's people around like you. So maybe that's why you don't really even notice the whole. Because why bother in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Steffelson says, I'm not gay, but I did some experimenting in college. Also, can you please do a new poll? Were you alive during George W. Bush's? Yeah, I could do a new poll right now. I'll do a new poll. It looks like 80% of you say 81% of you say aluminum over aluminium. So that's great. Not that there's a better one. I just don't like being corrected. I'm fine either way. If you guys say aluminium and I say aluminum, I love it. Potato, potato. But fuck you if you correct people. If someone says aluminium and you know what they're talking about, shut the fuck up. That's how I feel about that. So it says aluminum. Like, I feel like if someone says aluminium, Americans are just like, I get it. But if you go to England and you say aluminum, they're like, that's not how you say it. You Americans. Bloody hell. Anyway.
Well, we're easily impressed by accents, I think, because we just don't encounter it here.
Really?
I don't know.
I think we encounter it so much. I think that's why we don't care. Because I feel like if you're in Los Angeles and someone walks in and orders a beer and they're like, beer 1 please, you're like, yeah, sure, I know what you mean. Here's a beer. But if someone comes into it, but if someone goes into England and goes, beer, one, please, they're like, oh, that's not how you order a beer, old man, old chap. That's not how you order beer, my
I'm already entertained just by you mimicking an English person. It's already more fun.
I feel like we're so used to people in America. They come in, they don't know how to say a lot of shit, but they're trying, and we just accept it. We understand them enough. Like, I go tickets, please, New York now. And you're like, yo, you want 2 tickets to New York? Yeah, no problem. Here you go. Give me the money. It's $5, whatever. It's $100, whatever. Like, we're not going to be like, actually, if you can't speak the Queen's English, then get the bloody hell out. I don't know. Maybe there's some Americans like that, but I feel like most of us are just kind of like, if you could get shit, most Americans are talking like dang dang do. Nah, I go what have you heard Mark Wayne Mullen talk about like is our children getting them good grades or what? And you're like, oh, that's not even English, but I know what you mean, you know. What is our children's score up in here? What is our children's score in the reading department? Like, you know. Do you remember the W term? W's
Which one?
Presidency. Oh, that's the next poll.
What else his presidential term. Okay.
Yeah, his presidency.
What else have I got? I don't know.
What's on your mind? What else is on your mind? Algae. You got algae on the mind. You got all sorts of fun stuff to think about. I like it.
I'm just so disturbed by the MAGA cult and like being able to listen to Trump be just about as ridiculous and stupid as possible. And I picture MAGAs going, yep, that's right. Yep. Yeah.
You know what bothers me the most about that is their amnesia. Like, you know how in 1984 it's so easy. You just change the posters on the wall and your ally becomes your enemy and your enemy becomes your ally. And now we're seeing that, right? Donald Trump says that Iran is our ally now and Russia is our ally now. And people are like, yep, I'd rather be Russian than Democrat. And it's like, wow. Or like,
right. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was thinking about how, right now we've got all these democratic socialists winning elections and primaries and shit over in New York, and it's scaring people.
I know they're talking about socialism again all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's scaring the Republicans. But I think what's interesting about that is that the here's the difference. So Nazis, Nationalist Socialist movement, and the Democratic Socialist movement, those were the two main movements in Germany. And the Nationalist Socialists hated the Social Democrats because Social Democrats were talking about international organization and cooperation, pluralism, representation for all, these types of things, the betterment for everybody, even on planet Earth, the better for all humanity. And Germany is like, no, it's only better for the Germans, the white Germans, the Christian Germans. That's what nationalist socialism is. And I feel like we're doing the same thing over again, except here's the thing. The Democratic Socialists never say that we need to destroy the Republican Party, that the Republican Party is the enemy of the people, that we need to get rid of every single one of them, that they're rats. But the Nationalist Socialists have no problems doing that. The MAGA has no problem doing that, saying that we need to kill all the Democrats and we need to get rid of all of them.
Right.
I never hear the Social Democrats. That's why the Social Democrats always get killed. That's why they always lose. You know?
Even if we were to entertain the idea that we would become socialist, why would socialism be worse than an oligarchy? Like, again, I thought the far right didn't like these rich feminine beta men at the top spending all day in a spa and getting orange paint applied to their faces.
These rich nerds sitting there like getting their penis pumps. What's funny is that at the end of the day, they're all socialists. They just don't like the word, right? So you have socialism. Socialism just means prioritizing the interest of the public, human necessity over, or public need, I should say, over private profit. That's all it really means. That's what socialism means. And what nationalist socialism tries to do is say we can have it both ways as long as we only say that we're prioritizing the need, the public need. And by public need, we mean only these white Christian nationalists, the German folk in the past. And here it's like the white American, right? MAGA caters to them. We can have it both ways. We can benefit the white American and the corporation. We can prioritize profit and a certain group of the public. That's nationalist socialism. That's Nazism. And
isn't there also a correlation of communism and socialism in people's minds?
I think that's because of the USSR, the United Soviet Socialist Republics, right? Like
okay, right. So that's terrible, and yet now you have the same people who think that that's terrible, saying that they'd rather be Russian than Democrat.
Russian than Democrat, yeah. Mm-hmm. But you're right. There's but socialism, taken to its logical ends, gets to communism. Like that's where the theory goes. Like political theory, like political scientists, they'll say that socialism is undeniably good, putting public need over private profit. That's socialism. If you go to the extreme where that would be in, if you really took that seriously for 100 years or even 50 years or even 15 years, you could get to a place where there is no nation state and no bosses, because we're all prioritizing public need and health and well-being over private profit. Like that's like where the logical step. So you're right that socialism is it ends up with this idea of communism, but so does nationalist socialism. That's why I just saw a video. I just showed a video of Mike Pence saying that what Donald Trump was doing by nationalizing certain portions of companies and allowing certain companies to get no tariffs, like tariff relief or tariff waivers, that was Marxism. And it does taste like Marxism because the nationalist socialist movement is going to be about welfare for corporations and certain members of the public. We take the ones we don't like, we put them in camps and use them as slaves. We take the ones we do like and we prop them up and make them feel good about being American or German or whatever it is because they're nationalists. And meanwhile, we take the companies we like and we prop them up and we promote them because they support our power. So, you see what I mean? So it tastes like Marxism either way you go, but it's not really Marxism. You feel me?
I feel you.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Well, sir, I'm going to take the dogs out for a run and clear all this depressing shit out of my head.
Have at it. June's almost over. So if you're going to celebrate Pride Month before we only have a couple more days. It's 5 more days of Pride Month. And then I could stop hearing about people who are afraid of rainbows. All these snowflakes in my chat every day. Oh, a rainbow. They're so afraid of the rainbow.
Yeah.
Don't fear it.
So do they get mad? Do they get mad when there's an actual rainbow in the sky?
I don't know. I think they're very conflicted. I think they're very confused. It makes them feel funny.
Doesn't the Bible talk about a rainbow being God's sign after the flood?
Yeah.
The
dove comes with the olive branch. The dove with an olive leaf. The dove comes with an olive leaf and the rainbow comes and God says, "This is my covenant with you that I'll never flood the earth again."
No, but everyone has to be gay from now on. My agreement.
Well, did you care about what did you think about how the New York Giants, like they had the San Francisco Giants had the rainbows on their logos, and some of the players wrote that Bible verse. I think it's Genesis 3:19 about the rainbow in the Bible, and they got verbal warnings from the Giants ownership because it is against the league rules to write anything on your uniform. And Fox News was saying that was against their freedom of religion. I mean, you run a sports thing. You do sports.
Well, baseball's barely a sport. I mean, I could play that.
You don't follow baseball?
It's so hard. I mean,
I thought you followed all sports.
I mean,
sorry, I made the mistake of thinking that you follow all sports.
Well, you gotta pace yourself with baseball because it lasts so long, and one day the Giants can be on the top, and the next they're the bottom. And I'm like the rankings of teams in baseball goes up and down so fast.
That's what I love about baseball. That's my favorite thing about baseball is that it's such a heartbreaker. And then in the end, the rich team usually wins. It's always that too. It's always like the Blue Jays or something will go up against the fucking New York Yankees, and you're like, oh my God, the Blue Jays might win. And it's like, come on. And the New York Yankees just wreck them. Like, I love that it's just, I love baseball. I don't follow it like a freak, but I like casually, I'm aware of it. I like it during baseball season.
The Giants Stadium is really nice, and if you go with a group of friends and want to enjoy some beers, good spot for it.
And there's a free section.
Man.
Have you ever gone to the free section of the Giant Stadium?
Are you sure that still exists?
I mean, last time I was in San Francisco, we walked right up to it and we saw, you could, I'm pretty sure it's by where the ferry drops you off, and there's like a dugout area. It's like on the field, and there's like a fence.
No.
Yeah. And it only holds a certain amount of people, and there's people there. Like you can't stand there the whole game, but you could go while the game is on and go watch a piece. Like, I think you could go in there for 15 minutes and watch like 15 minutes of the free game. So if you're
without a ticket whatsoever,
no ticket. Yeah. No ticket. Yeah.
I don't know. There's a standing room area that still costs money.
I don't know. I'm going to ask Google. Is there still a free viewing area at Giant Stadium in San Francisco? Yeah, there's still a free viewing area at Oracle Park. Fans can watch the game through special portal archways in the right field wall along McCovey Cove Promenade. You're allowed to watch 3 innings. I thought it was way shorter. 3 innings. You're allowed to stay for 3 innings, and they kick you out. They enforce a strict limit. You're not allowed to watch the whole game. You can't watch all. You could watch 1/3 of the game though, for free, at Oracle Park. That's pretty sick.
That I find that hard to believe still, even though you looked it up.
Yeah, I saw a picture of it just now. It just looked like a fence. It's just, I would have put the picture up, but it's just a fence, and you can go and look at the field and watch them play. And you're like, it's good. You're on right field, and you're looking at I think it's mostly for tourists, so they can like, I don't know. It's free though. It's fucking free. It's a free baseball game, a free Major League Baseball game in San Francisco. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now back to what you said before. Do players not write on there? Do they actually obey the rules? Because we got to separate between freedom of speech and obeying your employer's rules. Like if you were at the office and you decided to just write on company equipment Bible verses,
yeah,
would that be okay? Is that,
No, you'd be
are you
fired.
vandalizing company equipment or?
Okay, imagine how about in McDonald's if you wrote Bible verses, or let's say you wrote "fuck Trump" on your McDonald's uniform. Would that be freedom of speech? No, because you're renting your time.
I would actually disappear. They would disappear me. This administration, if you practice freedom of speech against the president, you will disappear.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's a league rule. Like, it's funny because Colin Kaepernick wasn't breaking any league rules, and that's why they had to make rules for them to, like, if you didn't want to stand for the fucking whatever, for the song, the anthem, you had to be in the locker room or something. But that rule didn't exist in the NFL when Colin Kaepernick was taking a knee. And but it's a league rule that you're not allowed to write. And I'm sure this rule comes from someplace in baseball. People probably did write whatever the 1920s equivalent was of fuck Donald Trump, right? They probably had something written on their uniform. FN word. Like, I bet you when Jackie Robinson joined the white leagues, I bet you that people wrote stuff on their uniforms about that. You're not allowed to write on your goddamn uniform.
So by writing Bible verses, this was their way of being comfortable with it and not supporting pride.
Yeah, to say that I'm not, that this isn't gay. This rainbow is not a gay rainbow. It's a Jesus rainbow. It's a Noah's Ark rainbow. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Okay, so I just want to bring up just one more thing. I love this. William, I love the fact, I love when people call me a retard and they can't spell your. It's one of my favorite things that happens on the internet. Thank you for keeping that tradition alive. It's been going on since the birth of the internet. When you insult someone, maybe just read it, like make sure everything's spelled correctly. Because especially if you're insulting someone's intelligence. No, I don't think he knows
how to punctuate that. Your and your is so fucking...
your. Yeah. You're a fucking retard. Like, it's really, I love it when people call me an idiot or they insult my intelligence and they can't even spell. It's my favorite. Like, when the illiterates, they're like, you is stupid. You is stupid. I love that stuff. Navia, you're a retard. Yeah, exactly. It's my favorite. I just love that shit, man. It's one of my favorite things that happens on the internet. Thank you. All right. Well, if you don't have any opinion about the baseball, then I guess I'll let you go. I thought you were a baseball fan. I thought you were I thought you liked all the sports balls, but I didn't know that it was limited.
I won't stand on the mound and face a professional fastball. Like, that's pretty scary. Other than that, baseball just isn't impressive.
I think it's incredibly impressive. I love baseball. I love going to a baseball game, having beers, watching the chess game, because it's like there's a chess game going on and there's people moving and everyone's
Are they?
This, like,
are they? They barely move. There's rarely movement.
There's people running and there's like there's strategy involved in this large team. I don't know. Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, do you not like?
You're reaching. You're reaching.
No way, man. Do you not like chess either?
What, like, oh, wow. Yes, I hate chess. That was a great conclusion.
I mean, oftentimes I've heard
you think that having a strategy in a competitive engagement is unique to baseball?
No, I just think that not at all. No, absolutely not.
That was a weak compliment then.
I like the fact that, but I think that chess is often criticized for being slow, and so is baseball. And I think that baseball, that the slow burn of it is one of my favorite things. Kind of like I hear all the time people talk shit about soccer, and because there's like, oh, they had a 0-0 game or it's 1-0, sounds boring. And it's like, no, man, it's like always moving. There's all this shit happening the whole time. And then it's like you're building up and then boom, someone scores and it's like a big release. I feel like it's more like maybe it's more like edging, like, oh my God. And then you get a grand slam. Holy shit, man, dude, when I was a kid, I saw Darryl Strawberry hit a grand slam in person. And I'll never forget it. Like,
yeah, because that was the only part of the game that was worth remembering. That's why you won't forget it.
Well, yeah, what those big moments are worth remembering. I mean, but you could say that about anything. Hamlet, everyone knows to be or not to be, and because it's worth remembering, or they remember him holding the skull, right? Because these are like flash.
Stop it! You're saying that the rest of Hamlet sucks? Is that what
you're
saying?
I'm saying that the rest of Hamlet isn't as memorable as these like big moments. But that Hamlet's great. So is baseball, because in baseball there's these moments that are like, bam, holy shit, and that's what makes it so great. Football is like all these high scores, and they crunch and they crunch and they crunch, and they're all wearing, like NFL, they look like they're going up to the fucking moon with all this NASA gear they've got on. Holy shit, it looks I don't know, they so much gear. I just can't even relate to the people on the field. They just look like, I don't know, they look like soldiers or something. I don't like it. And I mean, I like NFL, it's fine, but it's kind of fucking lame. I guess you're more of a basketball guy anyway, right?
Yeah, and football.
Yeah, football. Just not baseball, huh?
I'm not anti-baseball. I'm just saying I could easily play baseball drunk off my ass.
No, you could play softball, maybe. That's like say you could play tackle football drunk off your ass, I guess.
It is not like saying that. It's not like saying that. You move 5 times a game in baseball. You move constantly in football.
You got to hit. That's hard. It's one of the hardest things to do in sport. They did a Sports Illustrated poll once.
I said, if you remove that one aspect of it,
like the main part of the game. Okay, if you remove the main part of the game, then they're barely moving.
There's only 2 of all the people on the field are involved in what you're calling the main part of the game. Everyone else on the field can have their thumbs up their asses.
What are you talking about? There's the pitcher, the catcher, the batter, the ump, the first baseman.
You're including the ump now?
Of course, yeah, the ump's part of the game. Yeah. Up until recently, the ump was an extremely important part of the game until they started with all this bullshit with all these like timeouts and replays and all this bullshit. I like the fact that the umps were also just as important as a human element to these games. I hate that about football. It's like, no, better make sure, let's play it in slow-mo from different angles and make sure that it wasn't right over the line. Fucking boring. I don't give a shit.
It's amazing that any of these games ever finish.
Oh my God. There's just these reviews are so it ruins the game. I want if the ump made a bad call or if the referee made a bad call, then okay, then we have to live with that. That's how it is in soccer. It just sometimes it's a bad call, like Maradona and the hand of God. Have
they not changed that? They're not going to change that.
No, Maradona. He put the ball into the goal with his hand. The referee, the judge I think they call him, what do they call him in soccer? In German, they call him Richter, but Torrichter, like a goal judge. I don't know what they call him in English. I guess they're calling, what do they call him in English? Referees in English? I think they call them just referees in English and in soccer. But Maradona hit the fucking ball into the net with his hand. The referee didn't see it, and it stands. They still won the World Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're talking about the past. I'm saying, aren't there talks about introducing reviews to?
Yeah, it would suck if they do that. It ruins the game. All these games are ruined because of this stupid shit. They call it a referee, says Kieran. Yeah, and sorry, a lot of the times, sometimes German words get into my brain more quickly than English words. I know that's weird, but Maradona versus Messi. Oh, Messi, I think Maradona's legend, but I mean Messi's a modern day god. He's like the Kobe Bryant of soccer. You kidding me? Messi's amazing. Messi's unreal. Maradona's, I don't know. Those 70s guys are hard to argue with. Those like Dr. J. Like even in basketball, you have like Dr. J and even the Larry Bird and stuff like that. Like it's Magic Johnson. Those guys are hard to beat, but they're no Kobe Bryant. Who's the Kobe Bryant of today? Skylar.
We don't really have a Kobe Bryant anymore. They're all divas.
They're all divas now. None of them are like the Black Mamba.
No. These guys sit out playoff games when they get a fucking hangnail.
See, sports
because they get paid no matter what, and they rush off to their podcast for their supplemental income, even when they're like, just. I mean, honestly, it used to be unbelievable, unfathomable for a competitor to miss a playoff game for for even legitimate injuries. And now they're sitting out because of bruises and shit.
Yeah. Nurse Rod says Kobe is overrated. Well, people always say that, but I was lucky enough to go to a game when Kobe was still playing for the Lakers. And I tell you, I thought he was overrated. It was during the scandal when people were calling him a rapist and stuff. And he might have been one. You know, there's a lot of speculation and controversy there. But then I saw him play and I was like, oh, now I get why people are so passionate about this subject. Because holy shit, he was a marvel.
Yeah, I wasn't a Kobe fan while he played because I thought that the Lakers got a lot of help from the league and I thought he complained a lot. But compared to today, he was undeniably a cut above in terms of being a competitor and obviously a very talented athlete.
Yeah, he was, but he was like a Jordan, you know, like these guys. We grew up in a different time, but I'm sure that people back, because I remember when we had Jordan and Kobe and even Shaq and Barkley, like these guys, Pippen, these guys were so like just amazing for me growing up. And then all the old timers were talking about Dr. J and fucking I don't know, these other old time people before me, you know, before my time, and I was like, they're better, so much better than your guys now. Are you maybe guilty of the same thing? That because you grew up with Kobe and them, you feel like they were just better than the guys today?
Well, it's not just because I grew up with them. I spent a lot of time comparing footage, and today's game is a fucking joke.
Well, there you go. Have at it. Watching Humans is a podcast that Skylar does on the Watching Humans podcast with Jack Gashate, and you should watch it. And please subscribe to Watching Humans on YouTube. Thank you for being here, Skylar.
Thank you. And by the way, that was all fake. I don't know anything about sports. I just didn't want to sound gay during Pride Month.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, it was all acting to appease the MAGAs listening.
You should just come on the show more often and talk about the politics of sports, since it's always so applicable. There's always some political shit going on in sports, always.
Oh, that Stephen A. Smith motherfucker is a piece of trash. Capitulating to Trump all the time and calling Trump. Let me ask MAGAs.
Genuflecting. He's kneeling at the altar.
Yeah. Let me ask MAGAs something. Do you who want to say that Trump had a right to go to that game because he's a Knicks fan? Do you think Donald Trump could explain the rules of basketball?
Okay, I'm gonna put that in the poll. Could Donald Trump explain the rules of basketball?
I'd like to see him dribble. I'd like to see him dribble the ball twice.
Donald Trump has never had a driver's license, Skylar. Donald Trump has never driven a car. I don't think that he could. Do you remember when he every time he sits into a car, in the driver's seat of a car, he's always like pretending like he doesn't know how to drive. It's so funny. Like when he gets in, remember when he was in the garbage truck and he was like, and he was pretending like he can honk a horn, or he was gesticulating as if he's driving. And then when he got in, when they tried to sell the Teslas I love Tesla, and on the White House lawn, and Donald Trump got in, he's like, oh, it's all computer. Remember that? And he sat in the driver's seat and he's like, like he did, like he's never been in a car before, because he's never been in a car before, not in the front seat anyway. 88% say no on your question about Donald Trump being able to explain the rules of basketball.
Yeah, that seems, well, it should be 100%, but I'll take 88%. That's reasonable.
How many people are on a basketball team or on the court?
Really? You went to a Laker game and you can't tell me that?
I get confused, man, because I know it's 11 on both sides of a soccer team. Is it 8 on?
Yeah, and
is it 8 in basketball? It's 11 on basketball.
No,
because you don't have a tour. It's 5.
It's 5 on each side. It's 5 on each side. And 11 on each side in American football.
And 11
And
in
I guess
soccer as well.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's 11 in soccer as well.
The one that primarily uses their feet. Why couldn't the United States of America just come up with a different name when we created football?
Oh, there's actually a reason for that. Because they both their common ancestor because they have a common ancestor. It's like evolution, actually. They have a common ancestor, and they started. So our soccer used to be more violent, more like rugby, right? Soccer was more like rugby back in the old days. And there was this other team. So they had football, and it was like evolving in different ways. And so football kind of split off into soccer and what we now call football in America. And in Europe, it didn't. It just stayed football. And so it just ended up becoming like this weird evolution of the game. One just happened to keep the name, but their common ancestor was what they called football. Isn't that crazy? So you have this and also rugby's in there somewhere too. Like rugby, they all comes from this kicking a ball game that they all used to have called football. And then it started to split off into rugby, soccer, and football. And so I think it's kind of fun. I like just calling it American football. I don't know why we can't just all agree American football and football. There's football and American football. I think that's perfectly acceptable. That's what they do in Australia. They have Australian rules and American and Australian rules rugby and Australian rules whatever. I think that's
okay. So in your world of calling it American football and then just football, then do you get rid of the word soccer? It ceases to exist. Just stop using it.
I don't think it matters. I mean, it's kind of fun calling it soccer. I don't know. I think soccer is kind of a fun name, but I think it'd be football and American football. But
are Europeans still offended by it being called soccer?
I don't know if they're offended, but I get annoyed every time I see on during this World Cup, people are like, soccer or football. Like they always do this shit. It's like aluminum or aluminium. It's like, we know, motherfucker. Like we have the internet now. You don't have to explain it to me every time you mention the damn game. It's, I don't know. Maybe I'm too annoyed. I'm too easily annoyed, Skyler. But
I'm trying to remember how many people are on the court, and then we'll continue from there.
No, what's funny, if we were talking about one sport, I would know, but I get like confused when we're talking about multiple sports. I'm like, wait a second. And I'd rather ask than just say, like, sit there and guess and be wrong and feel stupid. Right? Like, wait, how many are on the field at one point again? I just forget. I don't know.
And how many are on the field in baseball at one time?
I don't know, 12 or something.
Dude, you're so busted. You're gay and you don't like sports at all, do you?
How many people are on that? It's eight, right? It's 8. It's 8 in baseball, right?
I don't know. Are you counting the umpire this time and the first base coach?
I don't know how many players are in the outfield in a baseball game. Oh, it just says 3, and that's not what I mean. How many players?
Yeah, you said outfield.
Right fielder. Oh, yeah, I know. How many players are playing defense in baseball?
It's 9.
Is it 9? Because the pitcher. Yeah, it's 9. It's 8 plus the pitcher. Yeah.
Let's see. Shortstop.
Pitcher, catcher, first baseman, second baseman, third baseman, shortstop, left fielder, center fielder, right fielder.
Yeah, 3 fielders, 4 bases, the shortstop, pitcher, and catcher. I mean,
wait, no,
it's
3 bases, and then the catcher. Well, the catcher is the 4th baseman, I guess, kind of. Yeah. Anyway, all right. It's been fun talking sports with you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon. Happy Pride Month in San Francisco. I hope that you have a great time there for the rest of the month. Have fun at the parade.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, did you hear my joke? Ever since you told me about the suicide catchers at the Golden Gate Bridge, I make that joke every day. I'm like, hey, go jump off a bridge, but not the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah. Or try really hard to avoid those nets.
I mean, the Senate, the United States Senate just told Donald Trump to jump off a bridge, but not the Golden Gate Bridge. Anyway, have a great time. Goodbye. Everyone should follow Watching Humans subscribe to Watching Humans on the YouTube because he's great and it's got fun time. It's good time. Be gay, do crimes, says Chai Pixies. Good times. Be gay, do crimes. Good times.
Does that violate the 14th Amendment's guarantee?
Hey, this is the Morning Sky Show. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you very much. I have a Cash App and a Venmo. It's Sky Jack Morgan on Cash App and Venmo. And also, you can super chat me right here, just like Steffelson and Ben did. Thank you so much for sticking it out with me and supporting independent media. I appreciate you so freaking much. Thank you for being here. It's a call-in show, and the call-in number is linked in the chat. You can just click on it or copy and paste it or whatever and be live with me right here. If you've got something on your mind, let me know how you feel about Melania coin, for example.
Birthright citizenship has long been conventionally understood to apply to nearly all babies born on U.S. soil, but the president is now putting that to the test.
Absolutely. And, I think we heard in arguments, the justice is a little bit skeptical of what President Trump is trying to do here. And so, I think that, there's somewhat of a, maybe not consensus, but there's somewhat of an idea maybe of how this decision is going to go. And even President Trump himself has said over the past few months that he's expecting to lose this case.
That's right. And as we are waiting to see what that decision says, and if he is indeed true, we are getting some clues about who may be writing it. And so we can put our graphic here up on the screen because this is going to be now the second rule that I was alluding to earlier that gives us some clues of what's going to happen at the Supreme Court. So as you mentioned, the first rule was they split up their work.
William Talent mentions that I've got a different take about this a little bit than most people. Like it does hurt that I think they should be taking about 10% and YouTube takes 30%. But I also think, like if you are a Sky City Rebel, for example, I think that's a great way to support the channel because the algorithm pushes it to more people if you support the channel through YouTube. And I think that's great. Of course, I love it when people PayPal or Cash App or Venmo, but there's a lot of value that YouTube provides for the channel. I'm on Twitch and Kick, they don't help the channel as much. They don't promote the channel as much. Every time I look at like what Kick and Twitch is bringing me and what's bringing the community, I'm always underwhelmed. But with YouTube, look at this thriving community we have. We have the Sky City Rebels. That all happens through YouTube. We have the community tab. If you have something to show me or you want me to react to something, stick it in the community tab on YouTube. Like they're providing a service as well. I do think they should take their cut. 30% seems like a lot, especially in this economy. But I appreciate if you are doing a super chat on YouTube. I really appreciate it, and I don't want to poo-poo it too much. But thank you for caring, William Talent. I appreciate that.
Evenly throughout the entire term. The other thing that the justices do is for each of their monthly argument sessions, they split up that month's majority opinions generally evenly. So for example, we have all of the decisions from October. Every justice was assigned one majority opinion, and then there was a 10th case, so Justice Jackson picked up the slack there. But generally for each month, they split it up evenly. So we know, based on the opinions that we already have from March, who are the remaining authors. So you see it there on your screen. We have 4 justices who have yet to write a majority opinion from a March case, and is a suggestion that they could be a contender for the birthright case. So these are Justices John Roberts, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Amy Coney Barrett. All 4 of them members of the conservative majority, Sophie.
Yeah, that's right. And one thing I just kind of want to put into perspective for people, because some people may be wondering, why is this taking so long? Maybe this kind of case that everyone is waiting for. But this is one of the last ones that was argued before the court. And so it's not necessarily surprising,
they're talking about birthright citizenship, and I think it's fucking insane that we're still talking about birthright citizenship, that Donald Trump wants to do away with birthright citizenship. I can't believe we're even talking about it.
It is coming as one of the last ones that they're releasing.
Like, this guy hates the Constitution. Donald Trump hates the Constitution. He wants you to not have birthright citizenship, which is like one of the cornerstones of what the American experience is. Like, you come here, if you're born here, you have the same opportunities as the rest of us. Why did we do it that way? Because we're a nation of immigrants. None of us are from here, except for, the 10% of American Indians who survived the genocide. But like, other than the 10% of the American Indians who survived the genocide, none of us are from here. And under birthright citizenship, like, American Indians wouldn't, like, the way this thing is written, this executive order, Native Americans wouldn't be citizens of the country. Like, that's how crazy this world has become. birthright citizenship is what makes us American. Why do you hate America so much, MAGA? Why do you hate America so much? Let me see. Let's do a quick poll. Should we keep birthright citizenship? I think it's an easy question. I can't believe I have to even ask this question, because I feel like anybody that says no to that is anti-American. That's like saying, should we bring back slavery, racial slavery? Should we bring back child labor, child factory labor? Should we bring back, I don't know, land ownership for the right to vote? Should women be allowed to vote? I can't believe we're fucking even having these conversations in America right now. More Americans were died from disease intentionally, Chris Jensen. What are you talking about? More Indians died from disease. You could say the same thing about people in the Holocaust. Like, a lot of them died of disease because they warehoused them. That's what happened with the Indians. They warehoused them. They had concentration camps for Indians, and they gave them blankets from people who died of diseases. I would say that's sort of intentional. If you die of a disease inside of a concentration camp, that was a murder, because we know what happens when you corral people, don't give them access to clean water, medicine, or toilets, and then you give them disease blankets. We know what's going to happen. That would be killed by colonists and soldiers. You see, they were killed by colonists and soldiers, but they got smallpox. They gave them blankets from people who died of smallpox in concentration camps. It's not like they just caught it. They didn't just catch smallpox like in the fields. They just accidentally got smallpox. No. Colonists, Americans, first colonists and then Americans gave them, they corralled them, put them in camps, and then killed them with various methods: bugs, bullets, and steel.
Let's chew on this. Kick around. We got Byron York, Washington Examiner, chief political correspondent, Fox News contributor. Thank you, Byron. We have my great friend Ryan.
I will say, though, on an interesting note, just on a very totally random, not totally random, but as a tangential note, they say, I've read that syphilis actually started in Native American culture and in America, and that when people came to this country and raped Indians, and then they brought it back to Europe, that's how syphilis spread across the world, was because the pre-Columbian exchange, that there wasn't any fossil evidence of syphilis, but there is fossil evidence of syphilis here in the Americas. And that syphilis, they got smallpox and then Europeans got syphilis. Smallpox, though, was intentionally given to them. Intentionally. They didn't understand viruses, but they knew stuff. They didn't know what a virus was, but they knew if this person died of smallpox and we have a blanket, and that person who died of smallpox that got a blanket, if you give that blanket to this kid, that kid's going to die of smallpox too. They knew that.
Priebus, former Republican National Committee chair, former chief of staff in the Trump first term, and of course, Fox News political analyst. Gentlemen, thank you for doing this. Sorry to lay it on, but those are my views. I've been around this city a long time. In my old age, and even worse than the economy, it's hatred, it's the anti-Semitism. It seems like that's the unifying theme for Mandami socialism, writes Priebus. And I don't know whether other cities are experiencing this or not. There are socialist mayors of other cities. I don't know whether it's true. We can cover that if you like. But
I don't know why people always say shit like this, like William Talent. The majority of women oppose suffrage. I don't care if that's true. If it is, I don't believe it. But if it is, then fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it right. Who gives a shit? Would it matter if the majority of Jews voted for Hitler? Would it make it okay what Hitler did? Well, Jews voted for it. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it okay for Donald Trump to put people in concentration camps because some Hispanics voted for him. That doesn't make it okay. I don't know why you would even say. I don't even know. That's like a fart in the wind. Like when people say shit like that, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't matter even a tiny bit. Does that make it ethical? Well, she was wearing a short skirt. She was wearing a short skirt. So, I mean, she was asking for it, wasn't she?
Do not understand how this cabal of anti-Semitic people, they hate Israel, they're bigoted against Jewish people, they won't lift a finger to help them, and this is the population, the biggest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel rights. I mean, I just don't understand how this kind of hatred can seep in, even to a political movement like this.
Okay, good. Pause the track. Good point. Great point. Well, with that logic, we should lay off MAGA. No. I don't really care if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024. I don't think that we should be like, oh, you voted for Trump. Although it is a little funny when a farmer votes for Trump and then Trump fucks them over and they go bankrupt. It's a little funny. There's a little schadenfreude, I'm not going to lie. It's a flaw in our character. But I don't think we should hold people today accountable for the vote. Okay, I wish you hadn't voted that way. But right now, on June 25th, 2026, is it June 25th? What's the date today? June 25th, 2026. If you support him today, after the Epstein files, after the photos and the evidence and all of the flight logs, if you support him after all this shit about the Epstein files and the war in Iran and his desire to get rid of birthright citizenship, his comments, his lies, even the reflecting pool, the John F. Kennedy Center, if you are still supporting him today, I don't care that you voted for him. But if you support him today, you are either the dumbest person alive or a Nazi. Those are the options at this point. On June 25th, 2026, if you're either incredibly stupid or incredibly evil to support Donald Trump today. I don't care if you voted for him. I'm not saying you're evil because you voted for him. People do a bunch of fuck up things on November, whatever it was, November 5th, I think we voted last in 2024. On the 5th of November, 2024, if you walked into a polling booth and you clicked Donald Trump, it could have been anything. It could have been you were pissed about something. Maybe you just hated Kamala Harris, maybe whatever. And I hate Kamala Harris. I don't like Kamala Harris. That's a valid reason to vote for Donald Trump, honestly. I can't say that you're evil because you voted for Donald Trump back in November of 2024. But if you are supporting him today on June 25th, 2026, you are fucking evil. You are evil and anti-American and anti-human and anti-life. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? So if you were a Jew who voted for Hitler, and there were Jews who voted for Hitler. Believe it or not, there were. That doesn't, but if you were in the concentration camp and you still support you still support Adolf Hitler and you're in the concentration camp, you're either the dumbest Jew who ever lived or you're fucking evil. Like, there were people. There's always going to be people that no, but this is the right way. It's better for us all if we just keep doing this. I don't like calling people the R word, but Koenigsen kind of you see how you can hate Kamala and hate Donald Trump. It's okay. You can have those two things in your head. I don't think she's Ratal, but I think that she's a bad person. I think that she destroyed people's lives for marijuana charges for years. Destroyed people's lives. I don't like Kamala Harris.
Well, there isn't anyone in their party willing to call it out. I mean, obviously,
because I don't like Kamala Harris, I can understand why there might be somebody here watching. We've only got 75 people watching right now, something like that. if there's one of you in the 75 people who are watching right now, if you hate Kamala Harris and you voted for Donald Trump, I beg you, stop supporting him. Stop holding his water. Stop supporting a chomo. Stop defending him. He's not worth it. You're too good for him. You're too good for him. Just because you voted for him doesn't. If you were a woman who got married to a guy because you fell in love with him, or maybe he just was the best guy around at the time, he's just better than the last boyfriend, right? So you married him, and then he started beating the fuck out of you and molesting your children, I'd be begging you to leave him and not blaming you for marrying him. And of course you want to be like, oh, why did I marry this asshole? Oh my God, what should I do? My kids. I'd be begging you to leave him. Begging you to leave him before he murders you or your kids. Please leave him. He's abusive. Please, I beg you to leave him. You're too good for him. It's not a good match. Please leave before he does something that you'll both regret. Please.
Obviously, endorsements on both sides, but not the heavy criticism that you just laid out coming from the Democrat Party in regard to these candidates. And part of the problem is, look, we have a problem in America, and the problem is that division is pure profit. Division gets clicks. Unity is a loser. There's no money in unity, and things run rampant when you don't call it out. And so when you have people in the Democrat Party that talk about Netanyahu, and even, by the way, they even said that Joe Biden was a war criminal because of Gaza. So these guys were spreading hate in every direction. The second problem we've got is that the parties themselves have lost a lot of power and the ability to rein this stuff in. You know, the rise of super PACs have.
Koenigsen, here, I try to say something nice about you, and you just turn out to be a homophobe. Dude, look in the mirror. You might be gay. I stand in solidarity with all oppressed classes. In June, I, like a lot of people, choose to publicly stand. I stand with the oppressed classes always, but in June, I choose to show that I stand in solidarity with people who have been traditionally, historically, and currently oppressed by the system and by individuals like yourself. People like you are why we still need pride flags. That's why I have to stand in solidarity against them, because people like you will rape gay people, beat them up, bully them in schools, spit on them when they drive by, not hire them, make fun of them because they're gay. People like you are why Pride Month exists. That's why. I see there's a little kid in your PFP. I hope he comes out as gay. I hope your little kid comes out as gay, because I think that you should have to do some soul searching. Like Dick Cheney used to talk a lot of shit about gay people, and then it turns out his daughter was gay, and then all of a sudden he didn't want to say anything about it anymore. How weird.
Taken away a lot of the power that parties had. When I ran the party back in Wisconsin and at the RNC, if the Republican Party of Wisconsin went to a convention and said, we're endorsing Scott Walker and Ron Johnson, which we did, it was lights out for anyone that was running against Scott Walker or Ron Johnson, because all the money, all the volunteers went to those candidates in an endorsement process. We don't have that anymore. And so when you have all of this stirring around, just remember, there was one thing that Nancy Pelosi said that I agree with. She said, in politics, power is not given, power is taken. And it is taken in
Jesus did not reject the underclasses. Jesus embraced everyone who was, especially the oppressed. You are not Christian. You are anti-Christian. You are anti-Christian with this statement. You reject that in the name of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ loves everybody. Jesus Christ shows that through compassion, mercy, sacrifice, those who hunger for justice are the blessed. Maybe you haven't read the Bible. Maybe you should at least read the Sermon on the Mount before you start taking Jesus's name in vain. Jesus, you really are the worst. You aren't Christian at all. You are anti-Christian. I grew up with the Bible. I grew up in church. You are not a Christian. Christ rejected state control. He rejected hierarchy. He rejected hate. He said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. But you are just a stone caster, aren't you? You are someone with hate in his heart. And those who have hate in their heart have the devil in their heart. You are nothing more than one more rough beast slouching toward Bethlehem.
An environment like this. Now, it's a gift that gives, because now you have Democrats on the wrong side of normal, and Democrat crazy is coming to the surface, whether it be Plattner, whether it be Tallarico, El Said in Michigan, more anti-Semitic language. And so this is how Republicans can hold the House now, by highlighting Democrat crazy.
Pause the track. I don't know what the Jack didn't vote for him. I meant when they voted. I'm sorry, pause the track. I don't know what you're referencing. I guaranteed I'll read anything that you do a super chat in, but I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know how to respond to that. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Yes, well, I think that's true. It's incumbent on the GOP. We'll get to that in a moment. But, Byron York, down through the years, I mean, as I said, I've lived here a very long time.
I mean, Jesus was a proto-anarchist. Jesus was a dissident who was murdered by the state. I mean, it doesn't get much more fucking anarchist than that. I mean, the guy, Jesus, what's so funny is people will read like one passion in Leviticus and be like, I hate gays. But it's like, dude, the humility of Christ, the whole reason people wear the cross is because that was the way the state murdered peasants, because the rich were beheaded and the peasants and the dissidents were crucified in order to embarrass them. They were crucified, their naked bodies, so that everybody can see them and throw piss on them. And that was why the Christian wears the cross, as a reminder of humility. But of course, there's people like these douchebags in the chat who just want to hate those who are already so downtrodden, the politically vulnerable, those who are constantly kicked and made fun of. They know no humility. Jesus said the last would be first and the first will be last. Doesn't get much more anti-hierarchy than that. That everything belongs to everyone. That all is for all. A sentiment echoed in anarchist philosophy.
Time. And I'm grateful to have lived here a long time. Good times, bad times, New York, whatever. Ups and downs in my own life, whatever. But Democrats like Governor Mario Cuomo would never have tolerated this. I remember Democratic Governor Hugh Carey, I believe is one of the best governors New York has ever had. He would never have tolerated this anti-Semitism. Of course, George Pataki, the last Republican governor, would never tolerate it. Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Mayor Mike Bloomberg, who was of Jewish descent, Ed Koch was of Jewish descent. People like that would speak up immediately, even if they saw small little incidents, Byron. If they were in office, they would speak up and stop it immediately. Because this was a city where we respected each other and our differences, whether they be religious or ethnic or whatever. Now, I don't see any leaders. I mean, there are not a lot of Republicans left anymore. I don't know why Chuck Schumer, presumably the leading Jewish office holder in the United States, minority leader in the Senate, where are they? Why aren't they speaking up? Because this kind of hatred will eat away, and it won't just stop at Jewish people, Byron. You know that? There's a long history of hatred, ethnic hatred and religious hatred, and it won't just...
Yeah, which really has nothing to do with Israel and their wars and genocide. Not all, Joyous 777, thank you for being a Sky City Rebel, says, not all were rich and powerful that were beheaded. Think of John. He was actually beheaded and he was enriched. He wasn't rich or well known, for you know a royal of any kind. Yeah, you're right. Like Paul was also beheaded because he was a Roman citizen. So it still was, you were either rich or of a different social status. Those who were beheaded because they had a social status. For example, and that they carried that tradition well on. Like Anne Boleyn was beheaded. And she wasn't drawn and quartered as a traitor, even though she should have been, but she was royal. So they didn't put her head on a pike, and her family, none of their heads went on the London Bridge, which was the way they used to do it. The way in the days of Henry VIII, they would take out your guts and burn it, and they'd hang you, and they do all sorts of shit and show everybody and embarrass you, kind of like a crucifixion. But not for the royals or anyone who was related to royalty or just occupied a higher status. You didn't have to be rich. I mean, the word rich might not be applicable here, right? But like Anne Boleyn, they beheaded her in a relatively private ceremony, and then they buried her. with her head. They didn't tar it. They didn't boil it and tar it and then put it on a pike, because that would be embarrassing for someone of a higher status. Even in death, those of higher status are treated better, which is why when Jesus Christ, born in a manger and killed on a cross, is a lesson about humility. He was born with the animals, and he was killed for defending, well, essentially, not only, but for defending animals and saying we shouldn't be sacrificing animals and taking money for this in the temples. Like, you don't see the echo there? You don't see why that happened? He was born as an animal in the manger, in a barn, not even a barn, just an outdoor manger, in a corral, basically. He was born in the dirt. And he died on the cross, and we call him the King of Kings. You don't understand. Like, I don't think people in the chat who call themselves Christian and hate the gays understand what the lesson of Christ was. I don't think you understand it at all. Not even a little bit. I think you're not Christian. I think that you're insulting the teachings of Christ and defiling the teachings of Christ.
Joining us now, GOP Florida Senator Ashley Moody. Senator, 7 socialists won, including the 3 in running for the House in New York State. They want to defund police, abolish prisons, abolish borders, abolish ICE, don't deport violent criminals, let illegals vote. But voters are already fleeing socialism. 3.8 million left deep blue Democrat states to run to red states from 2020 to 2025. So do hundreds of businesses.
Yeah, red states like the great free state of Florida, of which before I became a United States Senator, I was the Attorney General.
Have I seen Congressman Brian Mast laughing at dead Palestinians and Lebanese? No, I have not seen that.
Fighting during COVID, when all these crazy states, even some red states, were shutting down people, big government coming in and cramming down. We fought like heck to keep Florida open and Florida free. We are the antithesis of New York. And it is really sad that in the year we're celebrating our 250th anniversary of the great United States of America, we have anarchist psychos cannibalizing the...
This is really the magic trick of the Nazi Party, of MAGA, the American Nazi Party, to try to turn state versus state. Florida's different from New York, and we hate New York, and it's an embarrassment on our 250th birthday.
Democratic Party. I mean, you rattled off some of the things that they state they believe, but you have some of these folks that take it well beyond that. It is calling all law enforcement pigs. It is talking about
calling all law enforcement pigs. No one's ever done that except for like everyone. What the fuck? Everyone calls the law enforcement pigs. What do you mean? Hold on, we're gonna put this in the chat. Have you ever called them pig? Hold on, we're gonna end this poll. Have you ever called cops pigs? Have you ever called cops pigs? Ever? I don't want to hear from you fucking vegans being like, I don't call them pigs. It's an insult. I like pigs better than cops. Have you ever called cops pigs? Ever?
seizing production. I mean, this is more communism. They can call themselves democratic socialists all they want, all day long, but these are communists. That is not what this country was built on. One of these people elected said that they didn't have any napkins. She didn't have any napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag, the flag that's so...
That was a joke. She deleted that post. I mean, I don't know. Like, are we really, this is 2026. Are we really concerned with people who deleted tweets from fucking 20 years ago?
Many since our founding fathers have fought and died for. So there's no doubt in my mind that what last night did just reaffirmed what America is now seeing, and that is...
Twisted hippie. I was literally typing, I like pigs. I mean, yeah, I like pigs too. I don't call cops pigs these days, but I mean, I spent a lot of years calling cops pigs for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Fucking pigs. Of course I did. Everybody did. Who likes cops?
1 in 5 Democrats say they...
Bootlickers. You fucking, I just love cops. They're the best. I just love them.
They're not.
And you know what? If you're honest, I don't believe you. If this isn't 100% yes, I don't believe it. Like, you're a liar. If you never called a cop a pig, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're a fucking liar. That's like saying I've never said the N-word ever. I've never said it. You've never sung along with a rap song and said the N-word. Go fuck yourself.
That they are proud to be Americans. Over 90% of Republicans say they are proud to be Americans. Republicans are fighting for what this country was founded on because we want to protect and prosper this country. They want to destroy America.
Well, they're not going to win the swing state, or the swing state voters, or the independent voters. Gallup polling, 6 out of 10 voters, 6 out of 10 independents.
You see how the Nazis always talk? They want to destroy America. You never hear the Social Democrats or the Democratic Socialists talk like that. The Republicans want to destroy America. They're the poison. They hate America. I talk like that because I'm not a Democratic Socialist, but the Democratic Socialists never talk that way. The Nazis always talk about the Social Democrats that way. Always. They did back in the Second World War. They do it today. It's never stopped. The Nazis always talk that way about Social Democrats. Nationalist Socialists always say that about Social Democrats. I could smell a pig a mile away. Kid Rock. Yeah. Exactly. Kid Rock called them pigs. And he's best friends with your favorite president. You're totally right.
Reject socialism. The U.S. is already $38 trillion in debt. The U.S. already spent $7 trillion on social welfare programs and social programs, with trillions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse over the last generation. They do nothing about
a
stopping
generation?
that. They want to take more. Watch House Minority.
A generation? You're talking about the last 20 years there's been $1 trillion of fraud? I mean, all right, I guess we should just shut down the government then.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries, he's now dodging when he was asked if he's afraid of being ousted by a socialist. Watch this.
Are you concerned at all about a primary challenge in
I
2
like
years
this.
from?
Let's do it. I love this. This is great. Hakeem Jeffries.
Bob Downey endorsed candidate. When you ask me a serious question, I'll give you a serious answer.
Well, that is a serious question. Why didn't he answer it?
Well, they're having a really hard time telling you what they're fighting for. I'm fighting for Floridians. I'm fighting for this country that I love so dearly and that leadership here in the Republican Party are standing up for every day, from small government, leaving more of your money in your pocket, making sure we are providing a safe state, a safe nation for you to raise your family. That's what we're fighting for. They're fighting for big government, more government control, harassing, over-regulating, driving businesses out of their jurisdiction. Look, that doesn't work historically.
I don't know if it gets much more big government than tariffs. Tariffs? That's big government. ICE going door to door and pulling people out of their houses. That's big government. What the fuck? The president deciding to go to war without talking to any of us. That's big government. What the fuck is this lady talking about? Florida. Cuckoo. They're crazy over there.
Cuba. Ask Venezuela. It does not work. And what it's really doing, Liz and I, we both know this.
Cuba and Venezuela both failed because America spent billions of dollars forcing them to fail. Blockades will do that. Blockades will starve you. If you surround a country with weaponry and don't allow them to trade with anybody, they will starve. And then you'll blame their government, you'll blame them. You're like, America is like that asshole kid that's like, stop hitting yourself. And they keep on like forcing you to hit yourself with your own hand. Stop hitting yourself. Fucking. And people gobble this up. The G in MAGA is gullible.
They are tricking people into believing that they're fighting for them. They want more government control. They want to provide your grocery stores. They want to provide your daycare. When in fact, they're tricking the people and handing all their power over to government, which leaves them weaker with less control.
Well, that I do agree with. Don't hand all your shit over to the government. You should be working on ways to try to not rely on the government. I'll say that. I agree with her on that. But she'll turn around and say, trust the corporations. They have your best interests in mind. Vote with your dollar. Also, another lie. She'll just replace a lie with another lie. But that part was true. You should be working every day to try to not rely on the government or your boss. Do you love your government or your boss? You made a mistake. I just love my boss. He's my favorite person on the planet Earth. I love my boss more than I love my wife. Just my favorite person. The only person I love more than my boss is Donald Trump. That goes my wife, my boss, and then Donald Trump. I think that's how most Americans are. They love their wife, and then the boss is over them because they're nice to their boss. They're shitty to their wives, but they're nice to their boss, but they fucking hate their wives. But they stick with her because, we put so much time in, and the kids, we got to stick together because the kids. But then they love the president. They love Donald Trump the most. So on that hierarchy, it's Trump, their boss, and then their wife. Actually, probably their kids, then their wife. The wife's at the bottom someplace. The wife is just slightly over like the bum in the street. Like the wife is somewhere just above the bum for most Americans.
2 minutes ago, we were all supposed to be down in the rotunda while John.
I can't believe how good how old is Elizabeth Warren? How old is Elizabeth Warren? She's 77. This woman's 77. Holy shit. I can't believe Elizabeth Warren's 77. Has Elizabeth Warren had plastic surgery or anything? She has not publicly disclosed or been reported to have any plastic surgery procedure. Instead, she attributes her youthful appearance and skin health to highly minimalist skincare routines that avoid face wash entirely in favor of drugstore moisturizers. Well, that's a socialist for you. I just use drugstore. The drugstore moisturizer does it for me. Just whatever they got, whatever Kroger brand, fucking Safeway brand, fucking CVS brand moisturizer. I slather that shit on my face, and it all works out. I guess that's what I attribute I always say, people ask me about my hair all the time. I think the reason why I still have my hair and why it has most of its color is because I don't put anything. I don't put any chemicals or anything in my hair ever. I think that's why. Elizabeth Warren is the definition of a career politician. You can't lie. Yeah, can't argue with that. I mean, Elizabeth Warren's been at it for a long time. How long has she been in office? How long has Elizabeth Warren been in office? Oof. Yeah, I mean, 13 years. She's up for election in 2030. She'll probably be serving another. God damn it. It's so they're in office for so long, these senators. 6 years. They only have to run every 6 years. She'll be in office forever. But you could say that about, I guess the only thing is though, Adams Auto, you could say that about every senator, because after 2 terms, they're in for 12 years. That's a career politician. 12 years. Every senator gets 6 years every time. And incumbents either run unopposed, unprimaried, and they're going to win. Like they're going to be in there forever. 6 years. Think about it. You only have to win 3 times, 18 years. I'd say call it quits. They should have term limits. I say this all the time. It should be 8. They should get 2 terms. 12 years is long enough. Long enough. She's won 3 times, I guess. Right? If she got elected in 2013, 12 years. She's won we're in the next. No, she's 13 years. She's won 3 times, Elizabeth Warren. She'll be in office for 18 years before her next. It's crazy.
Trump signed it into law. But Trump has now said, nope, he's not going to do that.
I will say, though, 77, she's only 3 years younger than Donald Trump. I hope, God, she'll be 8. That means she'll be 83 before she's up for election. She'll be up for election at 83. I hope she retires. You know what that says to me? It says to me that Donald Trump just doesn't care about the cost squeeze on American families. This is the guy who said affordability is a made-up word that Democrats came up with. Affordability is a hoax. He said about inflation, he loves the inflation. Yeah, he does. He doesn't care about high prices for millions of people across this country.
Hi, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in the East. It is a bigger mess than usual in Donald Trump's Washington, D.C. right now. We're not just talking about the mess he's made of the reflecting pool. 17 months into Trump 2.0, and Donald Trump is more detached from reality. And
no, she doesn't look or act like she had any. She doesn't. 77. She's still going strong. Have you ever called cops pigs? 65% say yes. I don't believe you. 35% of you say no. I don't believe you. I choose not to believe you. Everybody's called a cop a pig. Should senators have term limits? I think everyone should have term limits. I think all of them. I'm sick of career politicians. I'm with you, Adams Auto. See, Adams Auto, I knew we'd agree on something if you kept showing up. I totally agree. There should never be. Trump has never been in politics. He's been in politics since 2013. What are you talking about? That's 13 years. 13 years he's been in politics. What are you talking about? He's been in politics for 13 years. And he was in politics before that. He was commenting and he was doing stuff. I mean, he wasn't serving, but he's always been involved for much longer. But he's been actively involved in politics for 13 years.
Out of touch politically than ever before, as his priorities veer further and further away from what Americans, including the vast majority of his own voters, say they want by the day. Earlier today, as the senator was alluding to, Donald Trump torpedoed a chance to show Americans that he doesn't actually think affordability is a hoax made up by Democrats. He canceled a bill signing that was meant to champion a landmark bipartisan piece of affordable housing legislation, and he did it just 2 hours before that ceremony was supposed to begin. He did it to demand legislation to make it harder for the American people to vote. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social, quote, "Today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency."
So you think it's a national emergency, the Save America Act, but because he calls it emergency because he wants 2026 to go his way. Because I think they're gonna fucking put him in jail if there's a blue wave, Donald Trump's gonna go to fucking jail. Like he'll be removed in fucking handcuffs. And I don't think that'll actually happen because Democrats will fuck it up. But I think it's hilarious that he's canceling the housing bill, the affordable housing bill. Repeal Citizens United, enact term limits for Congress and the Supreme Court, and give us ranked choice voting. Man, shit, Steffelson, I'm on the same page there, homie. I'm on the same page there, Bartleby. I'm on the same page there, baby doll. I'm on the same page, sweet tea, Susie Asado. I think you're amazing. I totally agree. Repeal Citizens United, which allowed corporations to have unlimited campaign contributions in the name of freedom of speech. Enact term limits for Congress and Supreme Court. Agreed. Ranked choice voting. Agreed. The trifecta of agreement. I totally agree with all three of those. 100%.
It was followed by 2 pictures of the reflecting pool. It was so weird and last minute that even Republicans were caught flat-footed. They were in the middle of a press conference where they were publicly in front of the press championing the bill and applauding Donald Trump for his help in getting it passed.
The
ever-loyal House Speaker Mike Johnson.
They finally got together. The Democrats and Republicans finally did something bipartisan, worked together to try to help you and your housing costs, but Donald Trump fucked it.
To actually voice some exasperation with his dear leader, Donald Trump. Watch that.
The dear leader.
I talked to him about it this morning, an hour before he made that announcement. I convinced him that his priorities and the
He's not making life easier.
He's not making life easy for you, isn't he? He's just like, Mike Johnson. He's probably so happy that Kevin McCarthy's. I bet he wishes Kevin McCarthy just kept the job.
We're doing our job. Speaker Johnson is just.
Yeah, we're doing our job. A ding dang do. Donald Trump just don't like nothing. I don't know. Ding dang do. In Louisiana, we like to pass laws, not just have Donald Trump. Ding dang do. Fuck me, man. Poor Mike Johnson. I almost feel sorry for that little simp.
The latest Republican, though, to let his exasperation with Donald Trump spill into public view as Donald Trump delivers today's unforced error. Before Republicans breaking with their colleagues yesterday and voting on a resolution directing an end to Donald Trump's deeply unpopular war in Iran, a war which is causing some to defect from Donald Trump's political party entirely. Earlier this week, Marjorie Taylor Greene did just that. She announced that she is joining Tucker Carlson in his decision to leave the GOP. It is in no small part because of Donald Trump's war with Iran. It's a trend that is likely to continue as new polling shows just how deeply unpopular that war is with the American people. As we reported last hour, less than a quarter of Americans, 24%, believe the war with Iran has been worth the costs. Just 34% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of his presidency overall. What would be a 5-alarm fire for any normal president seems unlikely to break through with Donald Trump, who instead posted this on Truth Social in all caps, quote, "My real poll numbers are the highest they've ever been. Thank you."
My real poll numbers? This is what this guy's worried about. This fucking snowflake, this pansy. My real poll numbers. Fucking hell. Like, how do you even parody this guy at this point? How do you even make jokes about this anymore? The guy is a parody of himself. Donald Trump is 6'7". This is just absurdist humor. Like, you couldn't, if you made this up, people would call you crazy. You told me that the president would write shit like this on Twitter or True. What the fuck? My real poll numbers are the highest. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Donald Trump out there just crying in his Diet Coke. Fuck. Retire. Resign. Get out of here. Holy shit. My real phone number.
President BJD, Donald Trump's completely delusional presidency, causing even Speaker Mike Johnson to flee, is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Hyland is back. Also back with us.
Don't care.
Right now, protests ramping up outside of this coffee shop in Brooklyn. Have you heard about this? Okay, it happened a couple days ago. Demonstrators are now rallying at this coffee shop. It was a cafe that banned Democratic Jewish Congressman Dan Goldman for his...
Democratic Jewish congressman? What? Democratic Jewish Congress. Democratic Jew. What?
Pro-Israel stance, claiming it does not serve what it called genocide enablers. And Eric Sean is outside the cafe. There's this protest today to protest this horrendous decision by the coffee shop owner. Eric, give us a sense of what's going on.
Between the pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian demonstrators. Let me show you. You have the
It'd be so funny if this is the flashpoint of the revolution.
shop here. You have the pro-Israeli protesters there and over there.
What are you going to call him? What is he going to say? Anti-Israel, pro-Palestine. He's going to say pro-Hamas, right? I bet you $5 he says pro-Hamas.
There you have some of the pro-Palestinian protesters.
Oh, okay.
This after the shop attacked.
I would have lost. I owe you $5, everybody.
For his support of Israel.
Did you see the stack of bagels? That's a little too on the nose, right? They had cases of bagels right there for the Israel side, and I just like. I love bagels. Hey, I love me a bagel, guys. I love bagels. They're the best. But that's kind of funny. It's like if you had a cop protest and the police all had donuts, that'd be funny. It'd be funny. It's kind of funny.
Andrew Haggard is calling for a boycott of the coffee shop chain, slamming its alleged discriminatory actions.
Look at this
based on
guy.
Goldman's support of the Jewish state. On Sunday, he stopped in with his 7-year-old daughter at one of their stores to buy a cup of coffee.
Okay, so this guy is a pro-Israel congressman, and he went to this place, and the security camera got him, and they just tweeted out, "Fuck you, you pro-Israel motherfucker." And now people are protesting both sides about this. I think, it'd be so funny if this was the moment that split America. This is what's going to be our Kristallnacht.
But the shop then later refunded his money, posting, quote, "Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice? We don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between."
That sounds pretty legit. We don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. Okay, they didn't say Jews, right? I mean, it would be weird if they said Jews, but they didn't say Jews. They just said suicide, genocide enablers, and anyone in between. I don't know who the anyone in between is, but I the night of 1,000 bagels. What do you guys think? Is this incendiary? We don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. If I ever open up a coffee shop again, I used to own a tea shop and a wine bar. I'm gonna put that on the window.
Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away. We issued a refund. We don't need your money. It's probably coming from AIPAC anyway.
Okay, yeah, there you go. We don't like AIPAC money. I don't like AIPAC money either. I don't think it's right that AIPAC is spending money in our elections. Make sense? We give Israel money and then they meddle in our elections. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like foreign money meddling in American affairs.
I hope that particularly the Mayor Mandami, goes back on his rhetoric. I really do feel like he has enabled this hatred that we're seeing spread across the city. Of course, Jewish hate crimes are at an all-time high. Jewish individuals are being targeted across New York City, and this type of rhetoric only makes things worse.
Don't let them patronize stores. Well, the Department of Justice has started an investigation of what happened here in Poetica, and another group has filed a complaint with the New York City Human Rights Commission against the coffee shop, saying it's discriminating against Jewish people. That complaint reads in part, Jewish New Yorkers fear that they will be refused service or required to disavow Israel if they patronize Poetica while identifiable as Jewish. For example, wearing a kippah or Star of David, or being overheard expressing support for Israel. No New Yorker should have to pass an Israel loyalty test to buy a cup of coffee.
Well, I mean, no one should. You're right. But a congressperson is not a regular person. A congressperson is a public figure who takes money from AIPAC. A person with yarmulke or something, that is not an AIPAC accepting congressperson who is passing laws and writing policy. You see the difference? They're not public figures. But I get it. Sure, I understand. It's sensitive. I probably would not have written that tweet. Fuck you. I don't know why they did that. Just to like prove a point, I guess. But now they're famous.
We have asked the company to comment on this controversy, but so far we have not heard from the company. As for Congressman Goldman, well, he lost his primary to Brad Lander last night, in part because of his support.
There you go. He's already lost. He lost his job because he supports Israel. Looks like
of the state of Israel.
Looks like the people have spoken.
Here in the studio.
Eric, Sean, thank you. We'll follow this story as it continues here in New York. Be sure to like and
I want to make sure we have that for you in full here on Live Now. Let's listen in.
I think we had a really great meeting, and
oh fuck, I love that. Have you seen this? He's like, but I hate all these fucks.
we're very proud of the party. We like our leader. We like everybody really in the room. I don't like a few people, but that's okay. I think you know who they are.
I think you know who they are. I don't like you, and I like you, and I think you know. I think you know. He's so Regina George. He like, how do you not see Regina George when you look at this guy? This guy's such a mean girl. Donald Trump is a mean girl. I know. I like everybody except for a couple people. You know who you are. Sorry, I thought, how do people, I think women look at their nails like this and men look like at their nails like this. I know who you are. And you know who you are, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to say anything. But I like everybody. Except for the people who know.
But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well-unified party. And I said it very strongly. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the most powerful.
It's so hot. It's so hot. The hottest country in the world. Yeah, everybody's saying so. Everybody's saying that. Everyone's saying we're going to the moon. Buy Melania coin. Donald Trump thinks you should buy Melania coin. That's how we're going to that's how America's so hot.
The smartest, we're the most respected. 2 years ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a terrible group of people representing us. Every leader, I just left G7. Every leader, and we had a lot of people in addition to G7, as you know, okay? Everyone said, what we've done in a year and a half is a miracle. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want to keep it that way. We have more factories being built right now than we have at any point, at any time in the history of our country.
Me think the lady doth protest too much. We got lots of factories. Have you seen all the factories? We got lots of data centers, asshole. We don't have factories. For some reason, I watch the fucking news every single day, and I go and I look. I read. By the way, before I pick all these videos out, I read the news. I read the Reuters and AP, and I go through and try to find. I go to the Democracy Now! Website. Like, I try to get news from all over, and then I do a playlist for the show. And for some reason, I can't find any new factories. Let's go ahead and Google. Donald Trump just said that America is building more factories now this year than in the history of the United States. Is this true? No. No, it's not. It's not the highest in the United States history, nor is the pace currently increasing. It is not increasing, though it is higher than levels compared to last decade. Okay. Overall spending on manufacturing construction actually reached its all-time peak in 2024 during the Biden administration. Oh no, it's Biden. Oh no, not Biden. Oh no, not Biden. Oh Lord, not Biden. Let me see. Overall spending on manufacturing construction actually reached its all-time peak in Biden. Let's see. U.S. Census Bureau and Federal Reserve data indicate that private spending on factory construction and manufacturing capacity utilization have fallen since the start of 2025. Oh, dear. In terms of the actual number of factories, the U.S. had significantly more manufacturing establishment in the mid 20th century. Of course it did, because of, post World War II. The modern spike is largely driven by massive investments in a smaller number of highly expensive, high-tech semiconductor and electric vehicle facilities rather than sheer volume. What did I just say? I said data centers, but high-tech semiconductor and electric vehicle facilities. Yeah, those are the only factories. Cool. Nice. Molto chill, molto nice, molto chill. So what he just said, let's just hear what he said one more time, just to make sure I'm not completely off base.
We're the most respected. 2 years ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a terrible group of people representing us. Every leader, I just left G7. Every leader, and we had a lot of people in addition to G7, as you know, came.
Yeah.
What we've done in a year and a half is a miracle. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want to keep it that way. We have more factories being built right now than we have at any point, at any time in the history of our country. And
okay, more factories built right now than any time in the history of our country is a lie. Just a lie. Just another lie. And yet MAGA will say, well, what he meant was. But again, there were more factories being built in 2024 under Biden than right now. So when is he talking about? What historical context would you like to place him in? Like, I don't know, Maggers. Could you please tell me what you... Come on. I know you guys all like to say, but what he actually meant was... What he actually meant... If you constantly have to be explaining what someone else is saying, either they have serious fucking dementia, a serious speech impediment, or a serious problem with lying. And in Donald Trump's case, I think you can pick two of those.
all of those factories are opening up soon. It's all jobs. And our job numbers are incredible anyway. I see that oil just broke the $70 number. Who would have thought that was going to happen? And
I don't believe anything he says. What is the price of a barrel of oil right now? $74, $71, $73, $74. West Texas Intermediate says it's 70 to 71, has not gone under 70, so not true. Brent crude, approximately 73 to 74. Every metric is saying over 70, but Donald Trump says it's under 70. Well, to be fair, it's close to 70, so maybe Donald Trump just misheard and he's a fucking idiot. Or maybe he's lying again. Well, I don't know if I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, are you?
it's during a war, and Iran is being very nice. They're agreeing to everything that I want, and they
They're our friends now. And Iran is our friends now.
have to. Otherwise, we just go back and do what we have to do. Thank you very much.
It's like I see you maggers trying to talk about Epstein now. Now it's funny when we just like literally I just point out that he's lying and you want to talk about Biden. Like I'm not a fan of Biden. I just don't like liars. And Donald Trump is in power and he's fucking lying. And because you will rather suck his ass than just call out a lie when you see one, you'll bring up Biden as if I have some fealty to Biden. I have no fealty to Biden. Maybe you can't fucking read. It says anarchist on my goddamn name. I'm more independent than an independent. I'm more independent than Bernie. Biden didn't release the files to protect Bill Clinton. He didn't release the files because it was politically dangerous. Put it that way. His donors are in there. His friends are in there. course he didn't release the fucking Epstein files. He could punt. Why would he not punt? You ever play football? You punt. When you're in danger, you punt. That's what he did. He punted. That's it.
So I think we had a really great meeting, and we're very proud of the party. We like our leader. We like everybody really in the room. I don't like a few people, but that's okay. I think you know who they are. But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well-unified party.
Just a few people who will be in his memoirs. Here to give us his memoirs, the lowdown is Texas Senator Ted Cruz. You know, Senator Cruz, so first of all, I'm glad he didn't sign the Liz Warren housing bill. It was a lousy bill.
Oh, you're glad of that, are you, Kudlow? Yeah, I mean, why would I think that Mr. Kudlow would give a shit about affordable housing?
The country, everyone in the country wants voter ID, a real voter ID to stop that corruption.
Everybody wants that, especially the blacks and the gays and the girls.
They want middle-class tax cuts. They want an end to all this corrupt spending and waste, fraud, and abuse. So having said that, how was lunch today, Senator Cruz?
Well, look, lots of aspects of it were really good. The president and most of the members of the Senate all agreed that we should be unified, that Republican senators should be standing hand in hand with the president, that we should be on the same team fighting for the same priority.
That's not the job of the Senate. The job of the Senate is to be an adversary of the president.
I agree with you. The Save America Act is critically needed. I'm an original sponsor
Unless you're a Nazi.
of it. I've been fighting for it. I've been urging my colleagues that we ought to force the Democrats to do a talking filibuster, to stand and talk and talk and talk, just like Jimmy Stewart and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Not simply let them register their objection, but force them to keep talking and wear them down. I will say not all my colleagues are persuaded, and that there are a handful of Republicans who are resisting doing that. And I think the president is really frustrated.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that anymore because you'd have to sit there and listen to some asshole like Strom Thurmond read the fucking Bible. Nobody wants to do that shit. The filibuster, they changed it to be this way, to register an objection so that no one has to sit there and do this stupid shit. So you don't have like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Do you want Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Great movie. In that movie, a citizen comes into Jimmy Stewart, the movie that fucking stupid Ted Cruz just mentioned. Jimmy Stewart comes into the Senate and he filibusters. Should we allow any Joe Blow, any crazy person off the street into the Senate, Mr. Cruz? Well, I think that we should make them all talk like Jimmy Stewart. Have you ever seen Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Because that's what happens. I think didn't Adam Sandler remake Mr. Smith Goes to... Was there a remake of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Oh, no, there wasn't. I thought there was. This Distinguished Gentleman, starring Eddie Murphy, which features an outsider exposing political corruption. Billy Jack Goes to Washington, an unofficial action drama remake of it. Oh, man, I could have sworn Mr. Robinson. So this is the movie they're talking about.
Gentleman will raise his right hand. You solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter?
So then he comes in, the senators are like chilling in there, and he comes in.
So help you God.
I love the modern preview of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Has anybody seen this movie?
I do.
I know Jefferson Smith, and I will personally vouch for him.
There's been a big mistake.
There's been a big mistake, and I made a horse's ass out of myself.
Why don't you tell the people the truth for a change?
Why don't you tell the people the truth for a change? I always loved. Do you ever see Jim Carrey pretend his impersonation of Jimmy Stewart is so fucking funny? I'm making a horse's ass out of myself. I can't believe that. Yeah, you're out of order.
You're not a senator. You're an honorary stooge. This country is bigger than the Taylors, or you, or me, or anything else.
Yeah, so then he has the kids come and watch him, and he speaks in front of the Senate for 24 hours, and he filibusters. And then I think that's what.
Great principles don't get lost once they come to light. They're right here. You just have to see them again. Somebody will listen to me.
Somebody will listen to me. So we should just allow that to happen right now, right? We should just do that. We should go back to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington days.
To the War Powers Resolution vote to remove his authority to conduct military operations in Iran. I voted no on that. I think that was a terrible idea. That's Tim Kaine and the Democrats trying to tie the president's hands on Iran. I believe the president's military action against Iran is the single most consequential decision he has made this second term, and it's made America a lot safer. I'm glad he launched that military.
It's the first time I've had an erection in 20 years. I can't believe we're at war with Iran. We went to war with Iran, and I got an erection. I don't want to get out. My wife loves me again.
Attack. It was the right thing to do, and it massively degraded their military.
Good for you, Senator. You're a patriot. I just want to chime in. I don't mean to interrupt you. You and I are old.
Good for you, Senator. I hope you killed a lot of Iranian school children.
Pals, but good for you. It ain't perfect. It never is. And it's not an official document anyway, the real negotiation. If they don't play ball, he'll stop all the money and he'll go back to kinetic bombing. You know that. It's Donald Trump, for heaven's sakes. You know that. But anyway, good for you, sir.
Sakes.
Well, look, to be clear, I think the military operation was the right thing to do. I have real concerns about the MOU. And I think history has demonstrated that giving billions of dollars to theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is a very bad idea.
But it's not it's not in it.
Then why it's not in it? Then why are you supporting it, you dumb piece of shit? We're going to give this theocratic lunatics who want to kill us $300 billion. I thought you didn't want that shit.
Larry, it most certainly is. The MOU explicitly says the United States, in cooperation with regional allies, shall raise and provide $300 billion for the regime in Iran.
If the deal
$300 billion. It does not say if the deal.
Larry, you stupid cuck. Listen. If senators are saying this is in the deal, it's in the deal. Like, what do you want? No, it's not. Dude, it ain't hard to read it. I've read the fucking thing.
Goes through. And it also, the MOU also provides that the sanction relief is at the front end before Iran has agreed to anything on nuclear weapons. And we're seeing that sanction relief going into effect right now. We're seeing billions of dollars on the front end. And when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. I think President Trump has been extraordinary standing up to the Ayatollah. And I think right now.
Well, when women say Donald Trump raped them, I believe them. I believe him.
Now he is getting very poor advice. I don't want to see the Ayatollah get one penny, and I think it's a mistake to send billions of dollars to the Ayatollah.
Well, I don't want to waste the segment on this, but I would merely say that the stuff in the MOU is not binding, and all of it is in the context that the entire deal must be completed. And by the way, they're talking about $500 million, Senator Cruz, to Iran for humanitarian purposes that'll be run by the
humanitarian purposes. This is so cute.
Treasury Department in a central bank channel with the central.
All right, I can't stand fucking Larry Kudlow.
Bank of Qatar, and we will control how and where that money goes.
I love that the news broadcasters telling the senator what's in. Look at Ted Cruz is like, well, I'm not on this channel again.
So I'm just saying, it's the MOU is just a political document of talking points. That's all it is. I don't believe Mr. Trump
being implemented at the front
end. Then it's not a deal. Then it's not a deal. Then Larry. Then why the fuck do you keep calling it a deal? It's just a political document of talking points. All right, so it's not a deal then? It's not a deal. Okay.
Seeing the sanctions being lifted right now. Before Iran has agreed to anything on nuclear weapons, sanction relief is happening on the front end, and I think those advising the president are not giving him good advice.
It is. All right, we'll move on. I'm going to say it's an escrow account run by the Treasury. But please, the other point, more important, your patriotism in supporting the action. And Senator, let me ask you this. We're coming out, the gas prices are coming down, energy prices are coming down. The economy looks pretty good, okay? And one big, beautiful bill, which you pushed hard for, and all the tax cuts and so forth. But my question to you is there room for another big, beautiful bill of some kind? Reconciliation would be, I guess. You get your Real Voting Rights Act in there. We've got all this waste, fraud, and corruption and stealing from all these Medicaid and other entitlement programs. That would be very popular. Then you'd have middle-class tax relief, and we should have done something on housing for middle-class tax relief. There's still time for that. And some military appropriations.
Man, it's so funny. They sure fucking talk a lot, but they're not telling me what is in the bill that Donald Trump just said he wasn't going to sign, the Warren affordable housing bill. There we go. PBS. Let's see what's in this fucking thing. Read the full transcript. All right, let's turn now to the substance of. I just want to know what's in the landmark bipartisan housing bill that President Trump hasn't signed his most significant overhaul of federal housing policy in decades. It contains no new spending, but it does seek to be supply by making it cheaper and easier to build across the country to break down the potential impact. But the thing that the only thing I really know about it is that it keeps companies from owning investment like single family dwellings, so that you don't end up in a that's my understanding of it, and I'm just a common man. I'm just a layman here. The new legislation, the biggest overhaul of federal housing policy in decades, contains no new spending, but it seeks to boost supply and make it easier to build. That includes, among other things, new provisions that would streamline environmental reviews, remove restrictions for the construction of manufactured homes. Okay. That makes sense. Increase access to small dollar mortgages. Awesome. Moving forward, bar large institutional investors like private equity firms from owning more than 350. Oh, they can still own single family homes, but they can only own 350. Fuck you. This is what I mean. Like, we never go far enough. We're so stupid in America. My God, how stupid are we? You could only own 350 if you're a private equity firm. So what if I own a bunch of shell companies? Yeah, you can own each shell company can own 350. Fuck you. We're still screwed. To break down the potential impact. Come on. Why wouldn't you just grandfather in? Hey, if you own a bunch of single family homes, you can keep owning them, but you can't buy any new ones. Why couldn't you do that? To break down the potential income, we're joined by Sean Donovan. He's currently, all right, I'm not going to read the whole, and I don't want to watch this whole video, but my God, of course, in America, everything's got to be so stupid. God damn it. How do we ever, damn. You can only own 350 single-family dwellings if you're a private equity firm. We'll never go far enough. It'll never work. America will fail.
The father and son are now facing charges after police say that they attacked a landscaper who was just working on their neighbor's lawn.
Surveillance video captured this beating in Massapequa Park. News 4's Daisy Chang has more on what the landscaper says sparked the confrontation.
Oh man, I'm all messed up, banged up, tired. It's like worn out, and I got a serious headache.
Yeah, you probably have brain damage, buddy. This guy got his shit kicked out of him for nothing. He just was mowing a lawn.
Tony Ayala feels fortunate to be able to talk and stand today after this beating he suffered.
Look at this.
Captured on video. Police arrested the two men who allegedly beat him with a metal bat and a stick.
He's yelling at us, saying, he's like, "Hey, stay the F off my property." I was like, "Excuse me, sir, what do we do?" He was like, you drove on my driveway.
Ayala says 67-year-old Brian McKeon was angry.
Get off my lawn. The guy didn't even go on his property, though. It's so messed up. Like, this is MAGA brain right here. This is what MAGA brain will do to you.
That Ayala had used this sidewalk in front of his house to access the neighbor's house on Grant Street.
Because it's the entry to the sidewalk. That's how you get to the sidewalk.
Property he maintains weekly.
He was like, "Don't walk on my property." I explained to the gentleman. I said, "Hey, sir, guess what? That's a public sidewalk. That's a public entrance to the sidewalk that just so happens to lead to your driveway. But nobody walked on your driveway."
Police say the video shows McKeon grab a wooden rod and his son Brian.
Holy shit. They ran up behind this guy and beat him with bats. Man, these Nazis are getting crazy, bro. These Nazis are getting crazy.
McKeon Jr. wielding a metal baseball bat, crossing into their neighbor's yard and attacking Ayala over and over again. Prosecutors say he was bashed on the head. Both father and son pleaded not guilty to assault and criminal possession of a weapon.
Yeah, this guy looks super liberal. Looks like a lefty. Why is this guy living with his dad anyway? What's going on, MAGA? MAGA self-defense. Yeah, it's funny. If that guy took out a gun and shot these white boys, you know he'd be the one in jail right now. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Their attorney saying they acted out of self-defense.
This was an ongoing dispute that the McKeons tried repeatedly to de-escalate, and unfortunately this complainant had a different thought in mind. This will all play out in court.
It breaks my heart about what happened to him on the front lawn of my driveway. There was just no reason for it.
But Thomas Kuchera, who owns the home and has known Ayala for years, says there was no long-term dispute between Ayala and his neighbors.
They came onto my property with weapons to go after a man. So right there, there's no way of justifying that. There's no way of saying this was reasonable.
Ayala also has no idea what set them off, but is focused on recovering so he can go back to work.
He doesn't even know why this guy's beat him. He doesn't even know why they beat him.
I don't know what their end game was, you know?
They thought you were Mexican. That's what the end game was.
What I'm saying, like, how much hate do you really have in your heart?
McKeon Sr. was released on his own recognizance. His attorney says he has been with the FDNY for 37 years. His son, McKeon Jr., was released on $2,500.
He was with the fucking FDN. He was with the New York Fire Department.
Cash bail. They are both due back in court on July 6th, and they both had to sign orders of protection to stay away from Ayala, the landscaper. Reporting from Massapequa Park, Hazy Chang, News 4, New York.
I mean, imagine what now he's just gonna go. Now he's just gonna go to work the next day and have to deal with these assholes like mad dogging him through the window and shit. God damn it, MAGA. It's just they're the Nazi brains, man. The Nazis. We got a Nazi infestation, y'all. You liberals let it happen. You liberals let these Nazis in. It's just like, it's kind of like, you know how when no, I'm not gonna say that. Fuck it. I'm not gonna say that. All right, anyway, it's Greg Gutfield time, guys. It's my favorite comedian.
James Talafrico may want to skip church this Sunday.
Talafrico! Come on!
The Texas Senate candidate is in hot water thanks to some comments he made years ago on a podcast with a transgender Latinx theologian he fanboyed over.
Oh my God, a transgendered person. Look out.
Christian preacher says he hates the religion he preaches.
I always think of myself as a Christian who hates Christianity, right? And like I always get drawn back into it. It's very strange every time I think about it that the most popular figure in our country, particularly on the conservative right, is this socialist anarchist from ancient Palestine.
Wow, a person who actually understands the religion to which he ascribes. I understand that. I also feel the same way about Christianity, James Talarico. I feel because I was born into a Christian household and was raised in Christian churches and was raised in Christian schools, I feel conflicted about stupid Christians who, well, they're not actually Christians. There are people who call themselves Christians in my chat who will say how much they hate the gays and stuff. And it makes you kind of feel like, ugh, I hate Jesus. I hate all of it. It makes you feel that way. I get it. But you have to go back to the teachings of Christ. And that's exactly what Talarico says. A anarchist socialist from Palestine. Socialist anarchist from ancient Palestine. That's right. That's exactly that's who Jesus Christ was. It's true. That's just a fact.
He's so enlightened. Tofu Talarico is also whining about the cool nicknames we've given him.
There have been attacks on your masculinity, on lies about your sexuality. Paxton has even begun to call you low T Talarico. What's your response to that?
Honestly, I had to look up what that meant. I don't think guys my age are really concerned about that kind of thing.
So, I got too much T. I always want to stand up for the little guy because I got too much T. I got too much testosterone. Are you low T? Is MAGA just a low T movement? I think it's just like a gooner solidarity movement. Maybe that's what MAGA is. Just a bunch of gooners just can't help each other. Can't help it. They can't help it.
Jessica, you can defend him in a minute. I'm going to go to Dana first. Okay, this underscores one of my primary maxims. Never trust a person who throws his own team under the bus, because that's a sign of him trying to suck up to his audience that doesn't like them. So if you're surrounded by people who hate Christianity, like a trans theologian, non-binary, whatever, you will go, well, I'm not like them.
Idiot. He went on a podcast with a host. He doesn't hang out with that person. Like, he went on a podcast. If somebody called in right now and talked to me on this, that would not make us friends.
Cops will do this. Corrupt cops will do this with crooks.
First of all, he said that he had to look up what low T meant. That's the most low T thing I've heard from him so far.
Maybe he's just not. Again, I don't think it. I think it's a joke. Like, I make a joke about testosterone all the time. People are obsessed with it these days because of all these like looks maxers.
The other thing is, throughout the Bible, as you guys have been studying with Harold, over and over again, Jesus reminds his disciples that it's going to be hard for you. It's going to be hard for you to defend me. It's going to be hard for you to talk about your faith. It's not going to be easy, but it's worth it. And that's why whenever we are out and about, people say, wow, thank you for being willing and brave enough to talk about your faith. What he did is not brave. That's not leadership.
Actually, that's not what Jesus was saying. You stupid fucking false prophet. That is not what Jesus was talking about. Jesus was saying it's going to be hard because when you say things like Caesar has no power over you, that you're made in the image of God, not the image of Caesar. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's. Like you are imprinted by God, not by Caesar. That you'd have no fucking allegiance to the state. That the first will be last, last will be third, first. There is no hierarchy. No one is better than anybody else. It's going to be hard to say shit like that. They will want to kill you when you say stuff like that. And they did. They killed Jesus for saying stuff like that. For saying that that a rich man passes through the gates of heaven like a camel through the eye of a needle. When you go around saying rich people don't go to heaven, it's going to be hard for you. That's what Jesus was talking about. Not if you tell everyone that you love me, if you tell all your friends that you love me, that's going to be hard for you. That's not what Jesus was saying. Not at all. Any asshole can say he loves Jesus, but when you start saying shit like Jesus said, like rich people can't go to heaven, they will try to kill you. That's what Jesus said. Rich people don't go to heaven. He's very fucking clear about it. Jesus talked a lot. That's one of the big, like when you talk in philosophical terms, that's one of the big criticisms of Jesus Christ, is that he had such great philosophical points of view, but the answer to what if, that you will burn in hell if you don't. Like, if you don't give away all your money, you will burn in hell. If you don't put yourself low and not raise yourself above others, you will burn in hell. Like, that is kind of one of the criticisms, but that's something that Jesus Christ was very fucking clear about. If you are rich, you will burn in hell for eternity. Go around saying that. Go around saying what Jesus said. Go around repeating the words of Christ. That blessed are those who hunger for justice. Blessed are the merciful, that the meek shall inherit the earth. Go around saying that shit, and they will want to kill you.
And then you see it over and over again. And he's another one of these people that these recruiters find, and they think, oh, he wears a flannel shirt and he gets driven around in a pickup truck and he has a D by his name. This must be exactly what men in America are looking for. And that's why they think that they'll vote for him. Maybe this race will be a lot closer than I think it will be, but in some ways it's kind of hard to take it seriously.
Yeah, Jesse, Tallarico claims he's inspired by this trans theologian, this Latinx non-binary counselor. He comes to him for guidance on queer theory and theology. There's something wrong with Tallarico.
Oh, yeah. They nominated...
Oh, yeah. Dude, the gayest person in the world is Jesse Waters. I don't think I've ever seen someone gayer than Jesse Waters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. You guys know I'm straight, right? Right?
A vegan who thinks, what? He hates Christianity and he loves trans kids? A DEI consultant who shares a bank account with his mommy? Who said that God is gay? And that Jesus is Antifa? And he spent the first month of the campaign trying to prove he loves me.
So none of that is true, of course. It's just all a bunch of lies about Tallarico. But Jesus was Antifa, actually. He was. There wasn't such a thing as Antifa back then, but he was a proto-anarchist for damn sure. And he, of course, is not vegan. Tallarico, of course, did not say that God is gay. He said that God is... what do you say, asexual or something? That God is binary. God is non-binary. God is non-binary. And God is non-binary. You can ascribe a pronoun to God if you want, but I don't think God has a dick. You know what I'm saying? I don't think God has a dick or a vagina. But if you were thinking about a creator like God, he probably would give God a vagina if you think about it hard. But it's weird to think that God would have either penis or vagina. What, like a pig? God has either a penis or a vagina? Like a cow? God has a penis or a vagina? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? That God Like the animals of Earth, like all animals on Earth has a penis or a vagina. Well, not all animals. I mean, like birds have a cloaca, but you get it. Like birds have so maybe God doesn't have, maybe God just has a cloaca. That would make more sense, really. A cloaca God. All hail the cloaca God.
Not that kind of meat. I have questions.
Okay.
Is he a virgin?
No.
What kind of a is he a virgin? Hold on, I want to replay that for you.
Not that kind of meat. I have questions.
Okay.
Who said that God is gay and that Jesus is Antifa? And he spent the first month of the campaign trying to prove he loves meat. Not that kind of meat.
Dude, this guy's so fucking gay. Jesse Waters is flaming homosexual.
I have questions.
Okay.
Is he a virgin?
No.
What does it?
Oh, you don't know that. Does he own a gun?
You don't know that. Does Donald Trump own a gun? No. Is Donald Trump a virgin? No, he's a rapist.
Does he own a gun? Has he gone through puberty?
He's on puberty blocker.
These are scientific questions.
These are scientific questions.
Does he have any controversial tattoos we need to know about?
Yeah, and if he did, it wouldn't matter. Unless it was a KKK tattoo, then they'd be upset. But a Nazi tattoo, they're okay with.
I think it's Tinkerbell. I think he's got Tinkerbell right here, Greg. Now listen, glass houses, stones, you get it. We nominated a witch from Delaware.
Oh, I remember her.
Remember her? Or what about the porn guy, the black guy in North Carolina? That didn't go too
Mark
well.
Robinson.
Yeah.
This is
He looks like he's a saint compared to Platter.
This is like Tallarico in Texas is like nominating Don Jr. to run for mayor in San Francisco.
I can't wait for Tallarico to win. I can't wait for him to win just because these guys, just for him, just for Jesse Waters, just for Jesse Waters, just for you. I hope he wins. He's been growing on me. Jesse needs to know if he's a virgin because he wants to be his first. Yes, seriously. Donald Trump, the rapist, he's totally okay with, but he thinks Tallarico's a virgin and has a Tinkerbell tattoo on his ass.
It is never going to happen.
Like, stop fantasizing.
Yeah. All right, Jessica. I know you're just dying to defend this guy. He's right up your alley. Doesn't have a tattoo, so it's a little easier.
Sure. Thank you for having a clean bod, James Tallarico. The low T comment is a younger person saying, I'm not worried about my libido or the strength of my you-know-whats because I'm young and it's all still working. That's what that's about.
Ageist.
I was trying to figure out.
Look at these guys. Ageist. I don't know. He's not 100 years old, so his dick probably works. I guess that's
clarifying that.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. I often have to explain things to you. I was looking for, you know how clips like of what he said about the welcome mat have been deceptively edited and leave out the fact that he said there's a lock on the front door and a mat on the front porch. I couldn't find that with this Christianity statement. So, I think it's about that he doesn't like Christian nationalists or people who abuse Christianity or say that they're good Christians and, don't want to take care of migrants and things like that. It is definitely going to go in the bucket of things that he has said from the woke era that a lot of people won't like. And there was a reputable poll this week that has Ken Paxton consolidating the Republican side. And that is a big shift because Tallarico was polling ahead of both of them. And this was bound to happen. Right?
this criminal Ken Paxton.
Right. Texas is a
Ken Paxton fraud.
red state, and people know Ken Paxton. The ones who don't.
How many times has Ken Paxton been indicted? I'm just going to look up very quickly. How many times has Ken Paxton been indicted? He's indicted only once across a criminal case. In 2015, grand jury indicted Paxton on 3 felony counts, though, 2 counts of first-degree securities fraud and 1 lesser charge of failing to register with state regulators. A pretrial agreement, Paxton did not have to enter a guilty plea. Instead, he successfully resolved the charges by agreeing to complete 100 hours of community service, taking legal ethics classes, and paying nearly $300,000 in restitution for the people he stole from. So he didn't have to plead guilty, but he had to pay everybody back. Fucking guilty. He was also impeached by the Texas State House of Representatives in 2023 on separate allegations of bribery and abuse of office. He was acquitted by the Texas State Senate. The U.S. Department of Justice subsequently dropped its related federal investigation. Ken Paxton. A long history of bribery and fraud and con artist shit.
Like Ken Paxton, already didn't like him. In general, they're saying, okay, he's enormously flawed, corrupt,
bad Christian, all the things. But maybe we prefer that still to this liberal guy. Where Tallarico has the advantage is with independent voters. He still has a big advantage there. I think it was like 8 to 10 points. And if you think back to when Beto, who you love to make fun of, was running against Ted Cruz, and it was a big wave Democratic year, which could happen again. He only lost by 2.5 points. So that is the case that it is possible that James Tallarico could win this race. That's a good environment.
He's not going to win this race. That's my prediction. Paxton's going to run away with this. The YouGov poll, and get this, Paxton just got this nomination just a few weeks ago. He's now +2 over Tallarico. The University of Texas poll, he's now +1 over Tallarico, and that's a huge shift from a theoretical matchup beforehand. He's just putting
+1?
his target on this guy. Trump plans to rally.
I love how these maggers get fucking hot and bothered. They get all frothy about 1 point.
In the state. And the folks who act like Tallarico is some Democratic wonder boy created in a factory to perfect specification. I can't think of a worse candidate in Texas than someone who hates Christianity, than someone who has said it's now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. The welcome mat, yes, admittedly, some have taken that out of context, but the word welcome mat and immigration don't belong in the same sentence. In Texas, he lies about the Bible, says it's silent on abortion. I have 8 verses in front of me that negate that. He wants prisons to be obsolete, and he wants to slash the police budget. There is not a worse candidate for the state of Texas than James Tallarico, who is no wonder boy.
Be sure to like it.
The Bible, though. The Bible says abortion. Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't believe we're still doing that. The Bible, though. The Bible. God, we got to go back to the Bible. We're not in a theocracy, though, guy. We're not a theocracy. That's the Iranian. The Iranians are a theocracy, okay, not us. We are not a theocracy, even though we spend all this goddamn time talking about Jesus Christ and abortion and why Jesus, like why in the Old Testament it says that if you bend the Old Testament and you look at it under this orange light and you play a certain song, then you will hear that God tells you that abortion's wrong. Yeah, the Bible gives recipes on abortion. Like, it's always so funny. All these assholes always want to cherry pick the Old Testament, which is again why I think the Old Testament should be thrown in the fire of history. But for some reason, people still want to bring it up. The Old Testament's a waste of fucking time. Stop reading it. Get rid of it. Stop quoting it. Get rid of it. Stop it. Just stop it. Unless you really think that Noah's Ark happened. Hold on. Let me do a quick poll. Let me just do a quick poll with you guys. It looks like 81% of you thinks that MAGA is a low T movement. Yeah, seems that way. Hold on. Do you actually believe Noah's Ark actually happened? That's a great poll. I love this poll. I've done it before, just to let me know where you guys are, because if you are going to quote the Old Testament and live by any of it in there, you have to believe that that Noah's Ark actually happened, and that his son jerked him off at the end of the story. By the way, like his son like was jerking his cock at the end of the story. But forget about all that. Don't read till the end on the whole Genesis thing. Don't read till the end on the Genesis book.
They had many murders over the last week. Many. I could make Chicago with this group of strong people. They're strong people. That's okay.
Strong.
One thing we got from the Supreme Court, we have merit. So if you have great students, great marks, great scores, great boards, you get into a good college. If you're bad, you don't get into a good college. In other words, it's based on a tough decision for them. But that also applies to the military. We have tough people in the military. And the National Guard has done an incredible job in Washington. And my people have done an incredible job. So if you look at Memphis.
Does he really have to put gold on everything? Isn't it distracting? Like gold on everything? On literally everything? What is the bust? Whose bust is this? Whose bust is next to the fireplace in Donald Trump's Oval Office? It's Churchill. What? Churchill? By British American artist Sir Jacob Epstein. Epstein? His statue is situated just under the portrait of George Washington. Yeah, that's it. It's Churchill. It looks like, I guess that looks like Churchill. Winston Churchill? Okay.
Crime is down 78%. I have a friend from Memphis. He was going to leave. And he called me and said, I've never seen anything like this. It's like a different city. And also in New Orleans, it's like people can't believe it. I could do that for Chicago. I'd love to do Chicago because Chicago's potentially a great city. But
Trump does Chicago.
You're going to lose it. It's got to be done. We do something much more than they can do because we take people out and bring them back to the country from where they came out of jails, where they're drug lords and drug dealers. and people from mental institutions. And I'd love to do it in Los Angeles. And I'd love to do it in New York City. I love New York. I'd like to see, they had a lot of problems in New York.
I'd love to do it in an airplane, and I love to do it on a submarine, and I love to do it in Chicago, and I love to do it in Los Angeles. I love doing it. I love doing it. And by doing it, I mean boner bums. I love boner bums. Boner bums are my favorite thing. They're my favorite thing to do all over the United States. All over the United States, I do boner bums. I do boner bums right off their boners. I love the boners.
Over the last couple of weeks. If we were there, they wouldn't have any of those problems. And we removed the bad people from the city so they never come back. Now, some liberal people probably don't like the sound of that, but 92% of crime is caused in these cities is caused by 2% of the people. I love that number because it's easily solved. Think of that. 92% of the crime in Washington was caused by 2% of the people. We moved out almost 5,000.
I'm so glad that people like Nate Quinn. I love because I love you, Nate Quinn, because you really helped me illustrate a point about how these closeted homosexuals are always so afraid of rainbow flags. You see, in June we stand in solidarity with people who have been oppressed. You see, so I put it back there. Every other day we have an American flag. Every other day, and then I put this flag here because to stand in solidarity. It's not division. It's not divisional unless you are, if it's not divisional, divisive. It's not divisive unless you're a homophobic weirdo, like a closeted homosexual who has strange feelings about rainbows. I just stand in solidarity with the underclass. Anyone who has been systemically, historically, individually held down because of the way they were born, I don't think that's right. I stand in solidarity with them. I do. Just like Jesus before me. Of course I do. If you've been held down, I stand with you. I have that privilege. And I will use it to stand with those who have been kicked.
1,000 career criminals.
I've got so much testosterone, I don't know what to do with it all. I always got to stand up for other people. It's the thing about testosterone. You're always trying to make the world a better place. That's the thing about testosterone. You're always I got that masculine urge to make the world a better place. I know it sounds crazy to a low T individual like you, Nate Quinn, but you know, that's why the pride flag. That's why. Because in June, we stand in solidarity with them and their struggles. It's not that big of a deal, buddy boy. Little honey child. Listen, honey child. Don't get so bent out of shape, honey baby. Honey baby, honey doll. Honey boo boo child. Honey boo boo. Listen, honey boo boo. It's gonna be okay. Don't you worry your cute little head. You'll be all right. This flag is not gonna harm you, baby. This flag's not gonna hurt you. Don't you worry. The American flag might hurt you. It might be waving over you and your family as you're murdered. But this flag, probably not. This flag, you don't need to worry about this flag, honey baby, honey boo boo child.
And people from other countries. And Washington now is one of the safest cities, I could say, on the planet. But let's just say in the U.S.
Then how do you keep on that? What about all the vandals, though? Anarchy Burger. What about the vandals?
Good evening, everyone. So last night, the New York City primaries decided who will fill Jerry Nadler's seat in Congress. Here's his seat. Jerry says he's retiring to spend more time doing what he loves, his pants.
Is Jerry Nadler Jewish? Yeah, see, that's anti-Semitic. He's Jewish. He's Orthodox Jew. He's from Brooklyn. He was raised in Crown Heights Yeshiva. You see, Jerry Nadler is Jewish, you anti-Semitic piece of shit. How dare you, Greg Gutfeld? He's pro-Israel, Jewish man, and you make fun of him? You're anti-Semitic. Greg Gutfeld is an anti-Semite because he makes jokes about Jerry Nadler.
Meanwhile, 3 anti-Semitic leftists endorsed by New York City Mayor Mandami won.
You see? Oh, they're anti-Semitic, huh? They're anti-Semitic. But Greg Gutfeld tells a joke about Jerry Nadler every single day. You're anti-Semitic, Greg Gutfeld.
their Democratic primaries. And they're already getting to work, planning to replace the New York Marathon with the running of the Jews. He liked it. Meanwhile, a Brooklyn escort service is charging World Cup soccer players up to $10,000 an hour. Why so steep a price? Because it takes them 2 hours to score. What happens when you can't use your hands? Earlier this week, the Montana Highway Patrol pulled over a car modeled after a banana. Let me know if you need some place to park it, said one man.
I knew it was going to be a joke about. As soon as I said banana, I knew it was going to be a joke about Don Lemon. He can't get his mind off of Don Lemon's asshole. He can't stop thinking about it. Greg Gutfeld is obsessed with Don Lemon's asshole. Every night he tells a joke about butt sex with Don Lemon. Like, that is a fucking fixation that I don't know where does that come? How are you so fixated on Don Lemon's butthole, Greg Gutfeld? Get over it, man. He's out of your league, Greg. He's out of your league. You'll never get in it. You'll never get in there, Greg. Stop thinking about it, man. And the audience just eats it up, screaming, yelling. Guy Fawkes, how are you? Welcome to the show. What's the deal and how you feeling?
Howdy. Okay, Mike's good. So yeah, I have to wonder, like, could we even make Greg Gutfeld jokes if we tried?
Dude, he's obsessed. I do think it's a little funny that he's obsessed with.
Okay, make a Greg Gutfeld joke against Biden. Go.
Oh, like a joke for
Are we even capable of writing the weirdness?
Could I write a Greg Gutfeld joke? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let me try.
Okay, I'm stupid and gullible. Okay, I got it.
Disneyland just had a 13-year-old get afraid and fall down the water slide of Splash Mountain. He arrived at the bottom of the slide, soaking wet with wet pants and discombobulated. That's how every day is for one man. Picture of Joe Biden. That's just a day at the office, says one man. Picture of Joe Biden.
Yeah, and gay wieners.
Yeah, and also he's fat. Oh yeah, a Biden joke is too easy, right? It'd be like what was that? Like
Sleepy
whatever
Joe, I guess.
That baby a baby hippo in a Singapore zoo is becoming an internet darling. Everyone's paying attention to the baby hippo. One woman is jealous. Picture of Joy Behar.
Well, that brings me to a very sad topic. I got a short for you today.
Yeah.
Okay. That didn't take, did it? I got to post it as different. Plain text. There it goes.
It started. Oh, dang it. It started too fast. Hold on a second. It's like.
Drag it back and.
Hold on. Let's get in here. I gotta adjust the screen with shorts.
We're starting the Ducky Foundation to remember Ducky.
Ducky? Like the little duckling in what Ducky? The little duckling that died in the.
Yeah, you'll see.
The little duckling. I could teach you how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. All right, here we go.
Americans, it is with my profound sadness to announce the death of a duck in the reflecting pool. As many of you know, President Donald Trump ordered for peroxide to be poured into the reflecting pool, and it's apparent that this peroxide has claimed his very first victim. This Ducky, was very brave. He was somebody who believed in all that was good about America. But unfortunately, his life has been taken from us far too soon. There must be accountability on this issue. And that's why I'm asking all Americans to use the phrase justice for Ducky, because we cannot tolerate this anymore. Millions of our tax dollars are wasted on this nonsense, and now it resulted in the death of Ducky.
Of Ducky.
You gotta look at the flag.
I love the duck. Don't Don't tread on me. And it's a little rubber ducky made with like
You
some
zoom
AI.
in. That's amazing. You should probably snip that and put that somewhere.
The ducky flag. I'm sure it's available online. I'm sure I can find "Don't tread on me, ducky" online.
Don't tread on me, ducky. So the
hold on, let's finish it. It's almost over.
Justice for Ducky. Thank you all, and may God bless the United States of America.
There you go.
Thank you. My fellow Americans.
My fellow Americans, Ducky has been, well, you know, little duckies die. They do die. And Donald Trump killed a baby duck.
So they didn't let the blue paint like dry on long enough. And then the pipes were holding the algae, they turned into wastewater, which is what fuels algae. Then they pump the pipes into the water, and it's extra black, so you get extra heat, which means you get extra toxic fumes. If you jump to 720 on that one, this lady's journalism is crazy. So she goes into some government sites are taking your data and for biometric shit, and they're sending data to Facebook, a private corporation.
Well, that makes sense, right? If we're buying it from them, they're buying it from us.
But they're not like, yeah, go ahead.
And sealing records like that cuts only one way, doesn't it? It locks the records away from the public, the press, and the courts. But the data still gets to live somewhere, and where it lives is on private infrastructure. And so the idea that all of these contractors and private companies would have access potentially to my data, but I wouldn't, is alarming to me, right? And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't the only one who knew about this. Right, Newton? Come here. You do not want your data taken by the White House under the executive office.
Pause 1 sec. I'll just give like a brief introduction. So apparently on all these like government websites, they all link back to the office of the president via something studio. I forget their title name. And so they are running all of these government websites, and it's like one person's control and interest. And you're supposed to like register JSON code that you put into websites. Like there's these little, text on the side, HTML and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so one of those sites was 500 lines of code, and then it sent out 20 different data ports so all the information is click-clacked to 20 different other locations, but that code wasn't registered as it's supposed to be, like federally or something crazy like that. But yeah, and so she just goes into like this one thing, and she's calling it. But July 4th, they're going to change. They're going to make this passport.gov a new site, and it's going to be all fucked up.
What's it called? What.gov?
Is it the title of the video?
Passport.gov. Yeah. Passport.gov.
It's going live on January 4 or July 4th, I think. And it's going to say who can move and who can't.
I've been talking about this for a long time, about how it's going to be.
You must watch all of her stuff, or at least get a gist of it.
I've seen her before.
Access to our data now.
She looks like Robin from Stranger Things. That's who she reminds me of.
She reminds me because of the red hair. I think if she look at like Jillian, what's her name? Scully from X-Files. Jillian, something Jillian. Isn't her last name Jillian? I don't know. Scully.
Yeah.
Now, data sovereignty now.
Especially with like the oversized trench coat. She looks like Columbo.
But look, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
I've seen a lot of jackets like this where the epaulette comes all halfway down the sleeve. Like, when did we start doing that? How did that become a style thing?
Holds over the other thing. I don't know.
No,
if it's a functional rain jacket, I like it. If it's just fancy, then no. Like if the rain just goes inside.
Epaulettes used to just be here because they would keep like the ropes and stuff. That's like a military thing, and they just became a fashion thing. But now they're coming all the way down to the elbow. When did we start doing that? I don't know.
I mean, maybe this is just some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe the State Department knows about this website. Maybe it's there.
She also kind of looks like the secretary in Mad Men, like the office manager in Mad Men.
Yeah,
Joan. She looks like Joan in Mad Men.
We're having trouble getting over her red hair. Well, yeah, she's a really good journalist, and she does digs deep into things. And here she goes and calls the office to say, "Hey, do you know about this website that's going to be you guys?"
their website, maybe I'm just overthinking this and blowing this way out of proportion. And so I decided to call the State Department and ask them about their own passport site. And this is what they said. I hope I don't get copyrighted for this music. Hi, I am calling because I just wanted to ask, I'm trying to renew my passport. Is passports.gov an official authorized U.S. Department of State website?
Let me double check. I don't believe so. Let me just bear with me just a moment.
Yeah, of course, take your time.
I don't believe so. No, ma'am. You do everything through state.gov.
So passports.gov is not an authorized department of the state. No. Okay.
Then how did they buy a .gov domain? How do they have a .gov domain if they're not part of the State Department?
Ta-da!
So who owns it?
The
Facebook?
The White House servers, maybe.
That is crazy.
Are you guys aware that passports.gov exists and it's registered to the executive office of the president?
There it is.
No, I'm not, but I will do some digging because that.
She's like that nervous laugh is exactly that's how all of us are in America. Are you aware that they're taking our passport? We're so fucked.
That's very interesting. Thank you for that. I'm literally doing some digging right now. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that you can let know too within the department to help dig around in that would be great because, yeah, we should definitely have like a federal register notice if.
Yes, ma'am. You are.
What the hell? This is not.
That's the current one. I wouldn't go to the other one.
Travel.state.gov. Well, I went to passports.gov.
No, well, that's not a site yet. It's going live on July 4th.
Or is it passports.gov? If I put passports.gov, this is what it took me to travel.state.gov. This is the actual one.
Definitely on a list now.
Yeah, I'm already on a list.
Okay.
I've been on a list. I've been on the list for a while. Passport.gov is not
don't do it. Don't do it.
It's not there yet. It's not there. Okay.
You're gonna brick your machine.
Yeah, I know, right? It's all like my power goes out, like black bag over my head.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate your help. What was your name? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Sources.
Bye-bye. Well, guess it's news to them. This is really fucking concerning, guys. It's concerning. Yeah, so the State Department does not claim this website. And we need to sit with what that means for a second here. Because what do you mean the one office in the entire government that is legally allowed to issue you a passport just told me on the phone that site is not theirs, and they sounded like they didn't even know it existed. Honestly, I think a lot of these agencies have no idea that this is happening to them, which is exactly why this whole week I've been spending time calling every other duplicate site's federal agency to ask them the same question, and everybody's coming up blank as of right now. And that's very concerning on a whole other level, but it also shows you what these guys have been up to. And so I guess the next obvious question is, where do you get a passport? Like, where is it safe to renew or apply for a passport? Well, to answer that, I went to the site that the state does claim.
Just go to the post office, right? Am I crazy? Don't just make sure you go to the post office? Are you not allowed to go to the post office anymore?
Doesn't sound safe, actually.
Can I still go to a post office and get a passport or what? I'm asking Google. Yes, you can absolutely still go to a post office, but whether you can just walk in or need to book depends on your needs. You must apply in person, and you will need to submit a completed form DS-11, provide citizenship like a birth certificate, photo ID, and pay applicable fees. Okay, it gave me the closest one, the closest post office to me is in Orange. And there's one in Laguna Beach. Okay, so no, there's still some out there. Passport renewal.
The new biometrics, you got to scan your face and everything. I don't know if you got to log in for all that shit. You probably got to build a whole database on yourself over hours to get a passport now.
I mean, I got my passport renewed in 2020 because Donald Trump was talking about closing all the passport offices and all the post office. Do you remember that when he was saying that during the? And so I freaked me the fuck out because I'm always concerned with this, man. I've studied totalitarian regimes, and they always start limiting travel. They always start limiting travel with shit like this real ID. Or they put a barrier, financial barrier between you and travel. Like right now, you have to pay, if you don't have a real ID, you have to pay $45 per plane trip. You have to pay $45 extra at the airport if you don't have a real ID. How does that make sense? And a real ID costs like $200. Some people say it costs like up to $250 depending on where you get it.
The thing I fear most is an invasion from China and Russia, where they could just take their quadcopter armies and dial into each cell phone, and they just print the right number of machines and it's over.
Yeah.
But yeah, we 1984'd ourselves into a hole, and the federal government just laps it up.
The reason why they made Real ID a requirement is because even illegal immigrants get a stamp. No, the reason why they made Real ID a requirement is to limit our travel, to make it so that only people with enough money can travel.
Illegal immigrants don't have IDs; citizens do.
Yeah, you can't get a real ID. And I don't know what this person.
That's not even in the right ballpark.
I think you might be able to get some states still allow undocumented people to get a driver's license. So maybe, but you'd still have to show. I don't think you could get a real ID. Is it? I'll just Google it. Is it possible for undocumented residents to obtain a real ID in the United States, and how?
No, the term you're missing there is undocumented, because undocumented means no documents at all. So if a person got a visa, they come up, they're bean farmer in Mexico.
No, here,
they
it doesn't matter,
visa.
dude. Check it out. No, undocumented residents cannot obtain a state-issued real ID in the United States. The Federal Real ID Act explicitly requires applicants to provide verifiable proof of lawful status or legal presence in the country, which undocumented individuals do not have. So, yeah. So you have to prove that you are you have to verifiably prove that you are lawfully here and have legal presence in the country. Okay, that's it. In all 50 states. There are 19 states plus DC that issue standard driver's licenses, but those are not real IDs. And they 19 states plus DC unauthorized immigrants are able to get driver's licenses, but they're marked with phrases that say not for federal purposes.
So no, I was in a MAGA chat the other day, and they're all like, "Oh, illegal." You know, they're doing these words they don't even understand. Like, there is no law that says a legal citizen, and according to our asylum laws, you have to be on our soil to claim asylum. It is a misdemeanor to cross our national border, but you literally have to be on our land to apply for asylum.
Right.
So 4 hours before Trump left office, he signs out and says, "Venezuelans, you guys are economically effed because we did it, and you should come to America. We grant you asylum."
Right.
And now those guys are in CCOT.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And now they're in CCOT because they came after they were told to. Right. Exactly. And what's crazy is that those people came and applied for asylum at the border. And what the law has been, you don't have to be on our soil, but you have to present yourself at the border and claim asylum. You can't you can't sneak across.
Another version,
asylum seeker. Once you have to present yourself at the border to be an asylum seeker.
Mostly correct, but you can cross the border. This is our current laws. Yeah, you can cross the border, and you have up to 1 year to claim asylum. while inside the United States. That's our current law. So you get your papers in order, whatever this. Maybe you have to get documents from your home country or prove you're a person, like shit like that. If they even have those documents.
But you have to prove that you're afraid for your life too.
You have 1 year. You have 1 year to claim asylum after crossing the border. And so, but you do technically have to be on land to do this. And yes, it's a misdemeanor if you cross the border.
Right. It's a civil offense, it's like a speeding ticket,
parking ticket on a human.
Yes, like running a red light. Yeah. But you're an illegal human being all of a sudden. Is there any more of this that we want to look at to freak me out more? What else is she?
Yeah, if you carry through this next conversation, the next highlight bit, I guess, another 2-4 minutes. You can pull her a little faster.
All right, I'm going right here. Here we go.
But I'll give them one more shot because I do believe there is one workaround, right? And the rule is simple, that any advertising tracker on a government website has to be first approved in writing by the agency's privacy official and listed by name in the public privacy policy. So you know what? Before I get all up in arms about this, I'm sure it's just written in the privacy policy. And I'm sure that once I open it, I'll see that this is just a big misunderstanding, right? And that this is actually written in front of our eyes. Well, that's weird. That there's a 404 page instead of a privacy policy sitting on the other side of this link here. What do you mean the page isn't found? Go find the page. But hey, I guess if the privacy policy is just a dead link, then nobody can actually read the rules and nobody can hold you to them. So problem solved. Love to see it. Love to see it. So I went back to the homepage of the State Department. And to be fair, that privacy policy works when you click on that at the bottom of the page. It's just that one page that doesn't work. Anyway, I read the state homepage privacy policy. And guess what? It doesn't name a single one of these trackers. Not Facebook, not Pinterest, not Reddit, not Amazon, none of them. Which, as I've stated, if it's going to be in the back end of the code, it must exist in the privacy policy. Now, before anybody panics about having just renewed their passport online and worried that Facebook has your passport information, I don't believe that to be true because I did go through the pages in which you put in personal information and I kept the code from the back end of the site up so I could see what was happening. And it didn't look like those trackers followed me through to the more protected pages, at least from what I saw. However, I don't think that this is the moment of exhale, really. This is super invasive. I mean, this is a government website. Even if you don't go and fill out a passport, the fact that you are so heavily tracked on one of the most sensitive websites, giving you the most sensitive information that America has is just grotesque. It's deplorable. Okay, in case someone needs to hear this, you shouldn't have to be tracked by Facebook just to come to the government for a passport. That is not okay.
Just in case you need to hear that, you don't need to be tracked by the government for a passport. Yeah, that would be totalitarian shit, right? I mean, isn't that where we are? Like,
they're not allowed to make a federal database, electric database of us. It's against the law, but who would stop these ones?
Who's going to stop them? All right, we're going to the next highlight.
It's a loaded gun. And right now, the only thing standing between you and the wrong end of that gun is the trust in the people who are holding it. And speaking of people you don't trust holding explosives, I think it's time we circle back to the July 4th date, okay? Freedom 250, America's 250th birthday, because a lot gets shipped that day. Let's start with National Design Studio, right? Because it sets the clock. The executive order that created it, America by Design, in August of 2025, puts the date in writing. The studio has to show its first results by July 4th of 2026. Oddly specific, but okay. So the office that's been standing up dozens and dozens of these sites to the executive branch has a hard deadline, and it's the morning of America's 250th birthday. All right. Okay, sure. And speaking of websites that were created by the National Design Studio, this is also the same day that Trump accounts open. For those of you who haven't heard of it, it's an investment account for your kids. It's basically an IRA for newborns, because you know how Trump ran on the platform that newborns should retire early? And it sounds really great, right? Like you get $3,000 to open the account and it's going to be the savings for your kids and it's going to get matched by the market or whatever. But in order to open one and get that $3,000, the government is asking for not only the child's name, but also date of birth, the parent's name, their date of birth, whether or not they're married or divorced, or what their address is, what their foreign address is, if that's applicable, their social security numbers. And the timing here is double interesting on the front and the back half of this, because in order to qualify for the pilot program, the child has to be born after December 31st, 2024, so January 1st, 2025, and before January 1st, 2029, aka December 31st, 2028, which, if I'm not mistaken, by 2029, Trump is no longer in office. So what a convenient amount of time for this pilot program. Like from day one, you've got a federal system who's enrolling a whole generation of American kids by social security number and their parents' social security numbers. And some of them only a few days old. In fact, most of them only a few months old. And this, by the way, is also the same day that Trump's face ships on the passport, printed over the text of the Declaration of Independence. And I wish I was kidding.
That's
Is art imitating life, or is life just hell at this point, I mean, it's like I've been saying this whole time. Your passport is your identity, the proof that you belong here as an American citizen, the thing that gives you some freedom, lets you come home, lets you leave. And he decided to take the page of the Declaration of Independence. It's the page right next to the glossy, shiny one with your face on it. And it says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Luckily, my passport is good until
That's the preamble to the Constitution, right? Not the Declaration of Independence. I don't know.
She's reading the page that we no longer have in our passports.
Right. Yeah.
This is now
Man.
Trump's face. I'm not sure if you're allowed to scribble over your passport or not.
I would trust myself to. I mean, you're not supposed to do anything to that book, right?
It was a sticker. It just fell in there.
I guess you might be able to put a picture. Maybe you could put like some painter's tape over it so you can easily remove it.
Just to glue those pages together.
You can't glue it because it's right over your face. Every
It
time
wasn't
you look
my
at
glue.
every time you look at your picture, you have to
Yeah.
look at Donald Trump's picture. Think about just like psychologically what that's doing. It's the
Oh,
weirdest
and
thing.
everyone in the other countries, if they're pissed at him too, even after years, they'll be like, "Yeah, that's," not, and then they're looking at you with that SOB's face right there.
Yeah, every time you do it, yes. Trump passport will be a paid option. It won't be on 99%. It's not a paid option, William Tell. That's not true at all.
It's not.
Where the fuck
Good,
did
but-
you just get in here and tell lies? That's not true at all.
Go
It's
eat a
on all of them
Constitution.
coming out this year.
Go
All of them
buy
coming
a
out this year.
Constitution and eat it because you didn't try to read it ever.
What the hell are you talking? Yeah, all passports being issued this year have his picture on it. It's not paid extra. What are you talking about? You think they have commemorative extra ones that you could opt in? No, we're not even allowed to opt out. Crossing the border illegally is a federal crime. Nothing like a speeding ticket. Is
nope.
crossing the United States border a civil or criminal offense? It's a civil offense, depending on the circumstances. How a person enters can be a criminal offense if certain things are. So if you attempt to re-enter after being deported, it can be a criminal offense. It can also be a felony. But crossing in through at any time other than a designated port of entry, eluding immigration officers or false documents, yes, it's a civil case. It can be a felony though.
$250 fine on average.
Yeah, I mean it says that if you evade them and cross over and make a nuisance of yourself, basically they can charge you with a crime. But if you are physically present in the United States without proper legal authorization, which is most people, like you expired visas, you came on a tourist visa and you stayed too long or whatever, like the vast majority of what we're talking about is considered a civil violation and not a crime. Instead of facing criminal time in criminal jail, individuals facing civil immigration charges are placed in removal, deportation proceedings, and handled by the Executive Office for Immigration Review, EOIR, in civil immigration court. Border crossings involve intersecting illegal frameworks. The Department of Justice can choose to pursue criminal or civil deportation or both simultaneously. So really, again, since most people are not crawling across the border, most people are coming across in airplanes and arriving here and just overstaying their visas. Or the asylum case, they're seeking asylum.
I was in a MAGA chat the other day, and they're talking illegals, and then I like to just mess with them. So if they got a guy, U.S. citizen, and a girl, Mexican citizen, and they have a baby, and the baby is born halfway on the border, and you got the head on one side and the feet on the other side, is it a Mexican or an American citizen? Well, then if you flip it around 180 degrees, is that an illegal human?
It's yeah, totally illegal. All humans are illegal in the eyes of Donald Trump, especially if you're not white.
That one will actually blow their minds, or they just won't answer you because, like, come on, is it American or a Mexican citizen baby? Which is it? The mom was.
Hold on. Will the Trump passport, the passport with Trump's picture on them, be on all passports issued this year, or just some of them? How are we determining how many passports will have Trump's picture in them? Just to get to the bottom of this. It's a limited run design based on the 250th birthday, which will be available on the Washington passport agencies. They think about 30,000 of them will be done. It's going to be capped at 30,000. They are exclusively being issued as at the Washington Passport Agency, not at regional facilities or post offices. So you can't get them anywhere but Washington, D.C. So that's why it's so few. All of them being issued in Washington, D.C. will be issued by default to applicants while supplies last. There's no extra fee. All passport applications processed online through standard regional acceptance facility will continue to receive the standard U.S. passport design. So anyone getting them through the Washington office, all of them will be with Trump's picture on them. Got it. Okay. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. But it makes sense that they would be only through Washington because he can control that office. Right, he controls that office. He can't control all the other ones.
He just has to shut down all the other satellites.
Yeah,
control his own power.
yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's still profoundly creepy. William Tell, you're a liar, dude. William Tell, I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. You said that they had to. You had to be charged extra for the commemorative. So you're
Meet
the
him
fucking
for
liar.
5 minutes.
You're the one who came in here claiming. You made claims. I thought that they were to all of them. I said that all of them will have his picture on them, and that it turns out no, not all of them, just all of them out of Washington D.C. Okay, I stand corrected. But I didn't make the claim. You came in here lying about having to charge extra for Donald Trump's
He didn't know
face.
anything to begin with. He just made it. He just Googled his feelings.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Crossing the border is a federal crime. Nothing like civil ticket. That's what he said. But it's just this is America, not Russia. You might be confusing your borders.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it is frustrating. But okay, so what's next? You got one more. I'm not going to watch 2 hours.
Yeah,
though.
it isn't. Yeah, it's just is the Dean Withers. So that was a smart, intelligent reporter lady. Definitely subscribe.
I liked her a lot. Yeah,
she only does like amazing shit. So that was Trump built a new passport.gov website, but that was the Drey dossier, DREY. She's a Scully suit on for sure. Play the intro. They'll give you a little bit of clips.
Yeah, I've seen some of this. Hassan Piker spent like 5 hours going over this. I thought maybe I should do a reaction video like Hassan Piker.
Yeah,
but like
we need
the problem with this. I watched some clips. You know, Dean Withers is always. It's terrible, but you know what? The format, like Jubilee, sucks. I don't like this format at all. It's all just debate lord shit. You know, like. I find it frustrating. I don't find it entertaining. I find it frustrating to watch.
It's limited by the attention span of the flag holders.
Yes, and also they have to race for the chair.
So if they're all blue, they'll sit back, hands crossed, and they'll be like, okay, let's let this guy finish his point because he's destroying Benny Johnson. You know, and happy Benny Johnson month, everyone. Okay, and then so like the liberals, you know, they would just listen to them destroy the guy for longer, but as soon as it gets emotional, they get tipped or they get wrong. They do this. And this first girl's using a fake voice to be a fake person, and it's very disturbing.
All right, hold on.
Strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk.
Did you just unironically say strong alpha males?
Her voice is kind of it seems
brain
like
is screaming.
It seems fake, right? Her voice isn't real.
We have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're taking opportunities away from men. You are oppressed more than me.
Men are men, and men have to stop.
You're oppressed more than me. That's the world we're living in. White.
If you can't see the borders of your cage, are you more or less oppressed? If you can't even see the paradigm of oppression, are you more or less oppressed than the person who can see the shackles?
I saw the one with this lady with the dark MAGA hat. Like she's got the Elon Musk dark MAGA hat. So dark MAGA. She's got the cross. Love it. Love it.
Testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women.
Dude.
They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
I saw that, and they all raised their hand that they want to fuck him. They all raised their hand they want to fuck Donald Trump.
All right, listen, put your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
It's over, man. It's over.
And then they chant USA. Like, tell me this isn't a. Tell me it's not a cult. Tell me it's not a cult.
USA.
They're chanting USA, saying they want to fuck an 80-year-old man.
Meanwhile, we got duckies dying in the reflecting pond. Hydrochloric acids is paint chippers, wood chippers.
It's not a cult, everybody. This isn't a cult. Who wants to fuck the guru?
Free ducky, free ducky.
Holy goddamn. That's just like, but don't call it a cult, everybody. And don't call them Nazis. This is not, they're waving the flags. They didn't give them red flags. They gave them American flags. That's remarkable. Remarkable.
They liked it more, I guess.
They probably requested it to make them look even more like this is. I mean, come on.
This is what went wrong with America when they took committee meetings online. And then the people didn't realize they were in little Nazi rallies in these little tiny pools, and you could just tell them the German stuff in English, and they go along with it.
Hold on. I saw that 50% of the people, 41% of the people watching believe that they actually believe that Noah's Ark actually happened. Do you want to have sex with Donald Trump?
Oh, God.
Is the next poll. I got to ask. Raise your hand if you want to have sex with Donald Trump. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And it's only going to be male bots that say yes.
Has Donald Trump been a good president?
Who's this douche? Who's this guy?
The mediator.
Normally it's just like a voice. They're putting someone in the circle now. Who's this guy?
Oh, maybe they're making their own people famous, or they're going to maybe do a spin-off.
Oh, maybe.
Or has America moved backward from expanding women's rights to debating how far those rights should go? I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we are diving into what feminism means on both sides of the aisle, abortion rights, and President Trump's record. I'm here with our featured guest, progressive commentator, Dean Withers. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You ready to go?
Oh, I'm excited. This will be fun.
All right.
I really don't like Dean Withers. Go cry about Charlie Kirk, Dean. Dean's just like,
well, Sky, are we Charlie Kirk?
We are Charlie Kirk.
No, are we? Are we?
Yes, we're Charlie
okay,
Kirk.
because shortly, everything's coming out now that before Charlie Kirk died, Trump had him in the Oval Office and he was berating him. He was yelling at Charlie Kirk. And so he got on the outside. And then there's other information that comes out that he didn't want to take 120 million from Israel to do to support the genocide plan. And then he said he didn't want to do that because they told him too much bad stuff. And then he said, no, I'm out. And then he disappeared.
Killed. I know Candace Owens been talking about it. I mean, I don't know.
We haven't heard anything from that case yet except misinformation from the FBI. They've already tainted the evidence. They'll probably just release him because he did.
I think they will.
The state.
I think they will release him.
It was a state order.
I think he'll be murdered, but I think he'll be released.
Or both, yeah.
Joyous, you think Noah actually happened, that he put two of every animal on a boat and that God flooded the earth, killing all the little babies?
It was really hard finding every species of centipede and then making that little cage next to the other centipede, and then you had to put the goat but not too close to the centipede, and then you brought the food for all of the animals.
Before up until Noah, everything before the flood, animals everyone was vegan. There was no eating animals. That's in the Bible. Like, and no animals ate other animals. Lions ate broccoli and shit. I don't know what lions ate, but they didn't eat lambs. Lions, and there were no animals that bit each other. It was all total peace until after the flood.
Yeah. So how much of this video do you want to play? If you get the third segment, it might be better, but
did you put another link in there? I think
you could just scan per each lady and listen to the craziness per each one.
Let's get one that I haven't seen. This lady. Yeah. How about this? How about this? This will be good. This will be good right here. There we go.
So ultimately, the science and the empirical facts completely reject the conclusions that you formed.
Not at all. Men are more rational and women.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Men are more rational.
So please return to your seat. If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Look at them just like,
she's
Hi.
old.
What's your name?
Annette Davis Jackson.
Maybe they told him, hey, don't get too fucking
Don't
crazy.
kill the old
ladies.
ladies.
The chair.
This one, she was working on the knees, but you gotta go slow when you're older.
I hate the racing to the chair part too. Why can't you just like everyone gets a turn?
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
So let's hear it. Why do you think that men are better at leading than women?
How about I know that men lead better than women because women have the babies, you're emotional, but more important, I have a dad. I have a dad who is very strong. And when I see what President Trump is embodying, I say, and I know.
So it's a daddy issue.
That's actually what they say. One of the fascism traits is how fascist will you vote or support is how fascist your parents were. So if you had I'm the best, I know everything, I'm not wrong parents, then you go like, okay, that means I need a strong daddy figure to control the federal government. But then the weirdest part is they're actually voting for culture wars, not actually policy, because they don't know how the 3 branches of government work.
No. Steffelson says, thank you for supporting the channel, Steffelson. Noah brought 2 male lions on the ark and they were able to reproduce together. It was a miracle.
Hallelujah.
A joyous 777 just says sky. What? I don't know what that's for. I don't know what that's for. Thank you. I appreciate you. Your dad demeaned your mother all your childhood. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what that was. It's
know that you can roll your eyes.
I had a dad, so I know Donald Trump is embodying the teachings of my father.
But you know what? My grandmother used to say, you can roll your cotton balls, but you sure can't shoot them. So men are strong just like Trump because in the first 100 days, what did he do?
This is what I fucking hate about Dean Withers. Like, I hate his whole vibe. Like,
no, if you watch this, if you have been here for the whole hour, every single one is crazy.
That's the whole show. That's a whole show. They're not rational individuals. I mean, and then you put with this debate lord. They're not even debate lords. He's like Mr. Debate Lord. Spends all day on TikTok.
They were allowed the topics ahead of time and to prepare. And this is the best they could come up with was a rambling, meandering shitstorm.
Well, we know that MAGA doesn't do their homework.
Not one of these people wrote even down a piece of paper. Debate plan against Dean. They didn't even not one wrote this down. It's not a thing that happened.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump does like no one in MAGA thinks that homework is worth doing. You know, they're all C- students. You know, D student. They're all D students.
Goober Goring is the only one that did his homework.
Yeah, they are debate lords. The real JC. Come on, like no one talks like Dean Withers. I never liked that whole thing. It's just it's more about winning and proving.
He's had all of the basic conversations 10 ways to Sunday. So he's like mentally documenting thousands of interactions with these people. And then to finally get here, it's just the same stuff you see on his equally dumb as this dumbest guests. It blows my mind.
Sky, if you read the real Bible, you know it said everything was perfect and we fall. Yeah, it said that we fell, and before the like antediluvian, like everything in Genesis, it's a bunch of vegans walking around, a bunch of plant-based eaters. Even the spiders were, I don't know, eating Brussels sprouts or some shit. I don't know what they were eating. Maybe no one got hungry. Maybe there was no such thing as hunger until after the fall. Religion. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. In the end, I guess he gets to choose the last lady to come up or something.
Yeah, he gets to choose the last one.
Which is he'd probably choose the most rational one.
It's the crazy. No, he chooses the craziest one. I heard he did that because he's been on the show a bunch of times. So he chose this crazy lady.
that would make it audience feel like if you watched the whole thing and they went out with a crazy bang, you won better.
And he tells her, I chose you because you're fucking crazy.
First and foremost, Biden is your elder, and you don't have any respect for him.
Well, because
so let's stop it with the hypocrisy.
He's an evil man.
You asked me, why do I use MAGA like a swear word? Because Donald Trump has used that phrase, make America great again, to represent actions like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill. Per the reports from the Congressional Budget Office, which is ran by Republicans, liberal estimates are a little bit higher at like 17 million people. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill as well. And according to the Center of Budget
But so he does the same thing. He does the same thing when other people are talking. He's like,
I know, but she's shaking her head so she doesn't hear it.
Yeah, that's
none
true.
of this,
yeah.
Not one of these facts is being taken. She's already cooking her next statement before he finishes his.
And the statement's going to be a non sequitur. It'll be like, Donald Trump's great.
Or of the average American making at or under $51,000.
Like she's not gonna. She's glazed over. She doesn't. Facts don't just wash right over. No big deal. She doesn't care about facts. Watch. I guarantee you. I've not seen this. I guarantee you. When it comes back to her, not her, but the blonde, it'll be. Yeah, but Donald Trump is great. She will not have heard. You're right. Any of these facts
per year. He refused to abide by a court order to pay out food stamp benefits.
And you know that Jubilee fact checks. Like if he gets it wrong, they put it on the screen to call him a liar. So he has to be careful with the facts he brings to this.
It's for 12 million starving children in America during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. Okay, he's abused his power and privilege as the president to position himself above the law. One of the last things that you said when you were up here on the last prompt was, oh, I thought everybody was above the law, except for Trump. Okay, a couple weeks ago, we woke up in a new America with a new system of justice where you and Trump could commit the same crime, tax fraud. You could be thrown in jail for it, and he can't even be investigated for it because of his deal with the IRS. And all of those things, when they are used to represent the claim, make America great again, absolutely do make MAGA a slur. It's embarrassing to be MAGA. I mean, get a grip, you guys, get a grip. And I said a lot there. I'll let you respond. But I have so much else to say. You know, like you were talking about like how we need to prevent Iran from getting nukes. We're at a worse place with Iran today than we were 10 years ago.
Not true.
Thanks to Donald Trump.
Not
Obama
true.
got us an agreement to prevent them from nuclearizing until 2030. Donald Trump tore it up because it has Obama's signature on it. And about the whole respect your elders thing. So you can't expect me to respect you because you're older than me. If you're going to turn around and call Biden a good American man with great domestic policy, one of the best presidents in modern American history, a crazy lunatic, evil man with a crackhead son, even though he's 30 years your elder.
Ukraine. It's on record. He said,
yeah, he's your elder. Oh, he shouldn't have mentioned Biden.
I'm not going to get, you're not going to get the $1 million loan unless you stop this investment.
Funny, the fact check as Vice President Joe Biden did say he told.
When she's using a stupid voice.
$1 billion US loan. Yeah.
Imagine you're using a stupid voice like that. Oh, you think Biden money sold to Ukraine, and then
so
boom,
Joe Biden said you will not get the $1 billion unless you remove Prosecutor General Victor Shokin, and Shokin was subsequently fired. But that demand reflected broad U.S., European, and international anti-corruption policy at the time, which viewed Shokin as ineffective at fighting corruption, not as an effort to protect Burisma or Hunter Biden. Multiple inquiries and U.S. diplomatic witnesses have found no evidence Biden acted to shield his son or Burisma, and contemporaneous accounts indicate Shokin was not actively pursuing a serious Burisma case, and he was pushed out. Great. I love it.
He wasn't prosecuting. Yeah, he was a prosecutor just letting the elites get off on whatever. And then then that's the guy that Joe Biden helped get out of Ukraine. So whoop-de-doo. Sounds like a win.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Investigation to Burisma, which his son was a part of and had zero experience.
That's illegal. That's extortion. Why isn't he in jail?
So he should be.
Why is he in jail? Because it's bullshit.
Because the deep state have the judges. They have so much. They've infiltrated this country.
Donald Trump just hired 400 new judges that are loyalists to him. Why doesn't he use one of them to get Biden thrown in jail?
Because unfortunately, he doesn't get to pick which judge is used, and a lot of these judges are just evil.
Why doesn't he even try? He hasn't tried.
There's been so many lies coming from your mouth.
Right after a fact check,
she's so
many lies.
Yeah, after she gets fact checked as a liar.
I'm like twitching over there. Every lie that I hear. You said people died on January 6th.
I said that they tried to kill cops.
No, they did not try to kill cops.
Yes,
it was self-defense. They were being attacked for.
They were getting the J6ers were getting attacked.
Patriots died that day, and you don't hear anything except for the one that got shot by the cop. Yeah.
How about this? Can I ask you a question?
That's all
there's
she
4
heard.
of them that died, and 0 cops died that day. 1 cop died the next day at 9:30.
Well, that's the argument I make about ICE officers. A lot of people have been killed by ICE, but not one ICE agent has been killed. And yet every day I hear about how ICE agents have such a hard job, and they're always in trouble. They're always
They're
in danger.
shooting each other all the time.
They shoot each other. Right. They've shot each other. Yeah.
It's a huge risk. It's a huge risk they're taking, being next to the next dumbass.
ICE agents have shot each other, but no one has ever been shot. No ICE agent has ever been shot by, like, I don't know, anybody who should be shooting
30
them.
p.m. from a stroke.
Yeah.
So that was a lie. And I feel bad for people like you in your age, because you're being indoctrinated with all this evil. You have no appreciation for life. You're willing to kill the
Find the camera, Dean.
most innocent and vulnerable. But if you were the baby in the womb, guess what? You wouldn't want to
abortion again.
Be aborted. You'd be like, Mommy, please save me, please.
I don't even know what to respond to. There's just it was a big mess. Hey, listen, let's go ahead and start off with this. I want to ask you some general questions about your political beliefs, because I believe that you hold them without much information. Name one domestic policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed through Congress, then signed into law, that you don't like. Keep in mind, once again, policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law.
So I don't know that. I just know what he
How
was
many
saying.
amendments are there in the Constitution?
The fact
Basic shit. I love stuff like that. How many amendments are in the Constitution? Well, there should be 28, right?
How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
I don't know exactly.
Don't know fucking anything. What are the 3 branches of government? How far does he go down this rabbit hole?
You don't know how many articles?
Okay, can I?
How about this?
Okay,
how many
again,
continents are there?
You know a lot
How
of
many
information, and
continents
I'll
are there?
give you that.
First of all, let me just say something very quickly about this continent thing. Depending on how you look at it, everyone will say there's 7 continents, but those are geopolitically designated. They're not actually the continents. The continents are based on tectonic plate movements, and that actually changes. It's changed. Some people say different numbers. So the whole continent thing kind of, anyway, there's 7. But, same thing with the planets. I say there's 9 planets because of Pluto.
Scholastically, yeah.
But most people say there's 8 planets, but actually there are several more planets revolving around. There's lots of heavenly bodies that are in orbit around the sun that we don't call planets, or might be, what do they call them? Non-planetary, orbital. I forget. There's different words for things now, but I grew up knowing that Pluto was a planet. How many planets are there, everybody? How many? Put in the chat how many planets you think there are.
How many continents are there?
Okay.
Ma'am, how many continents are
there?
there?
There's hundreds, but I can't
There's
remember.
7.
Oh, 7 continents. I thought countries. Sorry, countries.
There's about 200 countries. I forget exactly the number. This woman, she looks like Cher in the 70s.
I thought you were talking about countries. I'm not doing an information war. I'm doing
MAGA
what
Demi
I
Moore.
saw him do.
I'm not doing an information and facts war. I'm doing my feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings, lady.
Glorified a man on Women's Day. He's trying to destroy reality of men.
Reality, like how many continents there are, I guess.
God.
Like, I don't expect everyone to get the pop quiz. It's fair. Like if someone asks you, like, how many continents are there? Quick. And you're like, I don't know, a couple hundred. Oh, I thought you meant countries. Shit. I get it. Like, you could feel, I get that. But this lady doesn't know fucking anything. Like, how many amendments are there right now?
Okay, what is the job of the president? If you just ask her, what is the job of the president?
Right.
Well, he protects us from the transvestites and the culture wars and those icky bathrooms.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, he's the head of the executive branch. He carries out the laws passed by Congress.
Our sole representative for foreign policy.
Yes, that's true as well. Yes,
and that's the shittiest thing, and that's why we're in war in Iran, because Netanyahu goes now, and he's like, okay, I got the buttons.
I'm with you. I'm with you, BB.
All the buttons.
Yeah. I guess you're absolutely right. There is the foreign policy part.
But the MAGA only wants the culture wars. I mean,
but that's not the job of the president. And the president's
probably
supposed to be
trans penis has been yelled 50 times in your chat today.
The internet, like you live in La La Land. I don't live in La La Land. I live in Orange County. I don't live in La La Land.
Dark side has not been a topic for the past 10 minutes. But hey, did you hear that Hunter Biden bought $30 million of oil stock before the Iran war?
Oh, he's clever. I didn't know he had the money. He said he was broke last time I saw an interview with him. Did he really?
Yeah,
is that true? Or are you making a joke?
Dark side, did you hear that?
Is this true?
No,
Hunter Biden's paintings.
No, it was the youngest Trump son.
Oh yeah, the bear, and he bought a bunch of money. Yeah,
2 days before the Iran war, he bought $30 million of oil stock in oil companies.
The CEO of Kalshi was at Donald Trump's birthday party, and people were betting on Kalshi people were betting on the start of the Iranian war on Kalshi. People in Donald Trump's administration, and I can't think of anything more disgusting than that. Like that is, I'm against the death penalty, but holy shit, you're betting on who's going to die. And you're in charge of the war. Shit.
Yeah, we're going to shut down that weird betting shit. That's a shit storm.
It's got to stop.
The national security issues already. Multiple times.
It's a
Marxist
Marxist
special forces guy says we're gonna remove this guy by this date. He won a 10x, like $200,000.
Yeah, that was fun. I like that they're able to do that. There's good times. All right, let me see what she says about Marxism.
Glorified a man on Women's Day. He's trying to destroy reality of men and women. That is a bad thing, and that's a Marxist thing.
What? A Marxist thing? What?
I don't think Marxist even used pronouns in his book.
I mean, Marxist did talk about the equality of the sex, that everyone in the working class is equal. He talks about solidarity in the working class, but this lady's doesn't know how many amendments are in the Constitution. I don't think she has read the Communist Manifesto. You know what I'm saying?
She's a self-hating proletariat. She just doesn't know what it means.
She can't tell what Marxism is. Marxism. Yeah, all the gambling scams. Exactly. Donald Trump, he sure knows how to do it.
So, you're asking me all of these questions because you're trying to get me. Okay, yeah, I might not have all of these little things that you remember, but what I know is common sense. And Biden's administration is not common sense. They sold us out, just like Obama, giving money to our enemies instead of helping our allies like Israel, who was the only country to stand and take down those nuclear facilities that could have caused World War III. Let me finish. Okay. World War III, except for Israel. Israel was the only one. Donald Trump asked other countries to help because they were affecting them too. Yeah. And they had their tail between their legs and did nothing.
So, ma'am, the reason why I picked you to come up to the microphone, knowing that it'd be a disaster,
I love this,
is because I think that you are a very accurate representation of where the right is at today in modern political discourse and American politics. I think that you and many others are clueless people who don't know what they're talking about, have done no previous investigation or research into the American political system, can't even name a bill that Biden passed that you disagree with, yet you think he's a devil, and blame Obama for all of your problems, including the FBI, quote unquote, going into the J6 riots 4 years after his administration was over. And I think that it is very important for you, me.
I love the lady in the back, like going, like people think like Donald Trump was. He owned the FBI on January 6th.
Everybody in the circle and everybody watching at home to start caring about the world that we live in, start caring about critical thought, and doing investigative research into our beliefs and why we believe them before our world has gone to this shit of baseless claims, propaganda, and just putrid nonsense that is highlighted in the mouths and brains of politicians, the president, and cable news. It's important for us to think critically, and that's something that I don't think you do.
I think it's just
Very well said.
She even got in a praise Israel statement there. Did you catch it? She even that's a second degree brainwashing. That's a tertiary psyop post to the election. And the past year and a half, they trained her to do that too.
Yeah, of course. Now she's pro-Israel.
Yeah. How easy was that to program? She's got a cross and a low IQ, and that's all it takes to sway 5% of American sentiment.
Yeah, so I want to just ask, hold on a second. I just saw this wonderful hold on. I still can't believe you said Imagine is about Marxism. Hold on a second.
We know May can't already. She can't define Marxism.
Oh, well, let's just look at, is Imagine the song about Marxism? Hold on a second. Let's see. Imagine the song. Yes. John Lennon himself explicitly stated that the song was virtually the Communist Manifesto. He noted that its core concepts of removing private property, no possessions, borders, no countries, and religious division are rooted in Marxist and communist ideals, though he used a bit of honey to make the political message more palatable. Imagine no possession parallels Marxist goal of abolishing private property and to end class structures. No need for greed or hunger is the quote, reflects the communist vision of a classless, stateless society where resources are distributed to meet everyone's needs. And no religion, too, mirrors the Marxist critique of religion as a tool that divides people and distracts from earthly inequalities. Despite these clear parallels, Lenin did not belong to any specific communist movement and clarified that the song is primarily a poetic, utopian dream of peace and human unity rather than a strict political thesis. There you go. So I can't believe, May, I'm sorry, May, that you've been watching this long and you still are this clueless. That you think you come at me, you can't believe that I said that Imagine is about Marxism. Yeah, because I know stuff, May. You've been watching long enough. I don't tend to say shit without fact-checking myself. May, I can't believe you are so benighted that you think that Marxism isn't what the song's about. The song is about Marxism. You get it? You know the song, I bite my lip and close my eyes, take me away to paradise. That's about masturbation. That song's about masturbation. Songs are about things, and you could ask the writers who wrote them, or you could just listen to the fucking lyrics after having read the Communist Manifesto. Maybe you should read it. Maybe, May, you should read the Communist Manifesto so you could actually speak with some degree of authority. Just read the goddamn book. It's very short. A child could read it in an afternoon.
And then now they're laughing because you told them to read a book.
Yeah.
Willful ignorance of stupidity. But yeah, no, mate, read it. It's online. It's free. You go to projectgutenberg.org. It's the 69th book in the list.
It would take you, hold on, let's Google. Let me just Google very, very quickly. I just want to Google another one little thing. How many pages is Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto?
42.
Yeah, 42. It's between 25 and 65 pages, depending on how you read it and how long it is.
I was right.
Yeah. Yeah, depending on the publisher, edition, font size, blah, blah, blah. But when I read it, I swear to God, it was like 40 pages. Yeah, it's typically between standalone short editions are between 40 and 50 pages. If it includes the academic annotated editions, expanded historical collections, they can get up to 280 pages. Just get but if you're just looking for the original text, it's 12,000 words, which is about 40 pages on a PDF. 40 pages. It'll take you about an hour and a half to read if you are a slow reader.
And then you'll realize you're a proletariat who hates the bourgeoisie and you like textile mills now.
Yeah. And that working men and women of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
It would probably break their mind learning an ism with a full book.
You know, it's funny. I recently picked it up because I wanted to quote the opening lines about there's a specter over Europe. And it's funny because like the opening of the Communist Manifesto is talking about how every time somebody doesn't like somebody else in politics, they call them a communist and they don't even know what communism is. And I think that's so funny because it's like we're still doing that, Carl is like reaching across 100 years to tell me, hey man, they're still doing it. I wish I could talk to Karl Marx and be like, they are still, if they disagree, if they just don't like you, they call you a communist.
So the key is to always be progressive. And the progressive chain goes as follows. Socialism, communism, anarchy. You can't go directly to anarchism without the steps. You got to go socialism. You got to take out the major corporations. You go to communism. You take out the excess bullshit. You get what you need, and you just keep your defense. And then you go into anarchy, where you can opt out of certain social systems and not opt into certain other ones.
Yeah.
But it's progressivism, and that's how it go. But I encourage for the robotic utopia. We can do all solar powered AI.
Well, even Kropotkin
just shows up.
I'm reading The Conquest of Bread for the first time right now. I'm about 3/4 of the way through it, and even he is talking about with the steam engine and these advancements of technology. Like, there's no excuse to have the government in charge of these things and these oligarchs in charge. And it's so funny because he just sounds like exactly what you said. Everybody said, with all this technology, why do we need all these fucking bosses? And yet, here we are.
MAGA are afraid of UBI.
They should be afraid of UTIs.
Yeah.
That's anyway. I thought that was fun with your boy Dean Withers. Yeah, I guess if
you want to do a long form talk over that, I don't know if that'd sell or not.
Should I do that? Like Hassan Piker just released like an hour-long edit.
Dean's going to do one of his own too. He said he's going to probably do one as well.
I don't know. I don't find value in those things, like watching Hassan Piker laugh his ass off about these things. Like,
straight up, one word: projection. Left always projects. That's it. You're projecting all of your faults.
Baby, you did not know how many amendments are in the Constitution, and you showed up to a political debate.
She's been psyoped 1,000 times to have the projection. Every phrase that she knows from Donald Trump was a workover. It's just if he repeats it 10 times, it becomes true because it goes down the echo chamber, and then someone sees it 3 times in their media feed, and then it's true. This judge is corrupt, and now this judge getting all these death threats because Trump tweeted about the case in Eugene Carroll, whatever, and he's threatening the daughter.
And this lady was one of the ladies saying that she would have sex with Donald Trump, and all the women, I didn't see any of them not raise their hand. Maybe 1 or 2 of them didn't raise their hand, but
they don't know he's a nipple torturer.
They don't care. They just want to please the guru. They don't care. It's just like Keith Raniere. This is no different than NXIVM. It's a fucking cult. This is the Manson family. Who wants to have sex with Charlie? We all do, but Charlie don't surf. Sorry, I have to. Charlie don't surf.
On me because I actually have life experience, which you don't have, and
you want to fuck. She's probably fucked more guys than Dean Withers.
And I have been.
I guess. I mean, like, I don't know. She wants to fuck. She wants to fuck Donald Trump. Like, once you raise your, if someone says, "Who here wants to fuck Donald Trump?" and you raise your hand, like USA, USA, you need to be excused. You need to see a shrink at that point, right? Like, you're not a reliable. You're not reliable anymore.
Technically, it's a psychotic break from reality.
I mean,
is it not?
Can you imagine a world? Where you saw I don't know, a fucking they did some kind of Unfuck America or something like that. They got into it. They went to Unfuck America, like with Destiny and them, and they asked them all the ladies, who here wants to fuck Joe Biden? And can you imagine all of the Democrats raising their hands? Like, I hate the Democrats, but can you imagine All of them raising their hands and going, USA, I want to fuck Biden. I can't imagine.
More men raise their hand in MAGA to have sex with Trump than all Democrats combined would want to fuck Biden.
What was that statistic we had for a while? That
True
was
story.
so crazy that some percentage, man, maybe I can Google that. There was a percentage. God, there was a study where they asked a percentage of MAGA men if Donald Trump could
win in a fight. Yeah.
Yes. What percentage of MAGA men think Donald Trump can beat them in a fight?
59%.
It was a YouGov poll. So this is a reputable source. 40% of Republican men believe Donald Trump could beat them in a physical fight. Only 46% say that they could beat him. The others think it would be a tie.
54 said Trump. So 54% believe that Trump would beat them.
Oh my God.
Scroll down, you'll see the Democratic women. More Democratic women
think Trump would beat them in a fight.
10% more, 10 points more, 10% more women said that they could beat Trump in a fight than Republican men.
So let's just look this is so fucking, I just think this is so brilliant. 55% believe Trump would beat them in a fight, the women. So 45%
women.
So the men have this almost the same. 46% of the men said that they could beat Trump. 45% of the women say they could beat Trump. Democratic men overwhelmingly 82% say they could defeat Trump in a fight. What are we doing? 82% of Democratic men, they know that they could beat Donald Trump in a fight. He's 80 years old. 66% of Americans say an average American adult could beat Trump, while only 10% believe Trump would win in the general population.
Well, you do have to take what we know from record. He's really good at wrestling small women. And so he's 300 pounds. If he just lays on them, they might die.
Well, he
Plus
does.
The skin bacteria might, slowly rot into them.
Well,
and
also what they're forgetting is that Donald Trump, and this is true, is in the WWE Hall of Fame. So he knows how to fight, is what I'm saying. He could suplex. He could do all the moves.
Makeup since WWE days.
He's in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Hall of Flamers. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so 56% of Republican men think that Trump could beat them in a fight, but only 18%? Yeah, only 18% of Democrats believe that they could be beaten by Trump in a fight.
Yes. Yes.
You got a guy in a wheelchair. He's like, well, gotta be honest with this poll.
I think it's so funny. I bet you, and they just did, this is just Republicans. MAGA is like 57%, as you say. If you're MAGA.
Republican men, I think, from that, yeah. And so, yeah, but both the Republicans go out to about 55%.
Yeah.
And then, but yeah, liberal men are the tough ones that could beat up an 80-year-old man.
Yeah, they're so tough guys.
I don't think it could be done. I mean, they say he's building a ballroom. It could be impenetrable. How could you couldn't even fight him?
You know what's funny? Like, if you went to Graceland, I don't care at what age you are, and you found out for the first time that Elvis Presley had 2 black belts in 2 different martial arts, and your first thought was he any good? Could he beat me up? Like, if you're an 80-year-old man going to Graceland and they're telling you about Elvis being a black belt in his 20s and 30s, Elvis was a double black belt. And your first thing as an 80-year-old man, could Elvis beat me in a fight? Yes, Elvis could beat you in a fight. Fucking, what are you talking about? Drunk Elvis could beat Donald Trump in a fight. So stupid. It's painful, dude. Hold on. Let me just finish this thing with Dean, because
been a liberal, and I stepped out of that when I saw what they were doing with my child at school, who I pulled out and I'm homeschooling.
I've been on the earth for less years than you have, but I've done more with the years that I have.
Okay, you got to stop there.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for trying.
Didn't shake his hand.
What does she have around her? I'm glad she dressed up for the event. Wearing flip-flops, bedazzled flip-flops, yoga pants, and like, what is she wearing around her waist? What is that shit around her waist? What is she doing?
Okay, you got to stop there.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's give them a.
She's got like a Batman utility belt around her waist. Is that the thing now? Is that what's
Probably
in there?
like 7 guns.
Stow your weapons. What you got here?
7 guns, 3 knives to defend herself from Dean.
Jubilee has to have a weapons locker when they do these types. Every time you have a MAGA one, you gotta have a weapons locker. Stow your weapons.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, they gotta wand all the fucking maggers. One of them's gonna try to kill Dean Withers. Holy shit! What I never. She's wearing Lululemon pants, a Trump tank top, a Trump hat.
It's one of those travel. It's one of those travel. What do you travel cases? So no one can steal your documents because she left the farm.
I know she doesn't have a copy of the Constitution in there or anything. I don't know what it's got. It looks like a Batman utility belt.
Round of applause for trying.
It's probably full of mace.
Let's give a round of applause to Dean. Thank you, Dean.
Oh no! No one applauds. Look at.
You want to let us know what you.
We're fucked. That's the only thing you can answer at the end of that. Feminism was supposed to defeat MAGA-ism.
Yeah,
but it just got sucked in, and it's so bad.
Well, here we are. I mean, it's like the '60s never happened.
The edge of the abyss.
It's like the '60s never happened. There is no MAGA. There's no. Come on, it's over. It's over, buddy. It's over. It's over. It's like it's over. There's no. I wish there was a counterculture movement or anything that we could look at and be like, yeah, that's just somebody is actually looking after the world, and someone's pushing back at the regime. But no, nothing. Yeah. It's depressing. I did want to just do you want to stay on? I want to look at this. I have this thing queued up of it'll be the last thing. I want to go play a little guitar before I have to take off soon. I signed my house my counter offer last night.
Approved.
We'll see if it's approved. I don't know. Let's see if they take it. It's so nerve-wracking. And then today I'm going to meet with a realtor on Zoom to see what the next step is. I'm really got a lot going on. It's kind of wild. Have you ever sold a house before?
No.
God, it's crazy. No one I know has ever sold a house. It's like I feel, you know how normally you try to go like, hey, you know, if you've never done something, you're like, hey, you look after, you try to meet people who have, and like I have one friend who's ever sold a house, and
what's your realtor's cut?
It's always 4.5% in California. One of the realtors gets 2%, the other one gets 2.5.
Nice.
It's unbelievable that I have to pay for that.
That's why they
crazy.
always smile. That's why they always smile.
Well, it's also why I have no qualms. You have the shits. Yeah, the real JCO knows it's crazy. It sucks. It's too much. It's like, yeah. I was my offer, Sky. I'm buying your house. It was your offer. Yeah. Someone calling to help Jack. No, I've signed a counter offer, so hopefully it goes through and everything's okay, you know. And but then you have to wait for their escrow to clear, and you hope that their buyer's loan works out. And it's like,
don't get deported, or
there's all this shit going on completely out of your, like, it's completely not even that you don't have control over it. You can't even see it happening. It's just happening behind this veil, and you're completely in the dark. And you're just supposed to be walking around dumb, fat, and happy. Like, I wish that I could be that way, right? I'm constantly thinking about the worst case scenario and everything. Yeah.
It's a small brain infection, and even you could become MAGA. Idiocracy. I mean, we've seen full idiocracy on the lawn of the White House. That's it. You can't come back from that.
You can't. It's just it. We've gone full
We're gonna need a
idiocracy.
Time traveler.
Yeah, Chai Pixie.
idiot.
I'm having a Zoom call with Eli at 1 or 1:30. I can't remember. So I gotta wrap this up so that I have enough time to play a little guitar. And have you sent it? Cool. So I can't remember if it's 1 or 1:30, but I just wanted to watch this really quick Asmund Gold thing. Do you want to stay on the line for a second?
Sure.
Okay. Here we go. I'm going to play it really fast, and here we are. So Asmund Gold, it's about the reflecting pool, and Asmund Gold, his takes are always so MAGA coded. Can anybody tell me, is this kid MAGA? Is he just full-blown MAGA now, or what's the deal with Asmund Gold?
And people are losing their mind trying to sabotage the reflecting pool. Looks like the park police are using plainclothes informants to catch people screwing with the sealant in the reflecting pool. This woman has just been detained after being... What the fuck?
The Lincoln Memorial.
Who is Nick Sortor? So he's who is Nick Sortor?
Probably one of the 7 people that have been arrested who touched the reflecting pool water. There was an Olympic cyclist who was cycling by. He just wanted to check it out, and he touched the water or a piece of the thing.
No, Nick Sortor's he's looking at Twitter. And Nick Sortor is a right wing, frequently seen on Fox News, Newsmax, News Nation. He's a right winger, Nick Sortor. I've heard that name before. He's a right wing commentator, and so Asmund Gold is looking at his Twitter and taking it as fact.
The reflecting pool was recently drained, cleaned, and coated with a new reinforced blue sealant.
Does that look like she's vandalizing?
She's videoing like right now.
What the hell? So they're trying to destroy the sealant, then take photos of the sealant being broken to make...
How the hell can you destroy the sealant, you dumb piece of shit? How could you destroy it when Donald Trump said the sealant is going to be so strong? In May, he said the sealant will be so strong, even a knife can't cut it.
I wish, yes. Okay, this is time travel here. So Trump actually said the sealant is going to be so strong, you would need a knife to cut it. That's what happened months ago, right?
How do you destroy sealant? What is he
with a knife? And
she
then
has
recently,
her bare hands.
He claimed the recent vandals, they ran and they took a knife cutter and they ran the entire 300 meter
300 feet. So it's like it's 100 meters.
Yeah. And so they said like he cut somebody cut the whole length 300.
Yeah.
No.
How is that possible?
No, it was shitty paint. Paint wasn't supposed to be at the bottom of a fucking pool. The algae came in.
They don't know what they're fucking doing.
And then the hydrogen peroxide just caused swelling underneath the paint. Yeah, it's just a no bid dipshit contract. Obama's plans were for 15 million, but this will probably cost us 3 billion easy.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is like
it's going to be a jet ski park before we're done.
You're telling me that this young woman in shorts in broad daylight is vandalizing it to make Trump look bad. That this young blonde here. Okay,
it's legal to touch the water, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently there was a flake and she had this because it's flaking, it's flapping, and she took a little piece of the thing.
Donald Trump look bad? We were just talking.
Everybody wants to make Donald Trump look bad. This victim mentality. Everyone.
She just wanted a piece reminder of Trump.
Yeah, look at this. Watch.
About the 72 lashes. So what's going on?
Yeah, you're saying that this woman is a vandal, huh?
It's the National fucking Guard.
Yeah, the National. We're gonna have to talk to this
You don't have the authority to detain a citizen. You don't have the authority to question. Well, you can question a citizen if you're standing near your job site. They don't. They have the ability to shut the fuck up if they're not if they don't want to say shit. But yes, no, National Guard does not have the authority to stop you. Not their fucking genre.
The only thing this woman is guilty of is thinking that she lives in a free society. Look there. Look at that. Oh my God.
That's crazy. Is that when they put up a fence? We don't need to put up a fence. We need to put the people that we need to put up a fence for.
You're detained, man. Get
we
down.
Gotta put people in jail. Sit down.
If a National Guard tries to detain you and they're not sweating with their gun out already, just walk away.
Walk away. Yes. She's being nice because she obviously didn't
hand him the chunk of pool, then walk away.
Yeah,
Paint
70
chips are
yes.
illegal now. Paint
Yeah,
chips are illegal now.
72 lashes is what he said, that we should do 72 lashes on her.
Okay, so there was a guy who went into the Capitol building and smeared shit all over the walls.
That's not vandalism.
But yeah, he was an artist apparently, and he's been pardoned by the full hand of the federal government. Jesus Christ, Donnie Trump. But this person takes a flake, and Trump's gonna want like the death penalty.
How could she take a flake with her fingernails? And if she could do it with her fingernails, I'm sorry.
She's a new age robotic mutant that can just rip off paint.
She's like Wolverine.
Yeah.
This is District 12. Exactly. This is District 12. Yes. Is that what it was called? District 12 or
I think I'm kind of for apartheid now. We should take MAGA districts and get little re-education place with like 80-foot walls. We'll learn them what apartheid was over the next 10 years, but there'll be work camps. There'll be time for adventures. Maybe the Trumpler youth, we should reparent the Trumpler youth to other proper Christian families.
Well,
you hear the RFK on that one.
I don't
he
know.
wanted to reparent.
Oh, District 9 is a movie about apartheid. District 12 is a movie about Hunger Games. I think they both apply in this scenario, so I was going to let it pass.
Around a fence. I don't want to live in a minimum security prison. And the way that you do that is putting stupid bitches like this in jail. Yeah, bro, she got mauled by Linus Tech Tips.
This guy, stupid bitch. What the fuck, this guy? Have you ever seen what this dude's house looks like? It's like roach infested, everything. Like it's like
he
profoundly...
eats the paint chips on his walls, but it's illegal to eat paint chips out of the reflecting pool.
There's a video of this dude's house and what it looks like inside. It makes my skin crawl. It makes me want to vomit.
Park police, multiple reflecting pool vandals. Are these the people putting algae in the pool?
Are you serious? Algae.
He thinks there are people putting algae in the pools.
That's how algae works. People put it in there. How did algae get there? How did it get there, though?
How does algae get anywhere? Is this real life? Flat brain.
Someone's saying play Skyrim. I like in his chat, people are telling us to play Skyrim.
Really? How do you do this?
8647.
Yeah,
it was scraped in.
Somebody wrote it with their fingers. They killed the algae. Yeah,
a sticker.
Oh my god, it's vandalism.
They're trying to stop them from cleaning the water. What the fuck is wrong with them? Police believe he was ripping pieces off the blue sealant at the bottom. This is another one. Wait, there's another one. He attempted to grab.
He's got nothing. Oh, look, the guy with the bicycle.
A hose out of an NHS employee's hand as they were vacuuming the algae. Ripping sealant. What the fuck? This is another person.
They did that. We did that, right? People did that. People jumped in and ripped the sealant.
Asmund Gold hasn't heard about the story of Ducky yet. And I'm sure that he would really care if he learned about Ducky and then his supporters would support Ducky.
I guess Parallella says Hassan Piker was right. Man, maybe you're right. Maybe I was too fast to judge Hassan Piker because of the thing with the dog. Maybe Hassan Piker was literally just
it's just a vibration collar. It's not a electric shocker.
Still, I don't like it. This guy, Asmund Gold, is like king of the incels. I mean, the dude is an oily, disgusting person. I mean,
he just did a Mamdani appearance.
Who did?
He did an appearance with Mamdani.
Who?
Hassan
Piker? Yeah. He did an appearance with all of the social democrats in New York last night.
I forget who they were repping, some person there, but
it was Chevalier and
effect. Yeah, if Mamdani smiles on your stage, you'll get elected. If Trump supports you, you'll probably get poop bags.
Yeah, let them eat algae.
He's angry too. Look at his furrowed brow.
Why do you do it? I'm just trying to better understand it. If you love the boot, lick it.
You guys have no idea how much I can't wait for a person to just come down as hard on these people as I want them to.
This is like, this guy's such an edgelord. I fucking hate this guy.
He's edging.
You guys have no idea how much I wish that somebody would come down on these guys so hard. They're gonna come down so hard. This guy's got millions of subscribers. Millions. Fuck
Do
me.
people want to view a person dumber than them? Is like that the goal, or are they looking up?
I think they're looking up. I don't know. I don't understand the appeal of Asmongold. I don't get it.
Test in DC. Can you explain the algae thing? They want algae to be in the pool, so it makes Trump look like he's wrong or something like that.
Yeah, people are being mad at Trump. People are trying to make him look bad. Algae enthusiasts. It's a joke. You see how they're joking with like they've got the pride flag and they're just making fun. They're just having a fun time. Algae's smarter than MAGA. Algae's smarter than MAGA.
And now he's going to take personal offense and pause it because a black lady spoke.
And look, and in the chat. Okay, hold on. I got to show you. Hold on a second. Can you see on the screen? Their brains are algae, and of course, there is spelt incorrectly. Their brains are algae, of course, right there.
Team. I mean, at a certain point, you've got to really ask yourself, is this a mental disorder? How do you let this, how do you do this to yourself?
There you go.
That's the best end of the clip. You got to ask yourself, is this a mental disorder? But it's really, it's like a psychosis. You're not actually processing reality correctly. It was a shit job on the pool, and it's peeling up.
Yeah, they just did a shitty job on the pool. That's it.
If you did that contracting in Las Vegas, you couldn't live in that town. You know what I'm saying? Making up Las Vegas stuff, but yeah, you couldn't do a pool like that.
You wouldn't be allowed to put a pool like that in Las Vegas. That's for sure. Yes. Weren't you an English major? This is not the chat to come in and misspell or misgrammar. LOL. I don't mind misspelling, everybody. I don't care if you misspell stuff. I care if you're going to call someone stupid, then maybe spell your shit properly. That's all. If you're going to say you're stupid and you spelled your and stupid incorrectly, I think that's funny. I think there's comedy there. That's all. I don't care how you spell. English is an arbitrary spelling situation anyway, but I do think it's humorous. It's kind of like the lady saying, I don't know how many continents there are, how many amendments there are, but your arguments don't know facts. That's rarely annoying. Like, you don't know as much as I do, but I don't know how many amendments there are in the Constitution. Like,
if you don't know how many branches of governments there are, or how a bill was actually formed beyond that cartoon sketch in the 80s, you shouldn't be involved in politics because you think it's a football game.
Well, that's it. That's it. Right. Exactly. Like, I'm not a sports commentator. I don't comment on sports because I just don't know that much about sports. I used to keep up with the teams and stuff, but I've been gleefully ignorant of sports for the last 5 years. I haven't, gleefully unaware of the sports world, except when it like really gets in the news. I don't know much about it because I don't work in that industry anymore. When I had to work in the industry, I had to know about it, but I'm not a fucking sports commentator because I don't know anything about it. Feisty bot knows what I'm saying.
I never liked college football because even if you did remember a kid's name who became a senior pro on the team or whatever, he's gone in a year or two. So it's like you're always just relearning the whole roster.
Yeah, but that's kind of fun because next year we're gonna take it all.
With if you're new people you don't know yet.
Yeah, because that's why if like my college, I went to a Pac-12 school, and when I was there, we did quite well in football. I never went to a game. I had free tickets and never went. What a dick, right? But but when I graduated and I moved to the South, where college ball is really important to them, people would ask me like, "What team is yours?" And I said, "Well, Cal. You know, I went to Cal. They're my team." And so I would get like updates about how the team was doing. We haven't won like the big game versus Stanford since I left. I don't think we've won it in 15, 20 years. I don't know how long. It's been a long time. And but every year we're going to beat Stanford every year. We're going to beat Stanford. And every year we don't. But that's okay because every year we're going to have a new team, you know? Gives you hope every year. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Also, Jeff Goff, and Marshawn Lynch. Like a lot of Berkeley. Well, Cal makes star players and Olympic gold medalists, but we can never field a team that wins for some reason. That is just how. For some reason, Berkeley, we have people that go into the NFL and the NBA, and we have teams that we have people who win Olympic medals, but we never can win anything as a college. So that's just what we have. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all for joining. Well, I'm going to go play some guitar. Thank you, Guy Fawkes, for being here. Thank you for bringing some links too.
Remember, the smartest person we heard today was the Dre Dossier, the only liberal woman we listened to, and she was smarter than all of us.
I subscribed.
Well, yeah, check out her videos. That's definitely they're painful to like. They're painfully long sometimes because she digs deep, but holy crap, they're really fucking the internet.
Yeah.
Sphere.
Hold on 1 second for me. All right. Thank you so much. I gotta say goodbye to you right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, my realtor's calling. Hey, how are you? I'm just talking. Yeah. How's it going? Yeah. They countered the counter. Okay. Okay. I guess. Yeah. So they want to negotiate a $5,000. They want to counter our counter with a $5,000 less. Is that basically it? That's $8,000. They're trying to get us down at $8,000. Yeah. Doesn't matter to me. Hell no. That's how it works, right? That was my understanding. Okay, but what about the locals? I mean, we've got another offer on the table. Why do I have to deal with these people? But so are these people. They're trying to
wait a second. Why do I have to pay 2.5 for her? It's 2.5% for my realtor, not two. It's 2% for the buyer, 2.5 for the seller. Yeah, 4.5, right. But then I don't see. I don't know. I'm annoyed right now because like I've already come down. Like the price is $80,000 less than what we started at, and now it's like we're at the finish line, and now I'm talking about $8,000. If they don't want the house, they don't want the house. Like, how do I have to, like we are $833. They're coming down $8,000. Okay, but our counter was $833, and the other. Yeah, but then they also want the appliances, and they want the fridges, and it's standard. It might be standard. That's fine. But I was going to sell those things, and now they want all that. I say yes. I feel like I'm saying yes to everything, and I haven't pushed back at all. And I feel like I just feel like I'm just getting. I feel like my kindness is being taken advantage of at this point. I really feel that way right now. I don't feel comfortable with this. It's over. Like I keep on lowering and lowering and lowering, but like they're the ones that have to move from Florida. I have a house right now. I'm supposed to. Okay, they should move there. They should move there. How come they don't want that house then? They want 3 bedrooms, and they should pay the $8,000. I don't know why I have to, like, I don't know, man. $8,000 is like the whole. $8,000. When I hear $8,000, that means the entire. Okay, then call it $5,000. $5,000. That's almost all of my moving expenses. Like that's almost all of it. I don't know. I want to think about it. I feel really upset right now, and I don't want to make a decision right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be angry with you at all. I'm not mad at you. I guess, yeah, but Antoinette, but I am constantly being like, okay. I say yes to everything, and it's like, and now I feel like. Because they said they wanted it, and so I say yes. I know I don't, but now I feel like, okay, I say yes, and they keep taking. You give the mouse a cookie. You know what I'm saying? You give the mouse a cookie. They want milk. They want everything else too. You give the little finger. They want the whole hand. I feel like I'm getting screwed here. It's called negotiating, and I haven't been negotiating. I've just been saying yes. If I go back to the other buyer, that's a $5,000 payday for me. If we go back to the other buyer, I have a $5,000 payday. Then we go back to open houses. I mean, like, what's the worst case scenario? I mean, yeah, maybe. Well, we could still count. We haven't countered yet. We could counter at 8:35 with the locals and see what they say. What if we counter with the locals and say 8:35? Maybe we should try. Yeah. Yeah, but they were telling me in person that they like the fact. That's true, they do. But we got an offer, and now, and that offer came in $30,000 higher than the original offer of the other one. Like, I mean, let's face it. I find it insulting. They lowballed me. So maybe I just feel like we should be more aggressive with these people is all. If they want the house, then honestly, if they want that price, then they should go across the street and buy the house over there. But they don't want that house. They want this house. So why am I bending over backwards? They're the ones in Florida with a deadline. Like, do they want it or not? I don't know why they're dicking me around all the time. I don't know why. I just feel like they're playing with us. It's like they. Yeah. 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 Which is why it's priced the way it is. It's already priced the way it is because it needs cosmetic repairs. And now they're trying to finagle more. Like, then why did we lower it in the first place? We should have kept it at 880 or something like that then, if we're going to be playing these games. I get that, but then how come they're not selling? What annoys me is that what I'm annoyed with is that we priced it to sell, and now they offer and they still lowball me. I take the hit. I'm getting a haircut on it. I'm taking a bath, and it's not. I don't know. I have to think about it. I can't just. I don't know. My knee-jerk reaction is that it pisses me off that these, because they're being fucking assholes, and I don't want to. But they're not negotiating in good faith. They're not negotiating in good faith. If they lowball me with $60,000 under the listed price that was already reduced, Then maybe we should counter back. Maybe we should counter back. I don't know. That'd be fun. I mean, I don't feel like, at least then I wouldn't feel like I'm bending over. You know what I mean? It just right now, it just feels like I'm just taking a hit for nothing. And I don't think that's okay. You know, I just feel like, I don't know. I got to think about it. I'm sorry. I just feel like through this, I don't know. It bothers me. I feel like these people are not negotiating in good faith. I feel like this isn't just business. They're trying to finagle. And if they want to treat this like it's some kind of bazaar in Aladdin, then we can nickel and dime each other until we all run out of time and they don't get a house because they're in Florida and they need to get out in time. Mm. Yeah. 2%. Yeah, that sounds at least reasonable. Do it. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Let's fight a little bit. I mean, right now I'm thinking every penny. I wasn't, the reason why in the beginning, like, this was all funny money and I didn't really think about, but now it's like every penny's going to count. I'm trying to make a move. I'm going to pay someone $7,000 just to get out of this state. You know what I mean? Marsha's, I will, but we're still talking about thousands of dollars that I am about to be spending on everything, on flights and gas. And I know, so that money means some real money to me right now. And all of a sudden they're taking it from me. Yeah, let's negotiate. Then let's negotiate. What? That sounds beautiful. Let's do it. That's a deal. I love it. It's ER. ER is my name. Because some misspelling somewhere. It's common. It's my middle name, so they didn't care. I asked Maria about it, and they just put S. Yeah, I mean, you can call Maria if you want, but I've already been through this. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah. ER. Yeah. It won't be because it's my middle name. It hasn't been a problem. Yeah. Okay. It's been my name my whole life. I promise you, it's ER. I did, and she said it doesn't matter because it's your middle name. I've been through this. And she said, it doesn't matter because it's going to be John S. Morgan anyway. Yes. I don't know. I don't know what it says on the. I think it spells it out on my driver's license. Yeah. Well, I don't have it with me, and I'm very far away from it, but I'm almost positive it says the full name. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could talk to the attorney and tell her. I mean, but the attorney. Okay, gotcha. All right, got it. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yes. My whole life this has been an issue. And it never matters. Love it. Let's see what they say. And then they'll counter at 29. Watch, they'll counter at 29 because they just have to get the last one. What? I mean, it's a little ridiculous. I'm not taking it personally. I'm taking it business wise, and it's they're messing with my money, and it's. Well, I didn't know that this was going to be. You're right. I thought that because you just asked me, do you want to give them the washer and dryer? I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to sell them, but what am I going to get? $500 for the washer dryer? Like, I'm not going to get a lot of money for them. So I was like, yeah, if they want to keep them, they can keep them. No, I just feel like I have been operating with like. I'm operating from a place of kindness, and they're like nickeling and diming me, and I don't think it's. I just don't enjoy that. If you want, is that what you prefer? Yeah, I get it. So then 830 and 2% makes sense to me. I like it. A DocuSign. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Antoinette. Bye. No, I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like I'm being generous at every fucking turn, and I'm getting fucked. And I don't want to just get fucked. Marcellus Wallace doesn't like getting fucked by anybody but Mrs. Wallace. Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch? Then why are you trying to fuck him like a bitch? No, man. It's like, do you want the carpeting too? It's funny because my carpeting I need new carpets, and like they're like, oh, well, there's these cosmetic things. Yeah, but that's why the house is priced the way it is. Like, if you don't like it, if you want a totally redone house, There's a redone house right across the street that costs more money, and you can buy that one. No, we want your house because you have a view and you have a backyard and you have 3 bedrooms instead of 2 bedrooms. Okay, this is what it costs. Well, we want to offer you less. Okay, let's negotiate. And now they come back with $8,000 under what I fucking countered with. It could go to hell. And then they try to sneak in an extra 0.5% for their realtor. Now, fuck that. Fuck that. Stolen land, stolen home should be given to charity. Yeah, exactly. Stolen land, stolen home should be given to charity. I like how the chat dropped politics and came together behind chat. No, man, it's like I don't think that anybody should be screwed. Like I honestly, dude, I feel like every step. I don't know. Anybody who isn't following the drama through this knows that when I had to drop the price the first time, I was very conflicted. I felt like I was losing money. I had to like call people. And so I get talked into doing that, and then I got to do these open houses and clean the house every time and show all these houses, and then you know it's a lot, and then it's like if you don't want it, then fuck off, go someplace else. Need that 8K for more Melania. Exactly, I need to buy my Melania coin. I need that Melania coin. You are losing money. Exactly. I'm losing money. And she's like, well, they're going to ask it for in credits anyway. And I'll say, fuck you. This is the price. Like I've come down in price. They offered $60,000 less than the listing price. And I was like, fuck you. Let's forget it. And she's like, no, let's counter. And so we countered. And it was still $26,000 under listing price. That's a hell of a deal. $26,000. I'm taking a fucking $26,000 haircut all of a sudden. And they say, no, I want $8,000 more dollars. Fuck you. Yeah. No way, right? No way. Tell her to take it out of her commission. Tell them you want their fridge. Maybe the buyers watch this. True. I doubt it. I doubt it very much. Yeah, I mean, come on. And like, I feel like, okay, I want to make a deal. I want to be generous. I want to move quickly. I want to leave, but I'm not in that much of a rush. God damn. You know? Yeah, it's not a fucking pawn shop, Cap for life. Exactly. What time is it? Now I won't even be able to play guitar. It's already, no, now I can't even play guitar because of this shit, because now I have a meeting in 20 minutes with another real estate agent. Take off the copper pipe. Tell you what's a bomb sugar bomb. No, my like the reason why I chose an older woman who is a real estate agent is because I wanted her to fight. I wanted someone who knows what the hell they're doing. Ask for the moon. Exactly. Guitar time is ruined. I know. Yeah, I have a meeting with Eli next in about 20 minutes, so less commission for Antoinette. She's not tired, but she's like she doesn't want me to get the other. There's another offer. that didn't go $60,000 lower. And she's saying that person is a real estate investor. And I was like, well, fuck them then. I don't want them. But we still have that offer on the table. Like, is that what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to, when I buy a house, is that what I'm supposed to do? Because I'm looking at a house that costs $450,000. Am I supposed to offer $375,000? Is that what I'm supposed to offer? Insult them? Offer $220. Yeah. For a $450,000 house, I think I'll offer $200 and see what they say. Oh, I know I'm lowballing, but I'm trying to get your ultimate low. I gave you my lowest fucking price. Yeah, offer $350. No interest in this page someday. You could do $20K for a house. Perfect. My house is worth a lot more than what I'm selling it for. I know. $20,000 is a lot. I know. And they want, and I countered $26,000 under listing price. And they want to be like, $8,000 more plus half a more percent for my realtor. Fuck you. I got to pay another 0.5% for your fucking realtor? You go fuck yourself. I met your realtor one time. I don't give a shit. And fuck your $8,000. So pissed about this. I kind of want to just throw the whole thing away. Sorry. No deal. No deal, you know? I'm not that hard up. I'm broke, but I ain't fucking, I'm not that broke. Anyway. All right, I gotta go. I have another meeting. Thank you. It's so funny. This guy, I'm sitting here talking about my dead mother and the house. I'm talking about my dead mother's house, and this motherfucker comes in here and talks about my mom. I love maggers, man. I love MAGA. They're always so predictable. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate you. My daughter could use a nice home instead of growing up with this trailer. I'm sorry. Go with your gut, says Feisty Bot. Feisty Bot, I don't know. I'm about to. If you go with your gut on everything, you'll never get anything done. But I don't like feeling like someone's taking advantage of me. I don't like feeling like someone's nickeling and diming me and taking advantage of my generosity. So far, I've been very, very generous. I should read the book Art of the... You know, it's funny. I have actually read the book Art of the Deal. I have read that book. I've read both of Donald Trump. I read Art of the Deal and How to Get Rich. I read both of those books. And back when I was in real estate, I wanted to know, but that was a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah. What happened to Elon's affordable housing? What happened to America's Affordable Housing Act, huh? Yeah. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Illegitimate non-carbonated. I'm not let the bastards grind you down. Sky City Rebels, thank you for everything. I'm sorry I can't do the guitar part or the sky. Oh, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go meditate, and then I'm gonna go and talk to another realtor because that's my life now. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you very much, and I hope that you. I hope everything's great. I hope I see you on the other side tomorrow. It's Feral Friday tomorrow, everybody. So it's a little bit more casual tomorrow for the morning Sky show. And then on Saturday, it's all good. We'll do another guitar show on Saturday. And I hope that please like and subscribe and share the stream. Please, if you have a YouTube, Facebook, please share Share the stream. Try to grow the channel. That would be a tremendous help. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. That would be a big deal for me. I'm just a small, tiny little creator. So thank you. Positive vibes. Thank you, Smoking Blondie. Thank you. And Pharaoh Fry is tomorrow. Illegitimate. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Illegitimate non-carb rundown. And Godspeed, rebels. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.